All right. I think I am ready to go. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Thursday so far. Buckle in, get your snacks, whatever you need to sit around and watch some complete chaos, if you will. Because we're going to go back in time again. And as we've been going through this filing and the exhibits and pulling things apart, and as Granny's been talking about what's going on, I've had more and more questions every time, as you guys know. And I just wanted to go take a look at some things, and I ended up in a rabbit hole. So I'm going to show you guys the rabbit hole I am in, and you guys tell me at the end of this what you feel about all of it. So, without further ado, I got a couple updates on some things we talked about last night, really quick, and then we're going to get going. All right, let's see if we can get this show on the road. If it's too windy out here, I'll go inside, but it's beautiful out and I want to be outside as much as possible. So we're going to hang out outside. I also have, is it going to show? Oh, it's not going to show. I've got the craziest shit. Kenzie entered Kiki into a calendar contest where you submit pictures of your cats. Well, Kiki made the calendar. Kiki is officially December on a calendar. And it is, oh, I can't get it to load. I'll have to figure out how to get it to load so I can show you guys because it is absolutely ridiculous. Thor, who is it? What's the channel's name? Hey, Pika. Hey, Connie. Hey, Rondi. Angel. Middle-aged cheap trash bag Karen. I love the name. Hey, Pen Pen. Hey, Cash. Are you egotistical, cocky, and a tad condescending, or maybe arrogant? Excellent. Welcome in. You'll be right at home. Hey, Akira. Holy Roll One. Music City. How's the hubby doing, Music City? Hey, Sheila. Oh, the fake pics. Okay. The fake pics, that's been something that they've been trying for months on end. I talked about it. Somebody asked me if I was going to be detailing that. No, I talked about it after the Nancy Grace thing, which I haven't even gone over either because I don't even, there's certain things that just are not worthwhile to me at this point in time. The pictures, the fake audio, the fake neighbors, all that stuff that started out of Terry Lynn's camp. And when I say Terry Lynn's camp, Gracie and Lady Freedom Raw narratives came from Terry Lynn's camp. It was all like that group of people. I'm not interested. And we know that they've all like overlaid just at the baseline. They're not going to be able to. It's distorted footage of distorted footage of distorted footage that they're trying to layer over. It's not interesting to me. And again, the Secret Service has had all of this stuff. So there's that. Oh, I'm so glad, Music City, to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Hey, Chico. Hey, Revival. Oh my gosh, Music City. It's so funny. Oh, Thor. That's the one that's fond of the N-word. That's Moon and Krama. Yeah. Yeah, she's fond of the N-word. She's from, I think, from like the old school trauma community or something. I'm not really sure. I don't know much about her besides I stay away. Yeah, Sheila, it's redundancy to me over and over again because we don't it was an altered image to begin with that they're trying to manipulate and make fit their it drives me fucking nuts. And as soon as like I told everybody when I talked about it, I was like, this is Terry Lynn's camp, like Gracie and people were like, no, you're wrong. The whole thing. That's not. It was Betty and Justin. I'm like, no, the credit actually goes to the other group of people. Sure as shit. Betty's finally like, oh, it actually was. I'm like, well, fucking no shit. Hey, Michigan wifey. Oh my gosh, Cash. You got to have Kenzie send you the picture that she submitted of Kiki to this calendar. I'll get it to load later, but it's so stupid. It's the worst picture. It's before he was neutered and he's basically jingle balls for December. I'm like, why of all things? She entered him as a joke, like thinking that, haha, look at this picture of Kiki under the tree with his legs spread open. I mean, it's just one of those things. And sure as shit, they picked it. It's a calendar that runs like April 25th to March of 2026. I'm like, oh my, here we are with the cat that's known for the wrong end. I know you knew it was. You're probably one of the only ones that didn't argue with me over that Music City Mom. Truly. And sometimes I'm just like, I give up. I give up arguing with people about stupid shit and just walk away. Okay, let me give you. So, Am gave me an update that I can give you an update of her loved one. So, last night I shared with you that one of her loved ones, had been in a car accident and he was in surgery, got out of surgery, and then he wasn't awake, so on and so forth. They couldn't go in and see him. Well, here's the update. He was this is just terrible too. He was initially hallucinating because of the anesthesia. So the update is when he became more coherent, no fatal injuries, 7 shattered ribs, 4 on one side, 3 on the other, rod and plates in the leg and the knee. He was T-boned by a large truck at a 4-way stop, possibly a semi. His SUV flipped and he was pushed off the side of the road. Hit and run, country road with orchards, not much movement in the area. Approximately 45 minutes later, a young couple found him and called for help. The man left before help got there. We believe he may be the one that had hit him. The woman rode with him to the hospital. The hospital is nearly an hour away from the scene. Yeah. I mean yeah. He's a little bit more coherent today, but he was really having a hard time coming out of anesthesia and was having horrible like visions and things of that. Like, it was really rough last night for them. It was really rough. They were super panicked, but now his brother's been able to go in and everybody, yeah, he's super lucky to be alive. Yeah. So if you are the praying type, here, let's say it this way. If you could still keep his name and his spirit elevated in whichever way you choose to do that, whether it's praying, sending healing thoughts, vibes, whatever, positive energy, however it is that you keep people in your thoughts, please do. His name is Manuel. So that's the update on him. That just took me. And then Music City Mom, he's getting discharged. Her hubby's getting discharged to go home. That's amazing news. That's one good thing too. So please continue to keep them in your thoughts. And my my in-laws' best friends, like our Kyle and I's like second adopted parents, they are sending Judy home on hospice. They have officially given her 60 days to live. Her liver is completely, yeah, it's not a good situation, but they are going to discharge her home with hospice set up. So she'll be able to come and be at the house and we'll be able to be there. And Kyle's there again today with Glenn. So as soon as they get everything set up so she can come home, the doctors gave her 60 days. I don't even know if she'll make it that long. But that's her choice, is she'd rather be home with her husband. So the next 60 days might be a little up and down. We'll see how. I'm going to try to help as much as possible with that situation, but hopefully we can get care in there to do everything that's needed. Their family is all spread out all over the country. There's nobody here. So I don't know if her sister will fly in. I'm hopeful. Yeah, it's a lot. So we'll just kind of do whatever we have to. They're right down. They're a few houses down from my in-laws and only about 10 minutes from us, thankfully. So, and Kyle's doing a job over there right now. So yeah, it's just one of those shitty things. Like, it's just one of those. But that's all. And tomorrow we will be doing the fundraiser for breast cancer awareness. Okay. I think all updates are given. Let's get rolling into this stuff. Now, you're going to probably be like, where are we going? Just bear with me. We're going to be talking about the exhibits and how the team presented the exhibits. So we saw how they all came out and like talked about the filing and how they promoted the filing to their subs, because it's confusing how many people are misled on what this filing actually is. Yes, let me say this right up front. No, it has not been accepted by the court. That doesn't mean that it just gets to sit there. These are huge claims, and they basically asked for a timeout right after they filed it. And they have been doing all sorts of weird stuff. The answers that they provided were rejected by the court. They're trying to like do all this little back and forth shit, ignore things, respond to silly things. Like, it's a waste of court's time. So Granny's attorney, in my opinion, is kind of forcing their hand to resolve this as fast as possible and not leave it lingering, which I think anybody should understand, that you don't just sit by and let these things linger. You don't just sit by and let RICO allegations loom. You want it handled and over and done with. But some people are still like, well, there's no reason. You know how that goes. Okay, so let's walk. Let's take a walk back in time. Oh, another thing I've heard people say that there was no offer for a settlement. I'm going to disprove that today. I've heard people say that Brittany hasn't said it was free. I'm going to disprove that today. There's a few things. This will be inlaid. I have about 50 different timestamps ready to go in my notes. So we're going to start with Spanky, though, because I want you to remind people of what the team was telling their audiences and how so many people think that this is something it's not. It might be because of people like this intentionally misleading their audience. And one more statement. The exhibits. People have asked, where can I find these exhibits? Well, shocking, the exhibits weren't filed with the complaint. The exhibits were passed around to the team for their dissemination online, and a few other people got a hold of them. Luckily, somebody sent it to me down the road, somebody I trust, and I took the opportunity to go in and download it and save it in another file, because shortly after, they took down the link of people being able to access the exhibits. And another thing that's really interesting is a few creators, Spanky, has taken down one of his live streams where he was talking about the suit and the exhibits. Why are they putting all these things on members only if they were so confident in their stance? Let's go. Hey, Vids, I hope you're doing well.
Okay. So a little bit ago, Molly Golightly puts out that there is a lawsuit. Not just any lawsuit.
It's funny that he was Molly, his buddy at the time. By the way, Molly just ripped his ass to shreds the other day and talked about how disappointed she is in him. You can go check out Lippy's channel for that. Highly suggest. Lippy's been dropping some exceptional things lately. I'm a huge Lippy fan, so go check Lippy's channel out. She kind of gets the goods of things that I don't watch very often, and they're great.
Is a federal injunction, which is a little bit different, a lot different, actually. First, I want to say I'm not an attorney. I'm not anything like that. I'm just telling you my opinions, and we're going to go over some of the paperwork. It is serious. It's very serious. Now, I have, there are some certain names that I have redacted in chat. So if you type in a few creators' names, it will not populate. People will not see it. So if you want to use a certain, if you mean a certain person or whatever, you're going to have to be creative with that.
So in other words, this thin-skinned asswipe blocked the ability to say granny and barbecue in his chat, even though he was going to read documents in a court filing and talk about a court filing where they were the defendants. Are you fucking joking? Captain Kurt, if you don't stop fucking with her, you're gonna have a whole meltdown over there pretty soon there. I'm like, do you not know where Kurt comes from? Like,
otherwise other people won't see it. But Fed is serious business. It
put them back up. They were down for a little while. Pen. They were down for a little while because I had people come to me to get them. So they must have put them back up. That's good to know. So if you want to follow along, they're out there.
It's a serious business. And, there's been lawsuits going on with this. It started out with Betty and, people just calling on Betty. And then it went from all of that with Betty. And now
Pen, is the link still clickable to the exhibits in their release?
We are here. Two totally separate things. One, we're gonna look at this, and we're going to go over it all pretty much. There is over one of the injunctions that is filed.
Pay attention to just small details in this.
Is over 700 pages long.
Where? Why are you intentionally misleading your audience? Where? There is nothing that is over 700 pages long. The exhibits are 323. The filing is 83. Y'all can't fucking add, do math, none of this shit. None of it.
700 pages long. And there is another one, I believe, and it was supposed to be close to.
They changed the meta. Why does that after body?
The 300 pages that they have filed. They have also filed, I'm guessing, what I'm understanding at least, allegedly, are these filed.
She needs the views, Kurt. She'll use you for sympathy every time you go in there.
By the Bauer feeds. No, this is filed by
in no time.
At Night Media. At Night Media, LLC, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony L. Mathis, all of that. We'll get to that in a second. And so we're going to speak about that. There is a lot to go over. Now, again, this is totally separate when it comes to Tennessee. This really has nothing at all to do with Tennessee that I'm aware of. But, when you have At Night Media and you have your own law,
How is it totally separate from Tennessee when it claims that they're following Tennessee codes?
A lawsuit, Dog the Bounty Hunter is named on this.
They're using the fact that these defendants somehow impeded in the investigation into the disappearance of a missing child out of Tennessee. Justin, you're not good at manipulating your audience. I mean, you are, unfortunately, because you have quite the following that is manipulated by shit like this. But those of us that really know, this is why we think you're a clown.
Seth.
One of the many reasons.
And others. We'll get to that. Seth has stayed quiet and calm too long, Kendra says. It's been...
Larry, he's always worn makeup. That's the least of my worries with him is the makeup. I could care. Do you? Anybody can do what they want as far as that stuff goes. I'm all for it. But his behavior is problematic. Well, and his colors and foundation and bronzer and shit, but
something. It really has been something. I don't want to because this is not redacted yet. But there is some things that I do, we're going to go over.
Kurt, you meanie you.
The complainants, the complainants are At Night Media, Dog, Tony, Betty, Brittany, Christina, Julia, all of that. So Hong, and the defendants
and and right, right, and fucking playing.
is 2 creators, and there is also, and this is very important, and I don't think people talked about this on other channels yet at all. I don't think they even.
By the way, Kurt, that won't happen now because she's got somebody that screen records all of my live streams or participates in them in the bushes. Typically, it's Yvette. But they'll take that comment, run back to her, and she won't drop her link. Or she will, so she can use it for sympathy. Look at how mean everybody is to me.
I don't even know if they realize it. There is 50, 50, 50. Where is this at? Damn, what did I do with it? There is 50 unnamed. I just saw the damn thing. I just had, okay. 50 unnamed, sorry, inclusives. 50, 50.
No, there's 2. There's factually 2. There's factually 2 defendants.
50. Now,
2.
I don't know if it says on this yet, John and Jane Doe's. As of now, I am assuming, and this is just an assumption, that would.
You know what assumptions make? They make asses out of you and me.
Be probably creators of some sort. Make sure you write "in my opinion" or "allegedly" in chat. If not, it will be deleted. 50, is against. If Cat said thumbs.
That still doesn't cover your ass, you weirdos.
So it's two main. One is a YouTube creator, and the other one is, I think, a TikTok creator.
This is 1.75, and it's still not fast enough.
And so there is 50 inclusives. This is a federal injunction. It's
no, sir. It's never been a federal injunction. Carry on.
That means people can be and will be taking the stand, I'm sure, allegedly, and having to speak up about any information that people may have allegedly conspired in, against others. So I think both from YouTube and TikTok.
Hey, I'm all for. Never mind. Let me just shut my mouth.
One is from YouTube and the other one is TikTok. I'm pretty sure about that. And so, guys, these are people this is Joseph Lesniak, who is the attorney for this, and it would be best, in my opinion, if people just stopped. Like, that would be the best thing. Just stop. You know what I mean? Seth has, it's been a lot for this entire case. It's been a lot. But the things that.
By the way, we will be doing a dramatic reading of Lesniak's book upcoming. It'll be here tonight by 10 p.m. And we will be doing a dramatic read through of Lesniak's finer works, his book of sorts.
Seth has endured, in my opinion, has just been crazy. He has not, he's been the one that's been out here trying to find his child, doing all the right things, and even showed that he was at work, and people continued to still.
Thor, don't you dare do that. We'll have people with alcohol poisoning in 10 minutes with this shit.
Say he wasn't, and have said horrible things, right? With not even as an opinion, just as a.
Rocky, I did that. It's an overlay. He didn't do that. I did.
Saying this as a fact. And you don't understand who's suing you. Well, we're going to get to that. So this is At Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth, Tony, and others are on this. And they are doing a federal injunction. Guys, I cannot say that enough. A federal injunction. I wonder if this.
It's never been federal, but they really gaslit their audiences. Just wait. It's going to be a fun stream. I've got amazing things pulled out for you guys.
encompass Facebook groups that have standardized. They are, I mean, unless they are named, I'm sure as a, unless they're not in that 50, it wouldn't name. Federal is big peeps. Yeah, it's very big. And I mean, these guys, these people, their office is at the New World Trade Center.
It's closed.
This isn't small fish. This is not small fish.
You can Google that address and it says closed.
It's big. It's big.
It's
and
so big.
I guess they've been,
it's a huge bitch.
Doing their due diligence and getting what they need, I guess. Let's see here. So, all right, here we go. So what is a federal injunction? Well, it's a federal injunction it's a court issued, it's a court order issued by a federal judge that
Stop the presses. This man is so smart. Well, it's an injunction issued by the Fed. No fucking shit, Sherlock. No shit. But that's not what this is. This is a court filing
that requires
that is sat there, and it's in the Court of Common Pleas in Pennsylvania, claiming that Granny and Barbecue have impeded with the investigation into a missing child and are a part of a RICO and racketeering organization. It has nothing to do with federal.
A party to do or refrain from doing specific acts.
Donna.
If it is a form of, it is a form of equitable relief, typically used to prevent harm or to maintain the status quo while a legal case is being resolved. Injunctions can be temporary or permanent and are often used in cases where different damages.
Just in case you haven't seen this, let me make sure. Here you go. Again, Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, Court of Common Pleas, civil cover sheet. Again, it's not criminal, it's civil. All of these, this is the complaint in the petition against Barbecue. Granny is on one too. At Night Media, Joseph P. Lesniak. Okay, carry on.
Would not be, would not suffice the harm that's being alleged, more or less. Federal injunctions are used in various cases such as civil rights violations, intellectual property disputes, environmental protection. It's used for a lot of different things.
He's Googling it. He doesn't have a fucking clue what he's talking about. You can tell his eyes are going from side to side because he's reading it and trying to figure out what the fuck it even is.
So it must typically demonstrate that they are likely to suffer irreparable harm in this. And I would say that would be Seth for sure. For sure.
On 2 times speed, truck you, and then sedated. He's the melatonin or propofol of YouTube. If you need sleep aids, this is where I suggest you go.
Sure. Let's get to some of what it says. I will be showing some of it. I cannot show it all because there are things that are not redacted. All right. This is page 16.
Okay, that's all I wanted to show of that one. Now let's go over here for a moment. I just want to remind you before I walk into the meat and potatoes of when they started doing the exhibits, what they tried to tell everybody this was about. So there's Spanky, part of the team. Molly released it. Granny didn't even know it existed. Molly gets it, starts talking about it live. That's how Granny finds out about it. Then Spanky and the class all decide to disseminate it. But you notice here that they were sent, well, you probably can't see it on this one. I will show you when we get to the E's. They were sent the filing because people even asked them, how did you get this? And they were like, well, it's in the court document. They got it before it was even publicly available on the website.
Relevance to anything.
This is a throwback to Allegedly with Brittany J on November 1st.
Other than some commercials that we thoroughly enjoy watching because we are cool like that. Now that you have found legal backing against one of them, they are clutching pearls. Really? You are going to tell me that any of them would have said no to a pro bono lawyer? I don't believe it, especially, and I gotta be careful. I can't say much about litigation at all. Okay. But I think it's okay for me to say, especially, right? When their children are being brought into this, right?
ma'am, you brought your children into this. You brought your children into this in the filing. Again, if you had something substantial to take Granny to task, you would have filed something in North Carolina years ago.
Anybody.
And her making the statements that were included in the complaint is not going after your children. Those statements were so irrelevant.
Anybody. Oh, yeah, Kelsey. They were taking those words serious. Anybody would have done what they needed to do. And then now they're saying that
Anybody would have done what they needed to do. Handling it like a fucking adult. And if there was threats or, you were in fear of their safety, handled it like a fucking adult and went to your local police department or filed something in your local courthouse. Okay. One question I got though, one thing I came across yesterday, you notice that pro bono agreement in the exhibits has 6 months. So it's set to the contract that they have with Seth Rogers and At Night started September 5th with the commencement expected in 6 months. So at that 6 months, which would be March, are they going to have to sign a new contract, or are they able to just drop Seth, Tony, and the rest of the plaintiffs? Because the legal backing comes with At Night. So what if they don't renew the contract with Seth Rogers? Does that mean that all of them are going to be floundering like fish out of water, trying to find legal representation? Because again, it started September 5th. You can read it yourself in the exhibits. The pro bono contract that was signed has an anticipated expiration date within 6 months. So are they going to extend that and keep the legal representation, or are they going to drop them on their faces? Interesting, huh?
because I stay, because
Oh, it's a circus. You might be scared of clowns because you got clowns on parade.
I don't leave the platform because of all of the the threats and stuff, that I'm choosing YouTube over my family, which is a complete crock of you know what, and it's bull and nonsense. You're effed up.
Fucking what's new? Nonsense. You're effed up. I got fucking bad hair. I'm a petty fucking trash bag Karen having ass. I'm ugly. I'm stupid. I think I'm better than everybody. I'm sanctimonious. I'm condescending. Come on. Do you guys think I really give a shit? I knew I was effed up. That's why I deal with you people.
For allowing that to be
Boost.
allowing those comments to go on in your chat over and over and over. There were multiple comments in nonsense chat alleging that I chose YouTube over my family, that I'm putting my family at risk to keep my channel.
Well, according to your affidavit, those statements came true, huh?
You know what I mean? Like this is the problem. This is what I'm talking about. You get threats, and
where's the threats? You have not shown one threat to this state. Not one threat that you've got that had any gravity to it. You got an email supposedly from somebody that supposedly saw something that they couldn't even tell you where it was, and you needed to do this whole crybaby act for cameras, blah, 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 and you reported it, but then they texted you back, and then you were going to go down there, and they never called you back, and fucking land the plane.
People automatically say you're the one that's got to leave. You know what I mean? The people that are the problem aren't the ones.
I didn't say you ever had to leave. Just don't cry victim to your own bullshit.
That need to leave in these people's minds. It's the person that's being threatened. Right. And PJ, exactly. I'm supporting my family. Yvette says, Brittany, is there a time limit on being a victim? Many have admitted to watching you be bullied for over a year. Cowards. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. It's disgusting. And I want to say this. I'm going to put this out here too.
Okay.
Let me ask this question. I asked my mods this today. For anybody that wants to answer this question,
It's a clue.
So I did one thing a year ago. This goes for many people, right? Some people are still coming at me about shit that happened 2 years ago, guys. Things that happened 2 years ago. How long do you hold somebody at fault? How long do you beat somebody over the head for something that they did? How long do you trash another person and come at them, take part in the attacks over and over and over and over? How long do you do that before it's equal to whatever I did to you a year or two ago? When is it enough?
That didn't even make sense. What were we supposed to be answering? That didn't even make sense.
Know what I mean? These people always talk about accountability and giving second chances, or having grace for other people. You know what I mean? That's what these people always talk about. They always talk about just having grace.
What? We always talk about what? Spit it out.
That's what these people always talk about. They always talk about just having grace. But
these people always talk about having grace. That makes a lot of sense. What were you trying to say?
I have been ripped apart.
Oh.
Some of these people for over a year or two. And oh my God, I just wish so badly that there was a way that I could roll out everything that's happened, where you can see some of the things that some of these people are angry at me about.
You could have, if you would have ever learned how to be truthful or honest, you could have done that. But
the things, no, I think Nonsense said all these people, and they have similar stories. They can't all be wrong. No, not everybody could all be in the wrong. There are things that I have done to hurt some people, but then there's also groups of people who have left my channel based solely off their friend leaving.
And that's their choice. They're grown adults, so.
Or solely off, they just didn't want to be a mod anymore. It wasn't things, it's not, these people act like I've done something
mental I am.
Individually hurt every single person that's left my channel. And that's just not true. I'm sorry, it's not.
Mental block. I've been exposed more times than we can even count at this point. I've framed people, I've set people up. I'm all of the things. Terrible.
I don't bully people. That's something that I don't do. I don't. Britt, read what Misty Fisher's comment said. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah. Even after I apologize, they still bring it up. It doesn't, because when I apologize, they'll say that I'm not sincere. My apology is not sincere. Britt, folks are hating you because you are a child of God and have a light that shines from your beautiful soul. Satan don't like God's children and will do anything to try to destroy our light. I believe that. I believe it. I just don't, that's
good old faith manipulation there.
Thank you, Misty. Misty, please don't be upset with me that I didn't see the comment. Ben said it goes deeper than the potholes. Any generality will be taken out of context, and they just can't help applying the comment to themselves. Every time, Ben. Every time. Every time. So somebody in chat said that there was another channel that defended me tonight. Well, sorta. Yeah, they did. But they also said a couple of things about me too. But so yes, there was another channel tonight. Her name is Earth, and she's having issues with Kathy P, which I want to say something, and I don't care. I'm going to get some hot water for this. But when people were coming after my kids, I wanted people, I was hoping that others would stand up and speak out. And Alex Erickson, I know you said you spoke out against it, or you said something against it. Thank you. I appreciate it. But you've still been in the chats talking trash about me, and I've never done anything to you. What did I do? Mine and your friendship didn't end because I hurt you, and you know that. So I guess I can't understand why you are partaking in the dogpiling. I'll never understand that.
I fucking stood up for you hardcore when it was claimed you said things that didn't happen. You know what I find fucking weird? I find it so weird that all of these random fucking people expect us to lend our voice to their fights, but not a single one of you thin-skinned fucking bitches ever do the same in return when it's on the other foot. None of you stand for shit. If I'm being honest, you don't do fucking shit. Unless it benefits you in some way, shape, or form. You don't get involved in shit unless it can benefit you. There's some of us that actually do lend our voice to a lot of shit that isn't ours, but we stand against it. But it's never good enough. We're always expected to fight fucking this fight or that fight or some. You guys are grown-ass adults. Start figuring out how to use your voice and have some integrity.
You said today in Jones's chat that you hoped that I would come over there because you would like to ask me the question why I'm doing litigation. Basically, why am I doing it on the path that I'm doing it on?
Here you go.
And basically, why am I taking part in this filing and not doing it on my own volition? Well, do you have several $1,000s to hire an attorney to file litigation? It's an opportunity pro bono that was offered to me. And I had someone putting my house out on their channel, Alex. Regardless of what you tell your...
And again, let me remind you, you brought that situation public years back. There is a public article about said situation. And that specific incident isn't even the fucking basis of why you're in the complaint. It has nothing to do with what you wrote in the complaint. Liar.
Friends about me, regardless of what shit y'all say about me, Alex, this is to you, directly to you. And I'm saying this publicly because you've been saying it publicly, all of the stuff you're saying. So I hope somebody
and I hope you have several thousands of dollars for attorney's fees when you just once again acknowledged that you did it because it was free, pro bono.
This and gives you this, Alex. You and I had a friendship for well over a year, close to 2. I thought you were my best friend.
Yep.
You spent countless hours and nights on the phone with me, talking me down about some of the shit that has went on this platform. You know better than anybody that I don't go real life. You know better than anybody that I don't do dirty things behind the scenes. And before you say it, Wolfie, yes, I showed a picture. Maybe
opinionated. I don't know Jen at all. What I've seen of Jen, she goes everywhere. But I don't know anything about Jen personally or anything like who she's friends. I have no clue. None. I don't know any of those groups of people that used to be around. I have no clue. I don't know any of them.
Maybe 2 of Wolfie to a couple of people. I have admitted that countless times. And I have apologized countless times. And it's not enough. But I'm saying that because I know me saying I don't go real life, Wolfie's going to say that, oh, but you did it to me. How long do you beat somebody over the head before it's enough? So, Allie, what I'm saying to you is you are one of the first people that I got close to. One of the only few people that I have actually been personal with. And you firsthand seen what I went through on this platform, which blows my mind that you, out of all people who has sat there on calls with me, listening to me to cry, Allie, won't you tell him how me and you both tried to do phone calls? We tried to reach it. Well,
it could be, in my opinion, if it's a topic that Jen Lou's passionate about. Again, I'm not making excuses, but because I really don't know, I didn't even know that was happening. But maybe it's because Jen wants her to be correct about something and knows what she's talking about, so decided to at least guide her in the right direction. I don't know.
I tried because you were cool with these people, but I tried to reach across the aisle. Allie tried to get these people to have phone calls with me and to come up with some sort of solution to make them stop. I think that's what blows my mind so much is like Allie's you're taking part in these chats where these people are
Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody heard that it's free, right? You guys all heard that? Let's listen to that part once again.
putting my house out on their channel.
Oh, let me back that up.
Are in this and that you said today in Jones's chat that you hoped that I would come over there because you would like to ask me the question why I'm doing litigation basically why am I doing it on the path that I'm doing it on, and basically why am I taking part in this filing and not doing it on my own volition? Well, do you have several $1,000s to hire an attorney to file litigation? It's an opportunity pro bono that was offered to me, and I had someone putting my house out on their channel, Alex. Regardless of what you tell your friends about me, regardless of what shit y'all say about me, Alex, this is to you, directly to you. And I'm saying this publicly because you've been saying it publicly, all of the stuff you're saying. So I hope somebody clips this and gives you this, Alex. You and I had a friendship for well over a year, close to 2.
It's free. In other words, okay, let's go to last night. I want to play this really quick. All right, let's go.
That likely is not what happened. It's pretty fucked up. Like, well,
so I'll tell you.
So this was on her. Oh, I'm gonna have to go inside because it's getting loud out here with all the. You guys, it's so nice out here again. Anyways, this is from her second channel. So she is playing voice of Granny. Of course she is.
They are turning on him because it looks bad. It's not because they care about anything. I hope that every one of them are paying close attention.
By the way, as far as myself with the Stephen Crabtree stuff, you guys know how I feel about that. I don't know him, never have participated in his chats, don't watch his channel, nothing. Beyond him being out there searching, he's been a distraction with a lot of things and a lot of chaos and stuff like that. Just not interested. I wish him well. But the posts with, I thought about walking into the woods and not ever coming back. That's too much for me. At 19 years old, I watched somebody take a 357 and I laid on that person outside after they went into shock until the ambulance got there. And any type of conversation or using that in social media, it's hard for me. I have to walk away from stuff like that. Even the talk of it, and then especially on community posts on stuff like this, it's triggering for me. There's nothing about suicide that should be used in that way, shape, or form. It is fucking gross. My daughter deals with suicidal ideation. I don't do any of that stuff, and using it in a manipulation form like that, I fucking saw red, if you want to know my ultimate thoughts. So as far as anything else, no fucking thank you. But I've never entertained that section of it anyways.
Because what's going to happen is that's what they will do to one another at any given time. Jay, I hope that you are paying close attention.
And I was probably still only 18 because I was bartending. I started bartending at 18. I don't even think I hadn't turned 19 yet because I wasn't pregnant. So I was still 18, not even 19 yet when that happened. And I remember every moment of that. So sorry for not giving you guys a trigger warning of that, but that's shit that I will always see red over.
Because she's going to turn on you the same. And Jay does too. Look, I mean, let's just call it for what it is. Terry Lynn was kind to Jay. Jay read those messages. Terry Lynn was overly nice to her. And look what she did to Terry Lynn. She just completely turned on her out of nowhere and just went after her hardcore.
They're eating their
mocks Carrie Lynn for her accent, just completely shared out all of their messages. I hope, and also let's not forget, Granny's now saying nobody is allowed to talk about the litigation before her. So Clue.
What are you talking about? Granny's saying that that's just common. Why would we talk about like her filings? She's the only one that has access to that stuff, or what she's getting. That only makes sense that she's going to talk about it because it's her attorney. Like, what the fuck? These people in their weird posturing shit, or who gets to talk about it? It's only common sense that Granny would be talking about what is going on with the lawsuit she's named in when it's correspondence between her representation that she's paying for. Like, what? Like, I can do this shit all day long and send you guys over there to listen to like the questions and stuff. But I've never heard Granny be like, I'm the only one that can talk about this and only at my discretion. That's never, what is this weird shit? Oh yeah, Tebow, when they're not accurate, of course. If it's not accurate, well, I would be too because her name's in there. Like, that makes sense. But this whole thing that they've made it into, that's fucking weird. Of course she's going to want it factual. It's her real life. Like, fuck.
QB, Jay, which Jay already said that she'll bow and she'll adhere to Granny's wishes. But Clue and Queen Bee, you better listen up. Nobody.
Granny is not bowing. She understands. Oh my.
He's allowed to talk about it, but her first.
Jay is not. I mean, geez, this is so. Do you realize you're a part of this filing, BJ? Do you realize you're a plaintiff in this filing? Or do you still think you're on the fucking middle school playground pulling people's fucking hair? Some of you all need to fucking live in reality.
RICO, RICO, I hate the way she says it. That belongs to her and only her. Nobody else. Don't you dare talk about it. She can only make money off of that.
Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much I've gotten to know Granny just like in communication with her and how appreciative of people talking about the actual facts she is? Like, that you're lying. You're fucking lying. You are completely misrepresenting what Granny is doing.
Nobody else. I can't believe she really told them that. Like, they're not allowed to talk about it before her.
What?
All right. I wonder what Proudfoot, I keep wanting to say Proudfoot. I'm serious. I wonder how Crabtree feels now about this. Like, he built these people up so high.
Yeah. And I got to explain because I feel really played for a fool because I had him on my panel yesterday.
Oh my God.
Giving him, like the benefit of the doubt again, for like the third fucking time. The first time was when he was with TikTok Tony and he lied and he implicated Miss Bowersox as swapping bodies with Katie, right? That I didn't like. I'm not going to lie. I didn't trust anything about this from the beginning.
Wow.
But then everybody's like, oh, just give him a chance. Like, he made a mistake.
She didn't trust. You hear that? She didn't trust Proudfoot from the beginning. Now, she's about to say something that concerns me. It should be getting to that point. Hang on.
Everything's a fucking mistake. Then he's out snorting.
If you would have paid attention, you would have known that Jay was one of the first ones, I think, to push back on his 501 or whatever he had and question that. Like, Jay has always questioned Crabtree from my knowledge ever since jump. Just because she's nice to him doesn't mean she doesn't have questions.
Something in the woods. I'm going to say it like it is. That's not a troll. You don't do that when you're like a recovered addict. You don't pretend to snort something to troll and then span her around like a chicken with your head cut off to do a drug test.
Well, not when it's,
I'm just saying it like it is.
Not when it's on the basis of searching for a missing child, right?
Fuck
and
no.
Again, especially when there is this idea that we're all intertwined together, and you got that, and then he does this whole like, oh, I did it on purpose to troll to see who watched the videos.
I mean, we're not
If that was the case, if that was the case, he would have came back and said, gotcha. So then instead, he ran and did a drug test, and ran to Clues and Cletus and did a drug test, and that's not how you respond to something you were expecting to happen. So I didn't buy the whole, and I told him as much, and I told you all as much. I knew people got upset at me for saying the truth of how I felt, but I'm not going to lie for anybody, especially something so serious.
Yeah, Tiffany. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, absolutely.
Wow, they're eating their own. They're chewing them, and they're spitting them out. Oh my goodness!
I mean, even if you didn't agree with the guy, like, you could have just like bowed out, you know what I mean, and went on about your business. But like, they're literally 20-minute conversation, taking their time to like go through and break this guy down.
Is this a joke? Did she not have a live scheduled to go over Summer Wells stuff for Summer's birthday, and she took the opportunity to smear Crabtree and mock him instead? Was that not what just happened the night before this? Didn't that happen? Yeah, it did. It sure did. Instead of doing Summer's birthday stream like she was going to, she took it upon herself to smear crap. Why do you have a problem? Oh, because it's Granny and Jay. I get it. Okay, but you're going to say something about litigation coming up.
Piece by piece and say how, oh, well, we didn't know. And I side-eyed him from the beginning. Like, really? If you don't think, now I want y'all to go back and watch how they all spoke so highly of this dude. They praised him.
I haven't.
Crabtree's been there from the beginning. He's like, he's a great guy. You know, like they praised this guy. Are you kidding me? And they absolutely.
And by the way, both things can be true. He can be a great human and a very, very misguided and struggling human at the same time, making major mistakes. Both things can be true.
We did, Shady. I think there's probably, I bet you they did. That's how it always goes. Y'all, it's crazy how YouTube works. I have witnessed an entire chat go from singing someone their praises, you know, just saying all these kind things about him. The creator that the chat supports turns against the person. And within a 5-minute period, I've watched a chat flip like a light switch and go from praising someone to breaking them down in every way that
that does happen on this internet. It absolutely does. But you do the same fucking thing. You guys were praising T-Rev 757 and flipped it up. You were praising JLR, flipped it up. Praising Dolly, flipped it up. Like, come on, BJ, you do the same thing.
It's imaginable within a matter of a second. When as soon as the creator flipped on the person, the chat followed in line. It was the craziest thing I've ever witnessed. I have seen this with my own eyes happen multiple times. It is, I mean, talk about not having your own, you know, thinking for yourself. So yeah, I'm sure, Shady, that's exactly what happened. All right, here we go.
Absolutely. I mean, look at how we all talked about Nina Glass just wanting to come to Tennessee to search for Sebastian. Right. I mean, this guy's a felon. He's on parole or probation.
Somebody up on that panel doesn't need to answer.
Grand is a felon, and
exactly.
For those of you that aren't aware, she literally had a coming off of probation party one day on her channel. You guys, she had a party on her channel for ending her probation, for completing probation. So, like, I hear her constantly mock Nick about being on parole, but bruh, you literally had a probation party. Come on, Brittany, I think you're beautiful and kind-hearted.
Meaning her time was up. Something to celebrate that she.
I think you dispatch, Crystal. I think you are as well. I know, Kelly. I thought about that too, right? Kelly, the OG, said, where did your comment go? She did. Bringing up Nina. Nina Glass passed away last week. Like, why even bring her up?
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Yeah, she did, Tiffany. Hey, Tiffany. Good to see you. I find it really humorous that the scallywags that follow these people actually believe the incorrect, uneducated law advice that GW and Bitch Tim give them. You guys.
Nobody's. What
it's
are
so
you
bad.
Doing?
That it is so like it is so bad.
Tell us about it, BJ. Tell us about how bad it is. Tell us how confident you are in your legal representation. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
People sit there and they're like, I'll get these messages all the time about, oh my God, you're going to lose your house.
Fucking Megan. Not fucking Megan. Megan, I'm so fucking irritated. That's like, somebody said it today. Like, I was a great example of just calling BJ. Like, from jump, I didn't know who this chick was. And instantly when she started popping up doing this case, I was like, what in the absolute hell is this? Granny got blamed. Soon as I started reviewing her, Granny got blamed. Oh, it's for Granny. It's Granny. It's Granny. Granny and I hadn't ever talked, had never talked. And I was like, what? I'm doing this. What? I don't even know Granny. Like, didn't know Granny. Yeah, I am so just blatant, one after another, lie after lie after lie after lie. It doesn't matter who she's talking about either. And she's connected everybody in this little overlapping group. What? No.
You know, you better drop. If I were you, and if you know what's good for you, you'll drop off that file, and you made a fatal mistake. And I'm like, are you really like you're listening to this person? Have you consulted anybody else? to even check if what she's saying is.
Have you consulted anyone else, BJ? Have you consulted? I'm going to make you guys look even fucking more foolish here upcoming. I just wanted to set the stage a little bit and bring us back to current parts of where we are, because I'm going to take you on a little walk and show you how foolish you and your buddies are. Once again, it's one of my favorite fucking things to do. And you make it so easy. But have you consulted with an actual attorney that you might need to do very soon because you're in over your fucking head?
Truthful, like, or is even correct. Oh my God, you guys. And also regarding the 50 question, that an attorney can ask and demand anything they want. That doesn't mean that the plaintiff has to do that. You know what I mean? Saying that we have like so many days to respond. An attorney can request and demand whatever they want to request.
Your filings and your answers were rejected. You had X amount of days to respond. That time has came and gone. Your legal representation should have told you you had X amount of days after your filing, your answers were rejected by the court. This is a whole other process, the questions. But keep on thinking this. Keep on.
Demand. At the end of the day, it's up to the judge who hasn't even signed off on it yet. I'm not going to keep going about the litigation, but come on, people, use your brains.
Use your brains. Use your brains.
All right.
Just wait. I got
We're
you.
felon friendly over here.
No, I know, but I'm just saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Like, we didn't want convicted felons out searching for Sebastian when it was Tony's people.
Well, no,
Why is it different?
For me, it wasn't that they were convicted felons. I'm a felon myself, so that would be stupid for me to say that's the reason. For me, it was Nina Glass was not a registered SARS. Her organization was not registered. She also shot a gun and was not supposed to be around kids because of that.
Yeah, Nina had a very shady past. It wasn't about her being a felon. And the other one, there was another, before Tony came in, though, there was a registered sex offender that was out there searching for Sebastian. Those were problems.
Well, I'm going off what P.I. Chloe said. She wanted to run background checks and she didn't want to be out there searching with felons. I don't blame her. There's certain things, sorry about it.
And Chloe's statement was more directed towards the RSO because that was right when Tony came in, when she was being let go.
It depends what the felony's for. To me, that's what I was going to say, because like just every felon's not like.
Okay, well, she didn't like whatever felonies Nina had. That was my point. It's not felonies in general. Don't get defensive. That's not what.
Okay, I think she's done talking about litigation. Let's continue on here. Where do I want to go? Which one do I want to do next? Oh, shit. Let's just go. Let's go into it. Okay. We're going to take, I got my timestamps ready. I'm ready and prepared to go. So I want to play this little clip here by Josh the Lab from October 18th, the very day that the filing was made.
The pumpkin spice, and by the way, pumpkin spice, I like it. All things, it's pretty good. Is there drama in the chat? There always is. So it says that there's over 750 pages with exhibits. I mean, this is
What says that, Josh? What says that? So my understanding here is that the team got directives and instructions about what was here and basic talking points. That's what I'm assuming, because you heard Spanky say it was over 700 and you hear Josh say it's over 750, none of which are true. But you tell me that this was just coincidental?
Sprawling lawsuit.
It's a sprawling.
This is no joking matter. These individuals need to stop speaking about the case being served. I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy that there's that much. On March 21st, Mr. Rogers. Okay, we got.
So once again, just pointing out that some things don't quite add up in this. October 15th. Now we're going to get into some timelines. So we have seen what was going on in September. We saw that between September 16th, Barbecue was sent to cease and desist with the injunction. September 17th, Cluminati was sent to cease and desist with an injunction. They've never been filed. Those injunctions never filed for. Those would have been more along the lines of a federal injunction. They were not filed for. They were supposedly attached with their C&Ds. But then, and there's no mention of Granny anywhere in the 16th and 17th filings, nothing. But then by October 2nd, when they're sending a preservation hold out, the preservation hold says that they're going after Barbecue and Granny. So between the 16th, 17th, and 18th, once they got BJ to do her dumb shit as she did on September 18th and concoct stories for Nick when he was in her chat, as we watched the other day, after that, they had another useful idiot. So they pulled Granny in my opinion. You won't make me believe anything else, because she was in Pennsylvania. And in order to make the RICO and racketeering claims, they needed her. So, October 15th. What happened October 9th? Betty went to court. October 10th, they had a plan. Let's listen to the E's from October 15th.
Moment where Seth, Tony says crystal clear at the beginning of his part, and Seth gives him that little side eye.
Oh, it's the best.
And Justin and Brittany are just dying laughing. They're playing it over.
It is contagious.
And it was absolutely hilarious. You guys, it was fantastic. So,
it was so funny, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we could.
Kelsey's
so
the best
if you don't know what I'm talking about, I don't know what the minute mark was or whatever, but that was hilarious.
And thank you, R. Taylor, for being here a month. And I think what R. Taylor was saying is that, have E-Dog go get an MRI. But he did have one already, right?
He had a CAT scan, and the doctor didn't feel like he needed an MRI because of the results of the CAT scan. So I guess we'll just see if he has more complications. I mean, it's been since Thursday evening now, so I thought they might order. I thought they might order it, but they didn't. So
I'll tell you, Justin, we were laughing right there with you on that. I was dying. I was dying, and it was really fun.
I watched it in real time, laughing. Of course, he falls asleep about 9:03, and so I was watching it, and I was laughing really hard. And so the next morning when we're having our coffee, I said, "You need to watch something."
Beth Huxley says it's still on their site under another name.
I couldn't find it though.
I did too. I looked too, and I.
Okay, well, maybe.
Oh wait, Aria says they did not take it down. If somebody wants to email me the link to the actual video, I'd rather use that. Okay, Justin's gonna send it to me. Okay, you know what? Justin is the one person I didn't text and ask for. Didn't even think about it. I figured you were going live, and I didn't want to bother you.
Are you going to be showing your video?
No.
Why?
Because Mr. E thinks it would be bad for our brand.
It's so good.
Well,
now
you've backboxed me into a corner there.
Well, if you don't, I mean,
you know what's actually bad for your brand? The upcoming clips that I'm about to show. That's probably worse for your brand than the clips that she pulled together here. But carry on.
The final decision lies with you, Mr. E.
I mean, really set me up for that. I didn't even think this was still up for debate. I thought we decided we weren't doing it.
It was more for our entertainment.
I know you really want to.
It was more for our entertainment.
It's great.
Lady Tit for Tat is laughing because she knows she's seen
Lady Tit for Tat seen it. It's not really what we do.
It's not appropriate, guys. I did something really fun. I did something really inappropriate, and it's not our brand. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Do we have an after dark that we
I know you have to now.
You guys, is the wind too bad out here? If the wind is too bad and starts bothering you guys, please let me know. I'm enjoying sitting outside with you guys. So
I have to play it.
I mean, that's what everybody's saying. So you want to do it? I know you're dying to do it anyway.
Okay, we're gonna get raked over the coals.
Oh my gosh, Shop! It's so good to see you. I've missed you. I hope you and the baby and the hubby are doing well.
Yeah, so we'll pay for this with the hate channels.
Yes, we will. No, let's not do it. I don't want to do it. Okay. I don't want to do it. Sorry to build it up. Oh, they're saying they need a good laugh.
It's really not that bad, actually.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. So I'll just show it. Just show it. I don't even care anymore. We're never bad.
It's not bad. It's
not
just
bad.
fun.
It's not bad.
It's just not our.
It's like our version of Saturday Night Live.
Okay, sure. All right, guys. Now, some of you guys are gonna think this is not good.
Just do it. Just do it.
I just don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
You're in or you're out.
Okay, I'm in. All right, let me get it ready.
It is funny. So there's no doubt.
Also said she was gonna bring the machete.
Karate.
It's not.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, it went away.
Okay. Well, Mystery told me it wasn't going, so I had to.
It was. But then you pulled it down.
Now I have to start it over. So, all right, let me add it to the stage.
Said she was gonna bring the machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate. So that was Mrs. East.
I will say, out of all of the clips that have been made, this is by far the least disrespectful compared to Justin's chicken party and things like that. I don't see the humor in this, but it's one of the least it's not near as bad as some of the other filth I've seen.
Project there that she was working on.
I'm gonna play it one more time in case people missed.
Do it one more time. Right.
Tebow,
I hope Justin appreciates it.
See the humor.
She also said she was gonna bring the machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate. So I think it's gone over pretty well.
Okay, I'm gonna remove it now.
Everybody's enjoyed it. I'll say when we were sitting and because I was in the courtroom when he did that and he was on the stand. And when he said that machete thing, I was like, I can't believe he just did this. And it's almost like he was setting himself up for it. But man, that was.
Okay, Mac approves. It may not be too bad.
Okay.
K-Mac says it's comedy gold.
Kelsey said she's wheezing.
not what you expect.
Just remember, this is October 15th. So October 9th, Betty has court. Seth makes a TV appearance, which they're going to play, so I don't have to go play that separately. Tell me that they weren't setting the stage. So you'll see in what I'm seeing, and I want you to tell me by the end of this what you think. But tell me if they weren't setting the stage, all of these creators, you can go look at any of the team members, and you can look around between the 10th and the 18th, between the filing. They were all doing their part in making Seth seem like this father whose voice has been silenced. He's coming out. You're going to hear him roar. He's taken back over because they silenced Betty. He's not going to put up with it. They're not going to do that. And then the filing rolls out. And then the creators mislead and misrepresent what this filing is, who it's going to protect, how it's going to protect them, and what it's going to serve as. When we're done with watching this, I hope you guys will be able to see what I'm seeing because it's very interesting.
Okay, well, I don't know. If you guys are big fans, of Friends,
give it to them one more.
In my opinion, At Night has way too much control over these creators. And are these people naive or are they just really that willfully ignorant?
One more time.
It's the rule of three of comedy.
Okay. Okay, one more time.
Also said she was going to bring the machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
Machete.
Karate.
That look, man, that is something else. That is something else. Because in his mind, he's like that crystal clear thing.
Alicia Hot Wheels said she just shot water out of her nose.
Then a success. I mean, if it costs some folks a little joy, then it's totally worth it for a little pushback with my tip.
Well,
the lady tip for that. She said he's so emphatic with it too. Machete.
If you're coming in late and you want to see Brittany say it was pro bono and all of that, rewind. It's in the beginning. I'll play it again here in a little bit, but there's some stuff in the beginning you missed of kind of where we're setting the stage of how they roll this out. But there will be quite a few things that I'm able to prove today that people have been saying and pushing back on Granny about, like there was never a settlement offered, all of those things. Well, yeah, Granny's not lying, but I've got proof to show you guys.
It's just one of those things.
It's when you hear that, when I heard it, it's the first thing I thought of was karate.
Yes.
And so that's the first thing I heard. So
yeah.
And then that look with Seth, that Justin and Brittany got me laughing at that, and so I thought that would be funny to just add in. So sorry, that is not our normal brand. I was just having a little fun.
We all evolve. Maybe we're evolving. So
they said it's pure gold.
Car guy says,
is your normal brand misrepresenting court documents? Asking for
it needs to be shown at the next card or at the next court date.
Seriously, off and on all day we've been playing that.
I've been playing. Okay, so I watched something sad earlier, and I played it like 5 times to make myself cheer up. So, and it's really, it just made me think of karate.
I think everybody enjoyed it. It appears that they did. So.
Okay, I'm sure.
It's not that bad. It's just fun.
No, it's not. It's not that bad. So let me go over a little bit what we're kind of planning tonight. I've got a few kind of just small.
K-Max says we need a true crime comedy channel
on YouTube. Actually, I think if somebody did that, they'd probably be successful. I mean, you have to be careful. Because it's true crime, and you have to be a little sensitive to situations.
Fiddle D says maybe it should be part of our brand. It's a good laugh.
Sure. Okay. Well, maybe you never know.
Well, and the thing is with this too, there's not a lot to laugh about. There's not always a lot to laugh about.
We know we crossed the line when the lab's offended, right? We've really stepped over. Because if we've offended the lab, then I'm so sorry you're offended.
Well, and then this is water just came out of my nose.
I think that's a trend.
I mean, that is a.
That's okay. You get the.
I'm not putting that one up, but that one's hysterical.
Somebody said it's the head nod.
Sorry, y'all have a cold. I got a cold on the cruise.
I mean, I'm telling you, I saw that thing live, and I was like, I cannot believe what I just saw. I really couldn't.
Justin's rolling in the floor.
I could not believe it. So Wiz is asking when he said machete. It was at Bullhorn Betty's hearing that I went to on Thursday, and he was on the stand.
Yeah, he was explaining.
And I don't guess the court TV's never released that full thing yet, have they? He was up there maybe 10 or 15 minutes or something like that, I suppose. But that was him talking about Betty buying machete, and he's ruined that word for me.
See, look, the machete karate got us a new member.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, she appreciated Mrs. E's humor there. So,
welcome.
Hi, Real Me Too. So she just
she missed it. Oh, I got to play for her. Oh,
she was checking out the
Lilani Simon. Yeah,
that's. I've been following some of you guys to get caught up on that case. I was listening to, I think Don B was doing some on it, and somebody's covering it.
Wait.
Sorry, it's painful.
Said, that she's just dressing up as Bullhorn Betty for Halloween, and she's carrying a machete.
Oh my gosh.
I just wanted to give full context though, because what you're about to see is such a stark contrast of this. This is why we're starting here.
Thought about that. Thought about dressing up as our favorite YouTubers for Halloween.
Yeah. You could. I mean, that'd be kind of fun actually.
We could all switch places. You could be Josh or Deception Detective. Oh, what am I thinking?
Yeah, I'd be Deception Detective.
Yeah,
the cap and the glasses, always to the side.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. And we're gonna do a little Deception Detective tonight too. Is my plan.
I'm sorry.
Somebody said I can picture Mr. E's face in the courturroom.
What?
Somebody said I can picture Mr. E's face in the courtroom when CP says machete.
I'm surprised he didn't laugh out loud.
That's when I did my worst note taking, was when he was talking, because I couldn't. Everything that he was saying, I could not believe what I was watching. I was basically like, my jaw was literally. I was like that because I cannot believe what he was doing. And then I became aware of it like 5 or 10 minutes into his testimony. I was like, oh my gosh, what if the camera's on me? Just everyone, like, what am I seeing here? Because I just couldn't believe how wild, like how defensive and dodgy and semantic games, all that stuff that he does. I didn't see that coming at all. So I was stunned.
Okay. Well, welcome to our new member, Misty.
You were stunned by Chris defending himself, but you're not stunned by, okay.
We appreciate
All right, set the stage.
Welcome to the Crime Dogs.
And
let me see. I'm really far behind on the chat. I apologize.
Well, I'm just going to give you a little idea of the stuff we're going to get into.
Read the lab's comment, please.
We're going to talk a little bit about basically most of tonight's going to be talking about Seth's, coming back kind of more public again. I mean, he's been in folks' chats and here and there, but really kind of stepping back up after everything that's happened. So we're going to talk about that with Court TV, and then also Josh was kind enough to let us know.
So they're going to go on and on. They're going to do this thing, but then they're going to finally get into playing the Court TV appearances by Seth Rogers. So now they were trying to tell everybody, oh, his voice has been silenced basically, and he's coming back out, and, poor Seth kind of thing. They were really setting the stage. There was a big push to set the stage around Seth's voice had been taken because Betty had been silenced. How dare they do that? Here we go.
What did Betty say about it?
I know she was doing the laughing.
She was rolling.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, actually, I skipped one of Betty's in their chat. Hold on. Let me find her comment. Right here. Very interesting. Beautiful houses, but no cameras.
I just don't know how this escaped our attention, but somehow we just hadn't seen it. But what I thought I would do, if you didn't know, my birthday this summer, the kids and everybody got me
So you can't tell me this. I'll put the chat on for the next ones. But they were absolutely setting the stage on October 15th that Seth had been silenced. His voice had been taken. Actually, I don't even want to play these now that I think about it. We've seen the Court TV interviews where he's coming out swinging. We've seen all that stuff. I want to get into this because this is truly what I want to talk about. All right. It's a 5-hour live stream, and we're not going to do the whole live stream. Thank God. Yay. We don't have to. But I am going to put the chat on your screen, not the transcript. I'm going to put the chat on so you can see who's taking part in this chat. Now, this is the 18th, the very day that the filing came out. So let's go to right here. Ready, aim, fire.
For the next couple of hours, more news breaks while we're doing this tonight.
Oh, we got other messages coming?
Yeah, I'm getting all kinds of stuff.
Okay,
we'll just do our best to keep it going.
So start with the, sorry.
I'm going to slow him down.
Okay. Let's see. There we go. Okay, here we go. Here's the press release. You want me to make it bigger?
I can make my screen.
There you go. Look.
I'll just make my screen bigger, right? I can do that. Okay. So this is from One World Corporation. You might have remembered us talking about them when we were discussing Nick the Hat a few live streams back. This is
and we've watched some of this previously, yes, because this is where they show the press release that they had all been sitting on,
kind of
which I find completely ironic. And this is also the press release that says Bruce Castor is one of their representation, one of the plaintiffs' representatives.
PR group that's working it appears in tandem with At Night. They might be under the same corporation. I'm really not exactly sure the structure, but they are kind of a PR centered group. So for immediate release in regards to Operation Sebastian Stormfront, October 18th, 2024, news conference announcing legal action related to the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And in quotes, this should be a united effort to bring a missing child home, said Joseph Lesniak, Esquire. This is the attorney we had on our show a few months ago, or a month or so ago, who is representing At Night, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and everyone. The quote continues, we must fiercely protect the integrity of the search, not just for Sebastian's sake, but for every family.
October 18th is the very day that this court filing happens. The very day. And you'll notice as we go through this, they have it all printed out and ready to go. So you're not going to ever convince me that they weren't accessing or able to access the full filing before it was even filed in court. I also think that they were sent the exhibits. I think it was passed around to the team intentionally with talking points because they avoid and only cherry pick things out, which you will see. I think they were heavily influenced on how they went about this.
Who believes in the promise?
Because there's 323 pages of exhibits and they don't even get into that. And that's in an upcoming stream that we're going to watch.
With truth, justice, and a country that stands together in times of crisis. And then Media, Pennsylvania, October 18th, 2024. So that is today. A news conference will be held on Tuesday, October 22nd. So this is next week at 10 a.m. on the steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, located at 201 West Front Street, Media, Pennsylvania, 19063. The legal team will discuss the latest legal actions concerning the ongoing search for Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old who went missing on February 25th, 2024, and was reported missing the following day. Legal counsel for the plaintiffs includes attorney Joseph P. Lesniak, Esquire, and Bruce L. Castor Jr. You might have seen Castor when he appeared with Dog the Bounty Hunter in a news segment about a month ago as well. Castor's also a very well-respected attorney. He most famously represented Donald Trump in one of the impeachment hearings. So when this
and Trump was throwing things at his TV in Mar-a-Lago when he was listening to Castor's opening statements. Yeah, you can find all the interviews and talk about that too.
It's Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 at 10 a.m. Where steps of the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas, 201 West Front Street, Media, Pennsylvania, 19063, and the what? So this is the meat of it right here, I think. The legal action involves a RICO and organized crime civil case filed in Delaware County aimed at addressing the harmful spread of misinformation and exploitation that has obstructed the investigation. This case, the case targets individuals and groups who have propagated false narratives, undermining the search for Rogers and delaying justice for his family. Let's continue, and then we'll come back to this paragraph, I think. Is that okay? Okay. Oh, you know what? Let's just go ahead and talk about it now.
Okay.
So, and of course, Auntie, Mrs. E, if you all have any thoughts on any of this part of it, that, feel free to jump in there too. These two, the RICO and organized crime, you're going to hear referenced over and over again when we go through these documents. If you're not familiar with RICO, I've been kind of scrambling to get research on it. I've kind of had it in the back of my mind anyway, because I thought that might be what was going to end up happening at some point. At least
you thought that was going to be what was happening at some point. Is that a common thing for people to think?
I was actually kind of hopeful that this is where they were going, because RICO.
You were actually hopeful that this is where they were going?
You ever find yourself attached to a RICO investigation, it's not a good thing for you. If any of these people that get named in this hear their name attached to this, it is a gut punch to see RICO. But it stands for Racketeer.
It's a gut punch. You realize how much these people are telling you, like, this is a big fucking deal. This is a big deal. But Granny defending herself is not acceptable.
Influence Corrupt Organization Act, and this was passed in 1970. It targets specifically organized criminal activity and racketeering. So this can be anything from a ring of burglaries, assassins for hire, something like that. And really any type of organized crime, gambling rings, trafficking, any group that is organized in concerted effort to commit crime can be prosecuted with these under RICO. And so it looks like that's what they're going to try to allege throughout, is that this is a criminal RICO violation. If you are involved in this organization and say you get prosecuted, it is up to 20 years sentence. So this is not something to take lightly at all. There's also fines that go along with RICO. It can be double your earnings as a criminal. So let's say you had a gambling den and you had earned $50,000 at that gambling den in a year. They could fine you $100,000 for whatever you took in as that organization, or they have the option to fine you $250,000 instead. That's at the discretion of the courts. You have to forfeit all proceeds that you earned as a criminal organization. And the big
Cash, they are locals in Tennessee. They're in Tennessee. They actually are locals that go to the court hearings of Betty's.
Key to prosecuting these is that you have to establish a pattern of criminal organization, a pattern of crime within an organization. So say like 3 robberies occurred within a group with knowledge within the group to conspire, that could fit that type of definition. If you find yourself you're going to hear a lot of victims listed in this. If you find yourself to be one of the victims here, one of the things that's great about RICO, if you're the victim, is that the person that's prosecuted can't defend against you. So let's say you felt damages by this criminal organization, and they're all prosecuted, and the prosecution wins. If you're one of the victims and you come back seeking damages, let's say you think there's $10,000 worth of damages, you are awarded triple those damages by the courts. And the person that lost the
say it ain't so. This was important for me to put in here. Again, this isn't the one about the exhibits, but I think it's important to hear what he is leading his audience to believe that this is.
RICO suit, the person is guilty of those RICO violations, they can't defend it. It is between the victim and the judge at that point, or the courts. I'm not sure. I don't guess that would be a jury. I assume that would be a judge. Again, we are not lawyers. This is just this is basically my interpretation of Cornell Law School
that's
today.
exactly what I was going to say too.
And I watched a few videos just kind of about RICO and how it operates and how it's prosecuted as well. But most of what I'm sharing with you today is from Cornell Law.
That's right.
Here was Let's see here. Does that all make sense to you?
Yeah,
does
it does. It
the
does. I'm
chat
just
have
letting
any
you go.
questions about anything about that
Yeah,
so
well,
far?
let's see.
I thought it was really interesting. Can you guys,
we can't hear you.
Here was a.
I'm not sure why.
Yeah, we still can't hear you, Auntie. I'm sorry.
Hang on.
She might just try to re-enter here. I'm going to read this quote about RICO that I found on one of these websites. The power of RICO lies in its conspiracy provision.
I know what it is.
Oh.
Let's try it now.
Okay.
Talk, Auntie.
Hang on, I got to add me to stage. I'm not.
I got
you.
You're there.
Here.
You're on stage.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying that where I had looked at everything was from Cornell law, and I was really surprised at how many different types of crimes fall under the RICO law.
Oh, Revival. You're going to hear a lot of excitement and giddiness from the E's about how much they've been seeing and how fitting this seemed to be in their heads. Yeah. Shocking, huh?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
It's like a long laundry list of crimes that can fall under the RICO.
Yeah, almost anything actually. You know, if they're organized enough, or if they're, if the pattern's there. So, we always think of it as mob bosses and street gangs and things like that, but that's really not the case. And there's been some precedent with other organizations.
Okay, people want you to get on with it. They want to know who's been charged or who's been who the complaint is against.
Okay. Well, then I'll just finish with this part because I think we do have to kind of understand this before we hop in. The power of RICO lies in its conspiracy provision based on an enterprise rationale that allows trying together apparently unrelated crimes with a common objective into a prosecutable pattern of racketeering. Successful defenses are rare, and that is true too. So yeah, we'll skip through any more of that part of it and just get right into the suit then. So this was all filed today in Delaware County in Pennsylvania. So it's a pretty thick stack of papers. This is double-sided.
I believe if you want, I can. I was able to download it from their website. So if you want me to
kind of do that as we go,
I can, but you'll have to alert me, so I don't dox anybody.
Ooh. Oh yeah. So let's talk about this too.
So they've got it printed off already, in hand, printed out. But then she's like, "Oh, I was able to download it from the website too, and I can pull it up." Oh. Tell me again that they weren't handed these documents to go over and disseminate online.
Before we get into this, as far as doxing goes, I'm not going to read addresses, like street addresses of the homes of people. I know it's all out there. If people really want to find it, I guess they can, but just out of caution and just trying to do my best to keep people from getting targeted in their homes. Anyone that's named in here, I'm going to try to avoid reading their street names. There's also, of course, there are people that are YouTubers and creators and they have handles and things of that nature. I'm going to do my best also to just go by their name that they use on YouTube, just like we did with the Bullhorn Betty case. I didn't refer to her by her real name. I think I did once, but I didn't mean to. I'm going to do my best with that, not to state their real names. It's going to be difficult because it's just all throughout these documents. But when I can, I'll say Barbecue Lady or Granny's Watching. And as you all know, I said this before with the Bullhorn Betty situation with the Proudfoots. I really don't like covering other YouTubers at all. But we had to with Betty because it was the Proudfoots taking her to court.
What are you wanting, sir? You're bugging me and interrupting. He's like, "Hello, people. I need treats. Tell my mom I need treats." You see him over there? I don't know if you guys could see him or not. Yeah, I look different. Misty blue. Dexter's sitting there like, "Mom, I hear you. I hear you. Do you see me sitting here? I need something. Do you want some treats, buddy? Look at this. Look at this pain in the butt. Look at him. Hold on. Let's get him situated. Come on. Let's go. You want some treats? You want a treat, buddy? You're just going to sit there and look at me with your goofy ear? Your butt's moving. Come on. Let's go. Let's go, old man. Hold on. We got to, you know who has to take over here for a minute. Okay, back to this. Sorry. I just looked over and he's just sitting there looking at me like, "Bitch, I know what you're doing."
And so the Proudfoots are part of the story. It's related to Sebastian and our ability to find the truth. And that's really the same situation here. This is essentially people that are defending Seth and investigating on Seth's behalf. And they are involving all three parents at different times are named throughout these documents for various reasons, as you can all see. So it is absolutely connected to the story. This is not just for, to try to attack any YouTubers or anything like that. It's nothing personal that way. There's a lot of different creators involved here. You have something to say, Mrs. E?
Before you get started into the documents, we've had some membership gifting, and I just wanted to tell everybody basically that we really appreciate it. I believe it was Ginger Girl gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ginger Girl. And she got a membership from Ginger Girl. Please, tell her thank you. And thank you so much, Ginger Girl. We appreciate your support. And also Lady Tit for Tat, our amazing mod who does everything in the world, also gifted 5 memberships. So if you received a membership from her,
bye,
please tell her thank you. And thank you, Lady Tit for Tat and
really
Ginger
nice
Girl. That's really sweet for you guys. We are going to do our best. Hello, Tony Mathis.
Hi, Tony.
We are going to do our best to.
Tony enters the chat. It's not personal, right? It's about as real life as you can get and then as personal as you can get, but it's not.
Stay on top of that. I don't want to interrupt him. So we'll probably take breaks periodically and acknowledge super chats and memberships all at once. Right?
Yeah, what I think I'll try to do is I'll try to take breaks there because it's divided into sections, everything here.
Yes.
So I'll try to take breaks in between all of it. And where I can, if I can offer any insider things I didn't understand, I will try to, the things I was able to research prior, I will try to explain those to you as best I understand them. And of course, if we have questions, I think what we'd like to do, Auntie and Mrs. E and our mods, if there's anything we want to highlight, that's a great question about the section we're in at the time. Kind of give me a little tap on the arm, let me know, and I'll try to stop and we'll go into it.
The first few pages, I was going to say the first few pages has private information. So I'm not going to show those on the screen, but once we get past those, I will start putting that stuff up.
Right. So the first page I have here is basically the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania Court of Common Pleas civil cover sheet. So this is in Delaware County, which is just outside of Philadelphia.
I can probably show this one.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, bumping it forward just a couple minutes because I'm going to cut some of this BS out because we've got like 2 or 3 live streams to get through. So let me just bump it up here. Here we go. Shit, that's good enough.
Seeking financial damages. Is this a class action lawsuit? It says no. And then they have to, at the very bottom, the bottom half of the page is what type of, place an X beside the category that most accurately describes your primary case. And at the very bottom right, they cite other, and they say this is a complaint in equity. I did not know what that meant, so I went and looked that up today. And a complaint in equity, there's basically, when you bring a lawsuit to someone, you are either doing a legal complaint, or you're seeking an equitable solution. Here, they are seeking equity. So what that means is they are not looking for not money. They're not looking for a price tag, $50,000, $100,000 in damages, anything like that. They are seeking a solution. So they are asking for actions of some kind. It could be a variety of things. I think that's in these papers towards the end. Yes.
I just wanted to remind everybody in chat to be kind to one another and not say hateful things about us. We're family, so we do tend to interrupt each other. And there are lots of people covering this right now. So if you're unhappy, sure, head over there.
Sure.
Sorry.
And
somebody did ask, sorry about that, but they wanted to know how we have copies ahead of time before the other people were served.
It's on their website.
It's online.
It's online.
On the courthouse website?
Yes.
So we have.
And yeah.
Okay. So then the next.
And yeah, what? And yeah, what? It came in your packet. It came and you were able to print it all off and go over it before you even went live when it had barely even got up. Sure. Not believing that for 1 second.
The first page, let me see if there's any. I think you could show the first page. It says in the Court of Common Pleas of Delaware County, where it says who the plaintiffs and defendants are.
It has their real names.
Oh, it does. Well, that's all throughout.
I mean,
maybe we should just talk about it and not show it. I don't know.
I don't. If it's public record, I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean,
I know a lot of things are public record though, and
I think you can increase the size to where it cuts off that top part.
I mean,
we literally just got these, so
yeah.
I can't go and redact all this stuff right now.
I mean, at this point, all of these people are in court. They're going to all be testifying, I suppose, of some form, or likely will.
Pay attention to what Mrs. E is about to say.
And we're going to hear these names. You're going to hear these names everywhere. This is going to be a massive story. You're going to hear a lot about this.
Well, I will say that.
Let's let her finish, and then I'll include this.
One of the plaintiffs in the case has texted me. I guess they're watching, and they said that it's public record, so not to worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, one of the plaintiffs is texting her and saying it's public record, not to worry about it. So one plaintiff, whoever that plaintiff is, that's texting Mrs. E, said that It's public record. They're okay with it. And this is going to be such a huge deal. Why have you guys stopped talking about it? Why haven't you gone over all of the exhibits? You are smart, Mr. E. I believe you are smart. What are you doing here, sir? There is no way you have not looked at all of those exhibits and not seen what we're seeing. There is no possible way. Either that or you haven't looked at them. And again, I know you have stuff going on with a child, and all of my best wishes, but come on. You were so hot and heavy on this in the beginning. You cannot tell me there's a reason why you stopped talking about this.
Okay, we'll pull it up. I'm still going to just out of also confusion. You know, a lot of you don't know the real names of these people. They're known as Granny's Watching and Barbecue Lady and stuff like that. So it also will help with confusion, I think. But you know, I don't know. I'm just trying to be as respectful as I can to people that are in a tough situation on both sides of this.
He acknowledges that it's a tough situation on both sides.
So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and read the top page. If you want to pull it up, that's okay. If you don't, that's fine. But this gives us the plaintiffs. So here's your list of plaintiffs involved on the first sheet.
We're 100% sure?
I mean,
Are you on board with this?
It is public.
Well, other people have already shown it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's everywhere.
And it's public record. I mean, anybody can click on it and look at it.
Okay,
Yeah,
give me
I
one
mean,
second to pull it up.
You know, it's like Bullhorn Betty stuff was out there too. We just tried not to say her.
Right here?
You know.
Right here? Because I've got the case number and everything.
Okay, let's bump forward again. I want to show you guys this. And I'm going to show you this, and you tell me, does this come from, I got to try to pause it at the right spot. So.
And then they have a lawyer referral service. I don't think that's really critical to this. We have a page, and
we've read all of this before. We've read the entire complaint. If you want to see that, there's previous live streams. We're not going to watch that. That is what they are doing, is going through. But there's some interesting pieces here that he says. And then the following live stream is them going over the exhibits. That's where it gets really intriguing. But there's some really interesting things in this one too.
Spanish, which I don't think is important to this. Then we get into the.
Here, is that from the court's website? You tell me. Can you see at the top right here, the commenced by - complaint PDF? Is that from the court website? I don't know if it is or not. Hey, Vicky. I hope you're having a great day. When I pull it up, it doesn't say that. Straight from the court website doesn't say that. I don't know. Maybe it's just different loading program. That's what I thought. Breaking Chains. I was like, they say it's from the court, but then they show this, and I'm like, that's not the court document there, ma'am. Okay, let's bump it forward again. There's 232. What do we got here? Oh, I know. The comments. All right, here we go.
This thing is unbelievable. I don't know what a preliminary injunction usually looks like, but I can't even imagine the hours this took. We're at
page 26.
Page 26, and we're already at 52 exhibits. And you've got sworn affidavit. I mean, all this is so time consuming. I can't imagine.
And it just shows the seriousness of what they've collected and what's been done, that people really, I guess, that were following the case did not have any clue that this stuff was going on. It depends on who you listen to and how deeply you got into the case. But so many people, just even us, we did some of these things that we're reading, we didn't even know about that were going on behind the scenes.
Oh,
no, a lot of this is it's news to me.
I want to say reality wins. It's her son's birthday.
Happy birthday.
Birthday. It's my son's birthday, and I'll never forget this historical day. Thank you for fighting for Sebastian.
I hope it will be. I hope, other than getting just
a historical day. It is a historical day.
Just for Sebastian, or finding him in that. Maybe if we're optimists, this will, improve this unbelievable kind of culture that's developed. And
unbelievable culture that is developed.
And if this ends up being proven to be a criminal organization.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I don't know what the nature of it is right now. I'm not sure how. I don't know. I don't want to get ahead on that. I don't know if there's like leadership, or it's kind of I don't know what this is. So I'm sure they're going to lay out that case later.
I want to tell KB I have been taking Mucinex.
She does.
Yeah.
I can't stand the Mucinex stuff. It makes me.
I've tried everything. It's going away. It's just really gradual.
So
Taylor said this is going to get expensive for the defendants, and yes, I'm sure it will get expensive.
This is going to get expensive for the defendants. I'm sure it will.
Oh yeah.
I can't
Oh yeah.
imagine.
That's another thing it says on these RICO cases. They're incredibly expensive to defend.
They're incredibly expensive to defend.
Because I mean, as you can see, what you're going to have. I mean, the hours you're going to pay an attorney to go through all this, just these 26 pages we've done. How many attorney hours is that?
No kidding.
Going through 52 exhibits.
We've kind of gone over this a little bit. Where are you from? Where are you from says questions. The civil court RICO case lead to criminal charges of RICO violations.
Yes, it could.
It could. There's no guarantee.
No guarantee.
Oh, it could, but there's no guarantee. Vicky, that's amazing. I'm so glad you always are standing up for the right thing. Thank you so much for doing things for communities.
It's got to be proven, and it's got the DA that's there. They have to look at it. I think there's enough evidence to go forward with it. But this is kind of how you do it.
Everybody keeps saying hi to Brittany, but I can't see her. I don't know.
She was
why.
in earlier, and
I can't see her. Everybody keeps saying hello to her, and a lot of people, Betty, and a lot of people. And chat's going by so quickly.
I'm sure she can talk. I have no idea what the protocol is for her. I don't know if she'll be able to talk about this on her show tonight or not. I'm sure people will check in to see what she's got to say. So
I don't know how that
if
works.
If she can't talk about it, show her support later. She usually goes on around 10:30 or so.
I don't know about you guys. My mind is kind of blown by all this.
Or she may just be quiet right now because she's not sure what to do. I don't know. I'm sure they've advised her.
My mind is just
blown. She is. If you're joining us late, are those the only two YouTube creators that are Brittany J and Bullhorn Betty are the ones listed as plaintiffs, I believe.
I think there was one that you didn't know the name, who it was, and
crime. But I always flip it. I cannot get the name right. Why can I not get this name right?
Okay, hold on. I'll get
is he something? No.
Case and crime.
Case and crime. And
Case and crime.
It's terrible. I'll just have to. I'll have to work on that. It's just one of those. I just keep flipping it, wanting to say crime first.
And our Taylor asked about my son. He is doing better. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I don't know. We haven't gotten anything with the creators yet as far as what kind of abuse.
Rubicon says, I don't think BHB can talk about it. So
okay.
Well,
that's probably wise.
Yeah.
At this stage. So then I'm sure Brittany will probably take the same advice, hopefully. But anyway, so the next section, part 4, is Tony Mathis, and I haven't read any of this. So we're going to be doing this.
I read through this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Judy the lawyer. Okay, so you're Judy the lawyer Coleman. I am retained counsel. Retained.
Great.
Okay. Great.
Okay, so that's the Judy that's associated with the barbecue. I'm not sure. I don't know there, but I thought their comments right there were really interesting and wanted to notate those. Let's move forward again to 346. Here we go.
Oh, they're doing it.
Oh shit. Oh, not Tony. Not Tony coming in the chat.
Yeah, allegedly with Brittany J.
Mm-hmm.
She streams sometimes during the day.
So again, everything that they're going over, we've already done. The reading of the complete complaint and the documents are on my channel if you'd like to watch those. But I found this interesting too.
But she's mostly at night is when I go on. So she does like late night true crime, and she has gotten it pretty bad from a lot of people. So the cyberbullying and all of that, she's going to have plenty of evidence on that, I think.
Tony says it's tough to focus on your son when people that don't know him are attacking you and making money while you're
while they're doing it.
And how many, look at.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's not the basis for a RICO and racketeering claim.
How many people have been scared off this case since it started? How many groups, search groups, reporters? There's lots of YouTubers that were here at the beginning that are no longer here, and there's reasons for that.
Ellen's got a good point.
I was getting ready to click on that too. That's a great point.
Eileen says, former Attorney General of Pennsylvania wrote this. So yes, I'd say it can be criminal real quick if it isn't criminal right now.
Wow.
Vicky, I was going to say they need you now more than ever.
No. I guess time will tell on that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's in Pennsylvania, and it's not here. I think makes a difference too, potentially. Pennsylvania's got different laws and different than we have. And I'm sure. I mean, all these people are in Pennsylvania. They understand what their courts are like and what they may or may not be able to accomplish. They probably know what their odds are on this.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure they have a guess on that.
You need to look at that
and what it takes to organize something. I guess we should read this. Should we read this?
I mean, it's up to you. I just wanted you to actually read it right now.
Okay.
That's up to you. And Rachel says, if my cough gets worse and breathing is labored, please go to the doctor. You don't sound very good. Your coughing and breathing is slightly labored. It is.
Well, I mean, I think we should report this because he's mentioned in this, right?
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, it's just a statement. I'm just going to read a statement. So this is SF Investigates.
From Twitter.
He's, I don't remember it was way back in this reading, but he was mentioned with a couple of other creators, I think, as being part of the enterprise. Am I remembering this correctly?
Yes.
Anyway, he's an investigator that was out doing the drone thing with the profits, if you're not sure who I mean. Anyway, his statement in response is, I've read the complaints seeking injunctive and equitable relief filed by At Night, Seth, Tony, BHB, and the other fraudsters. And when I say fraudsters, I include their lawyers. I hope those named aren't worried. It's complete nonsense that won't survive a demurrer and I guess it goes on somewhere else.
That's all we got. I just want to get everybody not worried. I'm getting better. That people keep asking, they say I look a little red. I just got off a cruise, so I'm tan.
He also said that the injunction has zero chance of being granted. This was an amateur hour, desperate attempt to grab media attention. Poor dog. This is going to be his legacy, a failure whose career is now being compared to Bullhorn Betty. And he has a big long list of stuff on this. So if you want to find out about his statement, it is on X. Anyone that is bothered by them conducting investigations in Tennessee without a license should report Dog and the rest of the criminal group to Sumner County Sheriff and file a complaint with the Tennessee Private Investigations Licensing Regulator.
Beth wanted to know if he's mentioned in this, and he is, but it's briefly. So he's not one of the main defendants or anything like that. But
he's not a defendant, period.
If who was?
SF Investigates, if he was mentioned.
He has joined and filed in opposition of this filing, but he is not. But you love how they are set as cleanup crew moving forward. What else did I find? Let's see.
Yeah,
I went through and marked a shit. I probably have like 50 different timestamps, so it's kind of a surprise what I find through my own timestamps. So it's an interest. Oh, hold on. We heard Justin in the beginning of this say it was a federal injunction. I think this might correct it.
This was just whoever. I mean, somebody's got Sebastian or did something to him. So I guess those people, whoever that is, ends up being.
Right.
Somebody asked specific case information. They wanted to know, are the two defendants named so far, are they in Pennsylvania?
They are. And a lot of these plaintiffs are in Pennsylvania, like Nick the Hat and Hong, and the attorney Lesniak. Might be missing one of the YouTubers. Are they in Pennsylvania?
Are they saying the defendants or the plaintiffs?
Yeah,
they're saying the defendants.
The two defendants.
Yeah. So
Pika and Revival, you know what else is interesting about this? Nobody else had to grab these for me. I was finalizing this as I was watching Granny this morning. I had my computer up listening to this, my phone in my hand with Granny playing, and my note on my phone up taking timestamps from this. It's called multitasking. And I had just finished my work shift. Shocking how people can multitask and do multiple things at once.
And that's where Lesniak is licensed to practice law.
And I was texting.
So are we going to see more of these? And I'm not sure. I don't know what else we're going to see. I don't know how this. I actually just.
Oh yes, Chasing Crime is.
Right. Chasing Crime is, and then so they are, and a lot of these plaintiffs are in Pennsylvania, like Nick the Hat and Hong, and the attorney Lesniak. Might be missing some.
It might just be my computer that's glitching.
One of the YouTubers, are they in Pennsylvania?
Are they saying the defendants or the plaintiffs?
Yeah,
they're saying the defendants.
The two defendants.
Yeah. So, and that's where Lesniak is licensed to practice law. So, are we going to see more of these? And I'm not sure. I don't know what else we're going to see. I don't know how this. I actually just.
Oh yes, Chasing Crime is.
Right. Chasing Crime is, and then so.
Stars.
And somebody said if it's a federal injunction, it doesn't matter to the state. Right now, it is not federal.
That's our understanding. It's a state injunction right now, but
it can apply to all the states.
To all states is what.
Oh, it's not a federal. Well, shit. Spanky got the wrong memo. Brittany got the wrong memo. Betty got the wrong memo, but the E's got the right one. It's not a federal. I mean, hey, claps for them. They got one thing right.
Our understanding is.
I know that you can file RICO laws only in certain states. I know Pennsylvania is one, Florida is one. There's not a ton of them, but there's a few.
Seven. So we'll have that particular Yeah, that particular law.
And thanks, guys, for hanging in there with us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I know. We very much appreciate y'all being here, and hope this is.
They've made it.
I mean, they've made themselves part of the story, right?
And someone asked about
they've made themselves part of this story. Sir, do you know who you're sitting with?
Lesniak. He was not the former Trump attorney. That
Bruce Castor.
That was Bruce Castor. He is part of this as well.
Is he? Is he though, Auntie? What is his capacity? Do you guys know? Were you entitled to that information?
Correct. Yeah, he was on one of the impeachment hearings. I think the second one, if I remember.
We know you had Mr. Toupee on, but where's Castor?
He's also a dog's personal counsel, like his lead counsel.
And someone said RICO is a federal law.
It is.
Yeah, but then these states have passed their own RICO laws or something. Is what I was reading.
Yes.
Which makes it stronger or something. But yes, the federal also.
Also, Jules is in PA. They said.
Oh yeah, that's right. Jules, the dog handler.
Oh yeah,
is also in Pennsylvania.
I forgot. We just haven't gotten to anything with her yet. So we're at Tony Mathis. This is count 18, harassment.
Oh, Nick's hanging with us. Bless.
This is a tremendous.
Oh, our buddy Nick. Let's go over here and see what the chat says.
It's a amount of work. I don't know.
Well, it is a lot of work, and I think that people need to hear the actions that are being alleged, and what they're actually being, the evidence that they've compiled to file these charges. They did not take this lightly.
The evidence that they compiled to file these charges. Ma'am, this is not considered evidence, first and foremost. Secondly, because they're useless ramblings and like copies of news clips, which is the baseline of hearsay. Okay. And what charges? What charges exactly? I would love to know.
It was something that they took very seriously and took lots of time to compile. And this was not easy.
It took them 75 people to compile that filing.
I'd say they've been working on it since they took the case.
Yeah. So
you would say they've been working on this since they took the case. Well, they signed a pro bono contract with Seth Rogers on September 5th.
Right. I'm not sure how long they've been working on this, but this had to have been the hours. It's unimaginable. So this is defendants Barbecue Lady and others have engaged in repeated conduct intended to harass, annoy, or alarm plaintiff Mathis, including making explicit statements such as, "It is my effing mission to take Tony the F down."
That's kind of some of the same stuff we've already gone over, though, right?
It is, but I haven't even read any of this, so I don't know. I mean, I guess it's just.
And we've already read that, so let's go to something more fun. Let's see. Oh, there's something here. What is it? Oh.
Yeah, there's. We're lacking such a line in civility,
Just the pure hate and meanness is just horrible.
It's just it's been. I know the internet's always got some bad stuff going on, but this has been.
Well, I mean, and it's one thing to have free speech and to say what you think, but it's another thing. It's another thing to defame people and to harass them and berate them. That's completely a different category.
Yeah, so there's just so much of this is just way beyond not liking people, and it's. I think
I got you easily, Revival.
What I'm seeing so far, a lot of this is going to be convincing.
And the Tennessee nurse said that Lesniak announced all of this on X about 25 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, good. I'm getting tons of stuff texted me too. I haven't even checked the phone. Okay, so we'll just.
Oh, so they had the documents all printed out and ready to go before the attorney even announced this on X. Shocking.
I think I said stalking. I think we know all that. So the harassment extended to private messages from Barbecue's followers, encouraging chasing crime to commit suicide alongside attacks on recovery.
I mean, horrible.
Traumatic at past. These deliberate actions exacerbated chasing crime's psychological distress and disrupted her ability to function normally in daily life. I mean, it's just.
Well, let's bump it forward once again. There's some of these things that I just thought I'd put in here because they were interesting little tidbits.
In the same directions, attacking the same. It looked coordinated.
And it looks coordinated. Let me back that up. Give me 1 second. Here you go.
The only people who should have a problem are the parents of the child. And she says she's confused by that. But I think what the point is they're trying to prove that this wasn't just a bunch of people that were divided. This was a group of people that conspired to derail the case, basically.
I think many of us a while back started to suspect that this was not organic.
Right. It didn't. Yes, exactly.
There were too many people making a weird turn at the same time and attacking the same people. It looked coordinated because
did it now? Did it?
Turning on Seth never made any sense. It's obvious he's innocent. I mean,
is it?
I mean, you know, so to have all these people turn the same time, the same directions, attacking the same, it looked coordinated.
And
or could it be that he started behaving oddly because he's surrounded by people that were encouraging terrible behavior from him, and people were pulling back from that?
And Freebird says they slowed it down. They slowed down the investigation.
Right.
So
how did Granny and Barbecue slow down the investigation? Because the investigation is being done by law enforcement. How did they do that?
The big question is going to be why. Did somebody? Did they move as a blob, or was there some? Is there a hierarchy?
Is there a hierarchy?
You know, how did this happen?
A couple of things.
The Fatal Paper Cut says it's a pattern. This isn't the first case, and it's always the same people doing it. So we're new to this. I don't know if this has happened. You know, I don't.
You know, this is our first case as well. Also, I wanted to say hello to Bud.
Hold on, I want to give him the spotlight. He's so badly wants coming up. You'll pay attention to the comic she's going to pin on the screen in a second.
Oh, hi, Busby. Thank you for coming in.
And CJ had an interesting comment too, if I can find it.
Here it is.
You know, the question the person was asking was, I don't understand. I don't understand it.
CJ says 50%ers going after 150%ers because we expose their 50%, so they attack us. CJ, you fucking numbskull. What have you ever exposed besides your own fucking ass and how embarrassing you behave? You haven't exposed anything besides you and your serpentine belts.
But
God, I can't stand that dude.
We can see the pattern. We all saw the pattern of the turn happening. That didn't make any sense in the coordination.
CJ is to me like Steve is to Kyle.
Right.
So if you know, we just don't know why it happened, but maybe we'll find out through this. CJ says 50%
going after 100
percenters going after 150%ers because we expose their 50%, so they attack us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mr. E doesn't even understand your lingo, CJ.
Because yeah, I get it.
And then a couple people, two people actually made the comment, or they were paid money to derail the case. That was
don't know that.
No, there she's saying in her opinion.
Yeah,
in her opinion, and then someone else said the same thing in their opinion. So I mean, you know, there's something somewhere. You began to see a pattern in what was happening, and we saw it a while back, but weren't really sure, you know, how it was developing. If it was just us thinking that, but it's become a law case.
Nick is going to become very talkative in the chat. So if you're on a phone and you can zoom in on the chat, you might want to do so. But they will selectively pin a few of his comments upcoming that are very intriguing. Breaking Chains, I am super excited to watch. I caught the first couple minutes of your premiere. I'm super excited to watch your newest video. You guys go over to Breaking Chains and watch her video. And you guys, can you guys please start like those channels, Breaking Chains, Kodo, the Clippers that are doing so much like to condense all of these long form stuff into palatable, like not 5-hour live streams like I'm doing. Please go give them some engagement, like their videos, do all the things, because these people are busting their asses to help push back on the misinformation. And it's so important. But those channels oftentimes get played by other creators and they don't get the recognition they so deserve and for the work they've put in.
It's become a filing.
I thought there's actually a few possibilities, and there might be multiple reasons. I mean, different people might have different motivations. For some people, you know, there could be some money getting exchanged somewhere, and those people are moving other people unbeknownst to them in the direction that the people paying want to go. If there's any kind of hierarchy to this situation, you know, the the foot soldiers may not realize what they're a part of.
CJ's in the chat again, trying to get attention from his buddy Nick, saying, "See, Taylor, we were warned the first trip there in mid-March and followed ever since." Bro, you were never followed. Never once.
So we don't know. There could be mixed motivations, but the coordination from an outsider was started to become really obvious that something weird was going on there. And we'll see. Well, we'll see what they're able to get in evidence. They haven't even. I mean, they've just gotten started, actually, which is crazy.
Remarkable.
So this is going to be. This is.
Oh.
This is just the beginning.
That's a nice thing to
This is really
say.
just the beginning. Thank you, KJ Mack. He's came in at a good time when many of us who were new to this genre found
It's just the beginning, huh?
vitriolic channels to repulsive. Thanks for the calm source for discussion. Looking back, that's part of why we started the channel, was because we hadn't seen the pattern yet, but we were seeing the craziness in that, the lack of logic that was going on, and I think we thought it was more carelessness and just bad reporting.
We were wrong,
and we were wrong. I think we were wrong, and so we thought, well, why don't we'll start a channel, and we'll be a place where we'll have logic again.
And then Aunt E wormed.
This is called logic, friends.
And work on facts and not the crazy rumors that were going on back in April when we decided to do this.
Thank you, Revival.
But that was why we wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been so crazy.
Right.
Oh, and I can't forget the lovely Hartley. Hartley's a badass. Hartley is one of my favorite clip channels ever to exist on this app, has been for 2.5 years. So give a shout out to Hartley. Hartley and her editing is my favorite. Especially when I get to be a pig roast on her channel. That's my favorite.
We wouldn't have done it. They actually kind of created us in a weird way.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it. And
we know your mom.
Everybody coming in.
Yes, your mom. And I think what you guys are doing. I know there's going to be some. I know you guys are going to get a lot of reactions, but I don't know what kind of team it took to do all this and put all this together. But pass along our appreciation to them, because I hope that this will improve this community and help get these people either acting more lawfully and civilly in the future and get out of the way, and let's get this kid home.
Oh, interesting statements.
Or find who harmed him. And I think this was a big step, and we appreciate all the work that these nameless people that we'll probably never know did.
I mean, unbelievable.
They're appreciative of all this bullshit.
That says it wouldn't be the same without Auntie. Well, there you go.
I'm just kidding.
By the way, Nick's comment in the chat says we're nothing for money. This could end Monday if the nonsense ends.
She just likes to give me a hard time for no reason.
Joking.
Oh, I missed you.
And then he makes a correction and says not asking for money.
Were you dogging on her? I missed it.
Said I wormed my way in.
I wormed your way in. No, this is you want to do that.
Music City, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, you guys.
For sure.
It
was Mrs. E's call. She definitely thought.
And everybody thinks I need a chest X-ray too.
Oh yeah.
Do I sound that bad breathing? Am I?
You're just sighing. You're sighing very heavily, like when you're taking a breath every so often. You go, you can just.
No, I don't mean it like that. I'm just.
So I do want to reiterate this. So
look, you need to read that.
That's why I pulled it up.
Oh, okay.
This is Nick the Hat, and he's saying we're not asking for money, etc. If they end the nonsense Monday, this could be settled Tuesday.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So that if you.
Oh wow. Oh, I thought Granny was lying about that Nick was offering people to settle this. No, she never was. He was very publicly saying things of that nature, but some people still want to ignore it. It's so serious. It's such a serious matter. They have such the evidence, right? The evidence of RICO and racketeering that it could be settled by Monday. Or if they end the nonsense Monday, it could be settled by Tuesday. Excuse me.
If you kind of missed there at the beginning, this was, I gotta look up the phrasing again. But this is they're not looking for a payday here. So they're not looking for some big cash out, where they're suing for money. They're suing for action. So they want these things to stop, and they've got their list of things that they can do to stop with stop harassing, stop defrauding people, all the things that they're alleging here. And if they
Nick's comment, I'll explain it in the end. Costs equal $500, give or take filing fees.
They don't have to, they're not looking for this big, $1 million settlement and all that. That's not what they're asking for. It's an equity claim. It's what they're hoping for.
They're not seeking money.
Right. They are seeking them to all stand down and stop interfering in the investigation and the harassment and the various crimes that they are alleging here. So according to Nick, who I'm sure knows as well as anybody, that if they want to work on a settlement, that they're publicly saying here that they are open to doing that. So there might be an out here for people. So that might be
offering an out to people.
Might be some good news.
And look at Sweet Sam's pretty paranormal. I agree. The ease was the biggest breath of fresh air where I felt comfortable to start discussing the case.
Evil CJ says, "Great work, bro."
Oh, thank you so much.
So Nick,
thank you.
We always appreciate you being here with us, and I'm glad we've very much enjoyed having the conversations and discussing this and meeting all of you and hopefully having a place where people could come and not get attacked and all of that and worry about the drama and such. Nick says barbecue turned down the last settlement due to the apology clause. She discussed this in an exhibit. Okay, so no apologies.
and can anyone explain to me how, if they had the grounds for RICO and racketeering, that they would just offer a settlement? Just like that. Poof, we'll settle it with you. Poof, we'll settle it. If they had all of this evidence and it was this huge, big ordeal that was going to need a press conference and all these other things, why would they just be offering a settlement? They wouldn't. They would be wanting to see this all the way through the court because it's that serious. They wouldn't be out here in YouTube chats offering settlements. And
Nick also said this.
Never mind. I'll wait.
Nick says it'll explain it in the end. Cost equals $500, give or take filing fees.
Gotcha.
To settle, I guess, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, in the end of this. Yeah, I did look ahead to some of that. Yeah, so that's all back here too.
We're almost there, guys.
I think
portion fees, huh?
So
yeah.
Okay, I think I'm at this part 313, I believe. The malicious spread of misinformation and threats against those working to locate Sebastian Rogers directly endangered the child's welfare and interfered with the legitimate efforts to bring him home safely. Obstruction of justice. The actions of defendants Barbecue and Granny constituted obstruction of justice by interfering with law enforcement investigations, disseminating false information, and intimidating witnesses, including Plaintiff G. Their concerted efforts aimed to derail the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, thus obstructing justice under Pennsylvania law. Okay. By working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots, and utilizing online platforms to spread misinformation. Okay. By working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots. So this is with the second time I think they've come up, right?
Wow.
Yes. And utilizing online platforms to spread misinformation. The defendants hindered the investigation.
Look at the chat. Oh my God, including the Proudfoots. Oh, wasn't expecting that.
And impeded Plaintiff G's ability to conduct a thorough search and provide necessary support to law enforcement.
I think chat's like agreeing that by working in concert with other individuals, including the Proudfoots.
Yeah.
Okay. People weren't there. Like we're not expecting that.
No.
Nope. Wasn't expecting that. Right. Boom, boom, boom. People were saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Right. So this one, let's go back and just see what we read here.
Somebody said bomb, 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 green giant.
Let's bump it forward. Let's cut out some of this because I think I got us all the spots that we need time-stamped. So bumping forward a little bit.
Contributing to the ongoing risk to the
He's just finishing reading the documents again. We've done that.
Child's safety. The defendant's conduct constituted.
You can pull up the entire complaint online too if you would like to see it. It's in Delco County.
Willful misconduct and gross negligence, further endangering Sebastian's well-being and interfering with efforts to bring him to safety. So now we're at Nick the Hat. So this is part 13, and this is count 42. Okay. So his exhibit would be number 62. So it is also a declaration that he is, I'm assuming, signed and everything. They're about what we're about to read. I have not checked the section also.
This is sweet. Look at this.
Honesty prevails. Thank you, Honesty. Mrs. E, you are a genuine person, and sighing is a sign of how passionate you are about this case.
I just feel bad about all of it. It all just makes me sad. I don't, there's nothing more to say than that, really.
It should make you sad that this was ever done using a missing child's name. You should be sad that if these things were factual and really happening to the father, because I think that's probably what you want or were thinking was happening, that he was being defamed or something was happening, then you should have encouraged him to take action on his own. You should be sad for the fact that all of these other additional plaintiffs in a company is using the fact that his son is missing to further harm him and exploit him. And he's willingly going along with it. This has taken the focus continually off of the missing child, Sebastian. And it is once again smearing his dignity. That's what should make you sad.
Just the ugliness of all of this is just sad to me.
Not to mention the fact that it is entirely upending lives of the defendants. The plaintiffs seem unbothered.
I know.
I feel it.
Yeah.
So
Even people on, even people that might have someone that's coming to them, I know you feel some sympathy for that.
Disagree with this.
Saying they endanger the welfare of a child is a stretch.
No, it's not.
I mean,
it's not, huh? How is it not? It is a stretch. It's a fucking stretch, because Granny's never even been to Tennessee and or done anything to impede the investigation, because that's being handled by law enforcement.
If anything, they prove that because they are taking the case and extending it, creating obstruction in the case so that it can't be investigated properly.
Really? Is that so? Who is actually doing that? Anybody want to inform her?
Yeah, I mean, it's
fucking idiots.
It's a stretch.
I'm just saying I disagree with that.
Yeah,
it is a stretch, and that Jeremy was spot on. Let's bump it forward, because I think we're going to get into some fun shit here. None of this is fun. Please don't take it that I'm saying that. I don't find any of this to be even remotely entertaining for the real lives that it's impacting.
Privacy or personal safety.
They're just fucking idiots. Oh, Evil says to Nick, it's going to be a game changer, bro. What? It's going to be a game changer. Yeah, it's going to be a game changer there, CJ.
11 is directing the defendants, Granny and Barbecue, to return any confidential or private information obtained during the course of their conduct, including but not limited to recordings, messages, or other data related to the plaintiffs in whatever form it exists, and to certify that no copies or derivatives remain in their possession or control. 12, barring defendants, Granny and Barbecue, from contacting plaintiffs or any named individuals in this action directly or indirectly through any means for any purpose other than court-sanctioned communication. 13 is mandating that defendants inform their audiences, including followers, supporters, subscribers, and associates, to cease and desist from all defamatory, harassing, or threatening behavior, and to provide evidence of
the comments are saying they're not taking it seriously. Maybe they will when they have those silver bracelets put on.
Court within 7 days, confirming that such instructions have been issued in good faith. 14, ordering the defendants, Granny and Barbecue, to reimburse plaintiffs for all costs, expenses, and damages arising from their unlawful conduct, including punitive damages as appropriate for willful and malicious actions. 15, granting such other and further permanent relief as this honorable court deems appropriate to fully and finally resolve the matters at issue and to protect plaintiffs from ongoing harm.
And this is dated today and signed by Joseph Lesniak.
That is signed right there.
Is there anything else?
I don't even know what else we have, because I never got to this part.
And Nick said if it goes to trial.
This would be what they're asking for if it goes to trial, right? That section. So like,
okay, I can pull this down now, right?
Yeah, so like numbers 9 through 15 of that.
Wowza.
Whew.
Okay, so that.
And someone said, how can these Pennsylvania laws apply to Tennessee?
I don't.
We're not attorneys.
I don't know.
I think all of the
depends on who we're talking about. Like if you're, what I'm understanding from Lesniak last time was like, if you're in Tennessee and you wiretap somebody in Pennsylvania, you're under Pennsylvania law. You've broken a Pennsylvania law.
They don't know. And Nick says the lawyers know. Maybe they'll pop in next week on Mr. E.
Well,
it just depends on what we're talking about, I think. But I don't know a lot of these answers,
wow.
So let me see what
I got your tongue.
Here.
I think we're done for tonight.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I don't think any of this is.
Oh, okay. The lawyers know. Maybe they'll pop on next week on Mr. E.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be great. That would be nice. That to help kind of break some of this down.
Yeah. Yeah, I love talking to lawyers anyway.
Which lawyer? Lawyers. Mm-hmm. I love this for them.
And talking to
Well,
this
Lesniak's a super nice guy.
Yeah, he was great.
He was super.
I mean, the work he did here is just
It's
Wow.
remarkable.
crazy. So, yeah. So I don't think
he
that
did
the
here.
rest of this we have to read here. It basically just goes into a little more. I'll double check it later and make sure it's not something we need to
Let me
read.
see.
It's just a description, I think, of the various
Yeah,
laws
I think
that
we're
are
fine.
broken.
No, he's just perfect.
Yeah, I think we've gone through all of this.
Real Me Too's tired.
Yeah,
Some of these timestamps to you guys might seem inconsequential, but they're big in the scheme of what is actually being claimed and said. You know, things such as lawyers might pop in. Who's the lawyers?
Bless her heart. We got
So-
the best mods ever.
so that's that. That was a
Oh.
lot. How long
Bitter
have we been
pills.
going? We've been doing
5 hours and
5
22
hours.
minutes.
Wow.
And I still over 1,000 people.
We're like the Rolling Stones, the super long concert here.
Yeah, but we're not in our 70s or 80s.
Man, this was.
And I'm still worn out.
But it's fascinating, and I think we all learned a number of things that we did not know.
Oh, look, there's bitter pills and bigger pills. That's funny.
That is.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how all these people react. What happens from here?
Oh, Stuck in Florida says.
Stuck in Florida. You've worked in the court system for 40 years, and I would definitely take this seriously. Yeah, I'd have to assume this is not the norm. Something like this.
KMX says, I learned a lot I did not know.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I think it gave us all a different understanding.
Oh,
of
nice.
it.
Oh, what does Nick say? It'll take the court 343 6-hour days to listen to all of the discovery.
Stars.
The depth of
Oh.
what they've done.
Hey, Beth.
Read that.
Nick says it'll take the court 343 6-hour days to listen to all of the discovery.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Discovery.
Wow.
There's got to be a different way, right?
I don't know.
That would be a lot.
That's over a year. It's a year.
Oh,
And you're talking business days. So you're talking well over a year.
Wow.
oh, is it?
I mean,
wow.
there's a lot of allegations in here.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, if you
How would Nick know it's going to take 343 days exactly in 6-hour days?
like when you go through here, almost every
These people cannot be this gullible, can they? And Nick says, and we haven't even started.
paragraph is it, especially in the first half, is like its own separate criminal allegation. Each act, you know,
And
they're going to have to sort through all.
do you want to
this.
deal with that?
Uh,
Because it's not.
Well, I mean, so Booty Shots thinks it's a frivolous lawsuit. All right. Well, there's an.
Well, technically, they're not asking for like a big payout as far as that goes, May. They are asking for like attorney's fees and stuff like that if they weren't just to basically comply and fold. But they're not like seeking like, but it's still, yeah, there's still money involved for sure. Absolutely, there's money involved. But he was just offering them to settle it. Again, that makes no sense. None of this makes any sense.
I don't think they would have spent the hours and manpower and time to do a frivolous lawsuit. But
Frivolous might be the last word I would use on this. This is nothing
Frivolous would be the last word he'd use on this.
to dismiss lightly. Nick says we haven't
And
even
we've
started.
I
I mean, okay, just use, everybody needs to take this seriously. You don't do this
right.
just willy-nilly.
Everyone needs to take this all seriously. Now pay close attention to the comments that are about to get pinned.
No.
You're just kind of messing around. This is
a good one too.
This is a tremendous amount. You got to think that citing all this evidence they've gathered, all these quotes, going through all this video, all the statements.
I'm overwhelmed by all of it, honestly.
The man hours that this would take, it's all original. It's not like you copy paste this stuff. You're creating this, and every page would be.
I mean, it's detailed.
You can still
to the minute.
I can't imagine what effort, how many people had to work on this, and how many hours total this would be. And it's insane.
Like I was looking at the exhibits, and I couldn't even get to the exhibits because there's so many.
I mean, just think about being the defense attorney going.
Oh, and they already had in possession the exhibits too that were not filed alongside the complaint. Again, it was sent around.
Going, hey, I'm in this lawsuit. Okay, well, let me see what you got.
And that's not even all of it.
They're going to have to go.
Right? Because you have to, if you add in the exhibits and all the things.
Your attorney's going to have to go in here allegation by allegation and go look at the video and make a defense, and right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This monster.
Yeah.
Nick says.
Nick says it'll all end if nonsense ends. No charge, no money. Nonsense ends Monday. They sign Tuesday. It's dismissed Wednesday.
Wow.
I'm going to put that full screen for you guys to screenshot. For those in the back that once again can't keep up, hopefully they get that red line to go out of there. Go away. It'll all end if nonsense ends. No charge, no money. Nonsense ends Monday. They'll sign Tuesday. It's dismissed Wednesday. Huh. The irony of some of this shit, huh?
Look at the video and make a defense, and right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This monster.
Yeah.
Nick says.
Nick says it'll all end if nonsense ends. No charge, no money. Nonsense ends Monday. They sign Tuesday. It's dismissed Wednesday.
Wow.
Okay.
Or you can just say it's not going to be a big deal and see where that gets you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a you can negotiate anything usually. So we'll see what happens.
You can negotiate anything.
Yeah, and
you're accusing people of RICO and racketeering, and you're talking about negotiating, sir.
Fatal Paper Cut has a good point.
Fatal paper cut. This isn't a joke, people. This isn't a C&D. This absolutely could go to trial since the government is already itching to limit harassing hate speech online anyway.
Absolutely.
It is a hot topic. We've seen the cyberbullying end up in people taking their own lives. What was that case with the little girl not long ago?
I can't think of her name offhand, but the little girl who
people are
unalived
outraged. People are
herself.
outraged by with this stuff. You know, and these people taking things real life and showing up at his house, and you know, this stuff that doxing people's addresses and all of that. Mrs. Farmer by birth. Someone checked Mrs. B's temperature. She may have.
Y'all, I went on a vacation. I have a 10. I do not feel my head. Do I have a temperature?
No,
No, I don't.
But you do look red on.
You might be a little overheated though.
I get red. You know what? Granny has pointed this out. Look at my neck. I get red every time that we go on air.
Yeah, you do.
I'm sure Granny's been asleep for a few hours.
Yeah, she has. She went up hours ago.
Well, let's wrap
I don't
this.
know.
They're talking about their mom, not actually Granny.
I'm curious to see where all this goes, and so we'll. I don't know when we'll be back.
This is a good one.
Nick says we are prepared and ready for trial.
That's
fuck. They were prepared and ready for trial. Months later, a few months later, and their answers got rejected from the court. I mean, they were prepared and ready for trial. Are you really? Are you really now? I mean, things that did not age well for them, but I love it for us.
That's crazy.
And we haven't, by the way, we haven't even gotten into like the real good stuff, but I thought this was a good reminder of some shit because people keep saying the dumbest shit and saying that these things didn't happen or they don't exist. Fucking take some time and go look at the shit, people. It's all out here. There's no reason why this is a big deal. And for people to keep missing the point of how big of a deal this is, if this was to gain any type of credibility or these defendants weren't to defend themselves and their attorneys not to try and push this so it can be resolved in some way, shape, or form, this is a real big thing because if this company was to get away with this and get a hold of additional families doing shit like this, this is dangerous and scary. Sorry. The games that have been played, the distractions, all of it.
I don't doubt it.
I mean, no matter how you look at it, this amount of work is impressive.
That's incredible. So
okay, here Nick's got something else to say.
Yeah. We will go to trial.
I've about hit my limit side note, little rant here. I am so sick of people saying, well, it hasn't even moved. A judge hasn't signed off on it. It doesn't matter at this point. It's still sitting there, just sitting there. They have responded and filed answers, which got rejected. This cannot just continue. It could just sit there forever. And again, these types of things have to be handled appropriately. Seeking legal representation was necessary and should be done the proper routes. And people complaining that Granny has an attorney or is representing herself or that her it's mind-blowing to me. This is as real life as it gets. Can you imagine if these people were in that place? the excuses of how much this is doing because, you know, well, it hasn't moved. Fuck out of here. Like, I'm just so sick of it. So sick of it. I'm so sick of because people dislike XYZ, or you might have said XYZ, that this is acceptable. No, it's not. It's not acceptable. It's not okay.
If they want to, injunction will be vigorously
I'm
pursued
super
for
proud of
Sebastian's sake.
Granny.
We need help finding it. They're scaring everyone away. Yes, they are. They definitely
Wow.
are. Approximately 4 firms in 3 states had their hands on it.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, Granny's attorney is going to love that one. Approximately 4 firms in 3 states had their hands on it. Huh? What? Since when? How did I just lose my lighter? Oh, because I'm sitting on it. Oh, so crazy.
Oh, well, that makes
a lot.
Yeah, it had to be. I mean, this is too much. This is too much for.
Well, the fact that if they take this lightly, wow.
Rogue knows this. Rogue knows. I can't believe we're still.
I love that for them because you've got Nick's words right there. 4 firms, 3 states have their hands on it. And now they don't even know if Castor's involved or not. Now they can't even understand if Castor's involved or not. But the upcoming one's even better. Here you go. This is a fuck you to all these people that are running around talking shit about Granny having legal representation and lying and saying that none of this shit happened. It all did. And here it all is.
Love you, the road.
I think it was kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, we got this far. Let's just finish it and be done with it. And yeah, so I don't know, maybe a little completist in me. It's almost like, you know, when you stay up late reading a novel and you're almost there.
What did that say, Auntie?
This will have a hearing within a month.
Oh my stars.
Yeah. So.
Oh my stars. This was October 18th. Nick said that they would have a hearing within a month. Meanwhile, we are in February and there's still no hearing. Tell me this wasn't a scare tactic. Oh, and by the way, that weekend he was going to be doing more videos. Don't you worry.
Oh yeah, because they've got 20 days. It says.
Oh my stars.
So
That's
they're
quick.
claiming they haven't been served yet. But assuming that happens in sometime in the next few days, then that would be what, Thanksgiving a time or a little earlier.
Oh, all right. We haven't heard from Nick for a while. I guess this proves you're not in jail, right? All right.
I know.
Good.
You know who started the rumor of him possibly being in jail, Mrs. Z? Your friend Brittany J. That's who started the rumor of Nick potentially being in jail.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, that was good. People have missed the videos and people have been asking about you, so I'm glad to see him back. Or
Rogue, evil, or CJ says it's late night at the E's. Claudie, no kidding. I here's what's funny is as soon as we turn everything off, I would say in less than 15 minutes he'll be asleep.
Oh, me, yes, I have no trouble.
Oh, the next comment in the chat from Nick is even better.
I'll be
yeah,
no problem.
It'll take me.
This is an emergency. Deputies will arrive if they haven't already. Barbecue was served by her lawyer. Deputy is going to her too.
Hours to wind down. No matter how tired I am.
She'll need like an hour of Brittany J if she's up there.
I'll need an hour of something.
Yeah, she will. She can even have it like playing on the nightstand, and I'll sleep right.
And these idiots pin it.
Yeah.
Nick says this is an emergency. Deputies will arrive if they haven't already. Barbecue was served by her lawyer.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you're saying barbecue's now already been served.
And then he says deputies are going to her.
Gotcha. So pretty soon, if not already.
Now, unfortunately, Grammy, what happens is we have a child with autism who likes to get up really early.
Oh, he does.
Oh, and then he goes on to say the county where Granny and the county where Barbecue live have been paid to serve them. But didn't your attorney just reach out to Granny's attorney and ask for proof of her being served?
He'll be up at 5.
And it's been a full moon, and he always does not sleep.
I guess months later, you probably forgot there. Hey, Nick.
Well, during full moons. So
that's all right.
That's all right.
I'll have a little nap tomorrow.
Little cafe mocha.
We'll do that. So the county where Granny and the county where Barbecue live have been paid to serve them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I think Granny's right there, right? Not far.
Right. Well,
She's in that area.
Mohawk Mom, this is very overwhelming
Yeah, it is.
overwhelming to absorb. I agree 100%.
I think the big takeaway on it is just, I mean, obviously they're going to show all this pattern of harassing, cyberbullying, stalking,
I've been getting
all these kind of things. But what really,
it's definitely going to show that. I do believe it'll show that for sure.
What the big, when you get into this conspiratorial RICO stuff, that's what can really
conspiracy, you say, huh?
That's something to be really frightened of.
Oh, frightened. Alma, thank you so much for the gifted memberships, y'all. Welcome to the cabana.
You don't want to be facing RICO charges. So that should, if they don't understand that, because maybe they just don't know, but that's you don't want to get wrapped up in something like that. And apparently, my understanding, not being a lawyer here, of course, but it looks like at least 52 people are in.
This one says she's in town. The county has to deputize Barbecues County, which was done or being done, but lawyer was served. Anyway, you all rock. Get some rest. She's in town. I'm assuming meaning Granny. The county has to deputize Barbecues County, which was done or being done, but lawyer was served. Anyway, y'all rock. Get some rest. How are people falling for this? How? You think a county doesn't have deputized sheriffs that can serve people paperwork? You people eat this shit up and believe this shit and don't even, what? That don't make any sense. That is what his comment says.
Implicated on this because it says these, the Granny, Barbecue, and then 50 does. So I'm assuming are all defendants. Who they are.
Nick's got his little cheering squad in there. Nick, great job.
We maybe got some hints tonight, just as far as just reading through the various people working with these others, but
all right.
Yeah.
Well, so, I think
we'll just see what happens there.
I think it's time to wrap it up. We have been here a long time.
Yeah, and thank you to all the creators coming in, and thank you to Nick for giving us some insight. Also, all of our mods for hanging with us for so long. Appreciate that. And sorry, I know we usually do a lot more kind of answering questions and stuff, but we just really wanted to get through all the material so that everybody can kind of
absorb it.
And as best I could, kind of offer some insight where I thought I might be able to help. Some of these people I just don't know at all, so I couldn't offer anything on that.
Detroit Rock City, we have seen your comments. I'm sorry.
Well, thank you, Detroit Rock City. We do appreciate it.
We appreciate you so much. And Nick says good night.
Yeah, thank you guys. We appreciate you. And anything else from you, Mrs. E? Or
I don't think so. Thank you, CJ. I think everybody's ready for us to wrap it up.
Yeah, we're ready to wrap it up.
5.5 hours.
So we'll hit that outro music. And
I'm ready for you to wrap it up.
Okay, but thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Actually, I wish you would start covering it again because you guys kind of showed your asses on this one. All right. Just a reminder really quick, because I can. Just remember.
You said today in Jones's chat that you hoped that I would come over there because you would like to ask me the question why I'm doing litigation. Basically, why am I doing it on the path that I'm doing it on? And basically, why am I taking part in this filing and not doing it on my own volition? Well, do you have several $1,000s to hire an attorney to file litigation?
Do you? That is the question. Will you?
The opportunity pro bono that was offered to me, and I had someone putting my house out on their channel, Alex.
Again, things that aren't true or why you used the filing. But in true nonsense fashion, let's just continue on in timeline. So the E's were on October 18th, the day of the filing. Brittany also talked about it on the 18th, which we've already gone over. Let's go to her October 19th video where she talks about the exhibits for a minute. Then we're going to go back to the E's. But I think you guys will find this as interesting as I have with what we're about to watch.
I cannot tag names, but love to you all. So Justin is not ignoring anybody. He loves all of you. It's really hard when we're on the phone, guys. It really is. Hi, Tony. Marlena says, I am begging, and I say this too. I second this, and I know everybody else does as well.
And once again, I appreciate you guys sitting through these long, condescending asshole streams of mine, but the facts matter. The facts matter of what is actually being done to the defendants and Sebastian's name by using his name to try to bolster this filing. The two things are completely separate. Sebastian being missing has nothing to do with this filing, but this filing is a big fucking deal. It's a huge fucking deal on its own and should be treated as such.
I'm begging.
And how the plaintiffs and the crowd around them reacted and responded is a big deal.
Anyone who has the affidavit and exhibit PDFs to not use the personal information to attack anyone. Please do not stoop to that level. Stoop to the level of these awful people. Please be classy. Yes. Please, okay? Please, because that's what we're trying to stop right now. Hey, Irony Rose, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Chaz D. Laura W, nice to see you.
That's what you're trying to stop right now? No, the complaint says that these people were interfering with the impeding an investigation into the disappearance of a minor child.
Oops. Random on the dime. Good to see you. Got to wash dishes while listening. Okay, Random. Justice for Sebastian. Amen. Yes.
Marlene,
hopefully we can find him. Crappy Crafter is in the house in the bushes. Nice to see you. Beautiful.
Marlena is the biggest pick-me I've ever seen in every fucking chat. She is another one she's like, I'm a mod on this channel and this. She's a professional mod. She's a professional shit on your shoe licker. She goes around and does and falls. She falls in line. She does what she's told to do. Can't think for herself. I don't like that bitch at all. She knows it.
Sarah.
Normally I don't talk shit about mods, but that one deserves it.
TJ, how are you? Michelle Johnson, Amy.
Because she has a special love for me.
Nice to see you. Hi, Tam Tam. Good to see you. Hey, Lolo. So I'm not even gonna waste time. I'm just gonna get right to it. Thank you everybody for being here. It means so much to me. I hope you don't mind. Take a second, click that thumbs up if you like what we're doing here. Hey, Mercy K, good to see you. Hey, Nursito. Welcome. Nice to see you. Michelle, nice to see you. Hopefully people will focus on him and not all of this nonsense. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. I want to go through a lot tonight with you guys. Give me just a second. One moment. I'm so sorry, guys. Bear with me.
Oh, it's peaceful. Should we relish in the
All right, sorry about that.
Oh shit, never mind.
Hello, Tanya. Nice to see you. Kentucky Cooter says, get a real job. Yeah. Oh God. Okay.
Back again.
Let me see. Anybody with the name Cooter, like I'm gonna take that serious. Seth and Tony, and think Titanium needs to shut the F up about you, Seth and Tony, and to think I use to listen to her channel. She ought to just stay with her boutique, in my opinion. Well, she's not doing very well over there, is she? I don't listen to what other people that I
once again smearing Titanium. Titanium is like the least problematic person. Titanium isn't even involved in this shit. Dexter, get out of there now. He's licking the rocks.
I do not care what their opinions of me are. I really don't. God knows why and what I'm doing, and that's all that matters. Timmy Faye, I am so sorry. I never intentionally skip anybody. Welcome. Kim M2, nice to see you. Teresa M, somebody needs to come get this buckeyed fudge I made. I'm making myself sick eating so much. What is buckeyed fudge? I love fudge, but I'm not sure that I've ever heard of a buckeyed fudge. Cooking without looking. How are you? Don Clatterman. Jeanette, hello. Hi, Tinks. Nice to see you. Trolls are trolling tonight. There's some trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. Faye, good to see you. Tired as a mother. Good to see you. They tried to silence Sebastian even after he went missing. This is what I'm going to say, okay? This is what I'm going to say to it. You know how the Bible says, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do, right? Well, it's kind of a similar thing. These people have no idea what they're supporting. And that's all you got to say. They have no idea what they're supporting. And it breaks my heart. And I'm just going to leave it at that. You know, you have no idea what you're rallying for. And I don't.
That's a true statement. These people do not know what they're rallying for by supporting the likes of BJ. They have no idea what they were in for and how much they were gaslit. But she says, the title of this says Saturday night, let's look at the exhibits. You think she's going to look at the exhibits and read them like we have been? You think? Chances are no.
I don't understand why or how, for that matter. Hey, Chasing Crime. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. Y'all are amazing. Kristen just gifted a membership. Let me go ahead and do my intro while we do that. Thank you everybody for being here. If you don't mind, please do me a favor and click that thumbs up if you like the channel. Means more to me than you know. Look at all of you. And as I was about to say, if you would like to become a member or you want to support the channel, membering up is a great way to do it. And we have our beautiful subscribers who are gifted memberships. You guys, thank you. Yes, if you like the channel and you want to support the channel, becoming a member or gifting a membership for someone so they can be is a huge way to support the channel. So I want to give a shout out to Kristen. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. Kim M2, thank you for being a member for 21 months. Wow, I don't even have words. Thank you so much. And then our beautiful Kim M2 just gifted a membership. Thank you, beautiful lady. And then Tiffany Machete. I love it. You better not ever change your name, Tiffany Machete. Thank you for gifting a membership. If you were gifted a membership from either of these beautiful people, please give me a second, guys. Please tell them thank you. It means so much to me. And welcome to the Green Teams, my love. Thank you so much. Blue Love coming in as a member for 5 months says thank you for.
Can you feel the fakeness radiating out of her? Oh my God. Thank you so much.
Everything you do for the victims. Thank you. Well, I want to bring awareness. That's all I want to do. That's really all I want to do. They do not know what they know not what they do. Yep, that's exactly right. Margaret Chappelle says, just look at how much love Sebastian Rogers. Just look at how much love Sebastian Rogers is loved. We love you so much, and we have a love chain for Sebastian and his family. Absolutely, 100%. Yes, we absolutely do. Hey.
They have a love chain. Pika, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. You guys, we're at over 1,300 members. You guys blow my mind. You guys are insane with the memberships, and I appreciate it because I get to tell everybody off in the mornings every day. You guys are truly incredible, though. I just can't even believe that we have 1,300 members over here. Crazy.
Hey. Pay no mind to the cootie queens. Hi, Emmy Joe.
And you know what, Brittany? I've never once had to beg for people to join the membership. Never once. Not one single time have I had to beg people to gift memberships, to join my membership, anything. Pika drops the links. The mods will mention it if you want to join. Never have we ever had to do the dry bake shit. If you build it, they will come. If you build it successfully, they will come. There's my pep talk.
Hey, SW, good to see you. Yes, thank you for the 21 months. Thank you all, Justin. Thank you for being like number 246. You guys are amazing. I couldn't do it without you. Y'all keep me going. So thank you. Megan.
Oh, majority of that Chico is gifted. Yeah, majority of that is gifted. Huge chunk of that. We do have our typical about 300 to 400 that are, yeah. It's just mind-blowing. You guys are incredible.
Megan coming in and adding to the memberships. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much, Megan, for gifting a membership. If you were gifted, please tell these lovely ladies thank you. Teresa M, a Buckeye Bark is kind of like a Reese cup. Peanut butter fudge with chocolate fudge on top. It should be against the law, Teresa. Oh my goodness. I want to make all of the goodies for Christmas this year. I've always wanted to do it. I want to make the fudges. I said fudges. I want to make the
Pika. That's a huge factor. Having a 99-cent tier and my gifted tier being the 199 tier makes a world of difference. It's truly incredible, though.
Fudge. I want
all of you guys. I really appreciate it. I'm just saying, like, it blows my mind
to make the cookies, the cake balls, all of that. Thank you for being Sebastian's light in this dark world. Always. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you for your support. All right. Hey, Tina C. Welcome. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. Like I said, means the world to me. All right. Let me go ahead. Oh, we got another member. Oh, you guys. Thank you.
Sorry.
I think I just got it. Give me a second. We're going to go through this exhibit. Oh, thank you so much to Holly for the, thank you for the $5 Cash App. It says, Thank you for the, she says $5 for the garage sale machete. Garage sale machete. That's very cute. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you. You guys, y'all are amazing. Thank you.
That's a good reminder too. Tomorrow, Friday, early evening, I will set it up tonight. Breast cancer fundraiser through YouTube directly to a charity for breast cancer awareness.
Y'all really, yeah. Tony said he just comes to flirt with Nana. What are you talking about? Hey, Britt, you are pretty amazing yourself. Thank you, Nanny Needs a Zanny. Hey, Chloe Joe. I'm gonna drop the link. Is there anybody that has any questions? I am going to ask before I drop this link. I respectfully ask that if anybody is welcome to come up, but I ask that we try our best to stay on topic. Okay. Side talk is fine, but let's just do our best not to veer too much off of the topic, if you don't mind. Because I am going to be going through this exhibit. So, hey, Machete, how are you? Good to see you.
Yay.
She said, laugh out loud. Great last name. The first name is cringe. Machete. Y'all ain't right. Good to see you, Machete. How are you? Hey, Joe Butter, where have you been? Where have you been? We've missed you. Hope you're doing good.
Okay, she says like 14 more times that she's going to go through the exhibits, but it doesn't start even here. But here you go.
What we're going to do, if I have to stream, 2 times a day and to equal up to a 1 long live stream at night, I don't know, but we're going to have to do something because staying up all night is
I don't know how you do it. There's no way in hell to do it. There's no way.
Oh,
it's too much. It really is. Have you guys looked at this exhibit? Justin, have you? I don't even got to talk to you today.
Yeah, today. I went over some of it today. Did you go exhibit 40, line 26 is an interesting one.
What's the
Okay.
what's an
Spanky, why is your exhibit live on members only? Why did you put that on members only? Just curious.
I don't want to say what's an exhibit, but what do you mean exhibit? What's it? I don't understand.
The exhibit for the filing. I don't know, but we're going to have to do something because staying up all night is
I don't know how you do it.
down.
There's no way in hell to do it. There's no way.
That was a natural glitch of the computer. It said, bitch, we're mad at you already. We're tapping out and going back here. So just bear with me. That wasn't me. I didn't fall asleep on you guys. That was my computer being possessed by the demons.
It's too much. It really is. Have you guys looked at this exhibit? Justin, have you? I don't even got to talk to you today.
Yeah, today. I went over some of it today. Did you go exhibit 40, line 26 is an interesting one.
What's the
Okay.
what's an exhibit? I don't want to say what's an exhibit, but what do you mean exhibit? What's it? I don't understand.
The exhibit for the filing that we are doing with Nick.
It's like an attachment of like examples of stuff. Or
how do I even explain this? It's almost like it's basically where we're each of us
like
add a section to explain our story, or maybe like a synopsis of what happened.
What?
Let me see. Let me pull it up real quick because Justin's already.
He doesn't even know what an exhibit is. Exhibit is what?
I have
barbecue. When I'm done with all of this, if you're still around, then yes. But if you don't mind, I have a mission to my madness here. With this, if that's okay.
I saw some interesting things in there that I want to go through. I think it would be good for us to go through some of it together. It is. Let me see. Here it is. Okay, let me pull it up.
I was watching Justin earlier as usual when I was cooking dinner or whatever, and but like I'm in the kitchen, so I can't really like focus, but I did catch the part. I think it was like the guy in the courtroom and then the camera. I don't know. It was the same guy as in the courtroom sitting behind CP, and I don't know that part. I saw that part.
Hold on. What did I just do?
I do not know.
I wish there was a way that I could do this. I don't want to dox anybody. That's the only problem I got with this. I don't know how I'm going to do this. I don't want to dox anybody.
Maybe if you just leave this up and read it.
So it starts with Sebastian's Amber Alert flyer. Let me see. So then it goes with basically from 4/3, right? So, well, actually 4/25 it says on April the 26th marks 2 months since Sebastian Rogers was reported missing from his Sumner County home. Since that time, TBI special agents from multiple units have been assisting the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in efforts to locate Sebastian. These efforts have included multiple large-scale searches on the ground, in water, and from the air.
The searches have included multiple local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and Secret Service. Residents in the area have also conducted searches on their own properties in the hopes of finding Sebastian or learning what may have happened to him. To date, there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian since the issuance of the alert. TBI special agents continue to review the information.
So once again, she is reading just a news article, which I don't know why this even is an exhibit, but it is.
Gathered since the investigation began. Follow up on all leads or tips that come in and work with the counterparts from other law enforcement agencies to review strategies and consider options. The Amber Alert for Sebastian Rogers remains active. We continue to encourage anyone with information to call 1-800-TBI-FIND or send an email to tips2tbi@tbi.tn.gov. And then let's see. How much of this did you read, Justin? Let me see. Let me come back to this.
Sorry, I was muted. I read a lot of it, but there's so much. There's,
Okay.
I mean, there's like 700 pages there or something. It's like, or 300 and some pages.
So heartbreaking.
I know.
All right. Obviously, we're not going to be.
There has never been 700 pages. But you see how they're using that as an excuse to claim that there's so much more here. The fear mongering, the scare tactics.
Able to go through all of it, but which one did you say, Justin, was interesting?
We're not going to be able to go through all of it. Have you even read all of the exhibits or looked at them? You probably should.
Try
Exhibit
10.
All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna stop sharing for a minute, y'all, and find it because this has got
Did you check? Did you see that private thing?
Hold on a second.
The private message.
All right, hold on a second. About chasing crime.
Yeah.
Yeah, chasing crime. You can come up. Here, I'll drop the link. I just want to know if you can join us.
Okay.
Are you still here with us, chasing crime? You're more than welcome to join. I'll drop the link for you. Louise Hartley, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the green team, my love. There's some interesting things in here because I told you guys this last night, right? But I'm going to say it again for those of you that may have not been here. Just because I am included in this filing does not mean that I know everything within it, okay? I actually know very little. I only know pretty much my part, okay? So a lot of this stuff is new for me.
I actually know very little. A lot of this is new for me. Ma'am, you're a part of the entire filing, not just a little, your piece of it. The fact that you continue to miss this and have continually said this over and over again shows how incredibly dense you are.
I'm learning it right along with you guys.
Oh shit, sorry guys, I was on the other page. Alma, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Avamos, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Yvette, screenshot that. Blank Slate, thank you so much. Just checked 8 months gifted. Generous Islanders. They are extremely generous. And that Ellen, thank you so much for being a member for 6 months. Sorry, guys. Pen 2 months. Pika gifted 1. You guys are amazing. Sorry, I was on the other screen.
And I think the same for Justin and many of us. Like just because we speak to people doesn't mean that we necessarily are in the know of everything. So I'm seeing some things that I've got questions about. I know you do too, Justin, because same person that texts me today texts you. And I'm trying to figure out what the heck is this about. Like in the filing.
I don't know what that means.
In the filing, there's a part. It's not even in the exhibit. There's something in the exhibit I got a question about, but there's also something in. Should I even bring this up yet? Did y'all see where War Eagle posted Illuminati's document regarding?
I did.
Okay, in that document, it refers to her as Chris Proudfoot's relative. I don't know if y'all seen that.
And the cease and desist is what they're talking about. And again, we've talked about that previously. In the cease and desist from September 17th, in the exhibit, there's a blatant lie that says that clue is related to Chris Proudfoot. They have never been able to prove that. There's no proof of that whatsoever. But they've continued to put it in documents such as this. And this brainiac doesn't say, you know what, there's no proof of that. And that's an exhibit that they put in here. And I'm a part of this entire filing. That's kind of concerning to me because that's not proof. There's no proof of that. But it doesn't land. Of course.
I did, and I almost fell on the floor.
I'm I'm like, what is this?
I haven't seen shit. Why do I keep missing
We're
everything?
going to go through it. We're going to read that too because it's not long at all.
I'm so far behind everything.
We're going to read that too because it's not long at all.
Behind.
And the thing I'm talking about, Justin, I think you went through it on your live, where it in Hong's part of the exhibit, it says that Chris and Katie and Sebastian had dinner that night.
Yeah.
We have no clue what's going on there either. I don't know. So we're going to talk about it. Let me go to this exhibit though. You said exhibit.
Another blatant lie. Hongs says that Chris, Katie, and Sebastian were at dinner. Meanwhile, they have video footage of Sebastian and Katie. Chris was not there. Another blatant lie. And you are part of this filing, and this isn't concerning to you. You're not scared.
Exhibit.
Did you see the picture of that a woman posted on Facebook of the two men? I'll send it to you. I might fall down, but I'll send it to you.
Okay. Y'all, what number exhibit did he say again?
10.
10.
Okay, we're almost there. So the exhibit is long, but each exhibit is not, I mean, the entire document's long, but each exhibit is not, okay.
Huh?
Is not like massively long. All right, let me see. Okay, this is Seth Rogers' exhibit. All right, so it says, Seth Rogers, being duly sworn, according to law, hereby depose and affirm the following. I, Seth Rogers, residing at blank, 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 declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, pursuant to 18 PACA, whatever that is, all those numbers, that the foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge and belief. I, Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, from the very beginning, I have been in my gut. I'm sorry, let me read that. That's right. I've been certain in my gut that my ex-wife, Katie Proudfoot, and her husband, Chris Proudfoot, are involved in the disappearance of my son, Sebastian. Chris asked me to, quote, get our story straight about Sebastian, implying that he wanted me to lie. Okay, I'm going to stop there for a minute because I got some questions.
Okay, I just see that picture that some person posted.
Okay. Hey, Chasing Crime. Good to see you. Welcome.
Sorry, I don't know how to work YouTube.
And I'm going to switch it here because this is where it gets even weirder. So now we're going to take a look really quick at the RICO claims from the E's. You heard Brittany, though. She's not a part of all this stuff. These are just interesting to her. What are you guys talking about? That whole stream, if you want to watch it, it's still up on her channel. She selectively goes through the affidavits, just the affidavits. They don't go through all the other stuff. I wonder if she's even read it to this day because there's blatant lies. But she says this doesn't have anything to do with a bunch, not her, not here. Don't look here.
You guys never cease to amaze me.
Okay, this is going to open up really weird. So these people are strange, as you guys know. It's just what it is. And I mean that with all the niceness I possibly can. They're strange. This is October 22nd. But there's a comment that they're going to read out in the very beginning of this that is really weird. Kind of going to set the tone for how weird this is going to get.
We appreciate it so much. And actually, for our new members and for Pamela, I'd like to tell Pamela thank you. We appreciate you, Pamela. I'm getting a little better.
Oh God,
my voice sounds a little better than it did the other night.
Better.
And welcome to our new crime dogs.
So I kind of want to go over what we're planning on tonight here a little bit. So we're going to kind of do just a little bit of the overall discussion we're going to have is going to be on some of the exhibits. We're not going to go through all of them because all of them, really aren't worth a lot of discussion. Just kind of the ones that have.
Oh, they're not worth a lot of discussion, really? You guys have seen a lot of the exhibits. They're worth discussion. But again, why was the team only selectively going over the declarations? Oh, is it because they were trying to paint you a picture and misinform their audience, emotionally manipulate people into believing that this was something it wasn't? Very likely, in my opinion.
That's some relevant information that we think will be important with that case going in. Some of that evidence is things like old newspaper articles and old news segments and things like that. We don't have to go through all of those kinds of things, but some of it we thought would be of interest, had some new information, and would be great topics for discussion and kind of understanding of what kind of case they're trying to present. So we will go into that a little bit later. Here at the beginning, we're just going to I kind of want to talk a little bit about just some of the discussions that have happened over the last few days since this whole thing came out. There's lots of questions and debate. All been really interesting, I think, to hear. And yeah, so what?
Just go ahead and do that.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do actually, I want to start with this. I think.
Oh, sure.
What I'm going to do, I want to read a comment we got from a past video. It was actually maybe 3 or 4 back, and I've been meaning to read it for the last 2 or 3 live streams. I reached out to her and asked her, "Do you mind if I read this on our stream?" And if you don't ever, I read all the comments.
I'm interested to see what your guys' take on this comment. If you haven't heard this comment read out before, what your guys' take. Tell me your honest opinions after he reads this comment.
Seashore Annie, she's in the UK, so she rarely catches our streams live, but she always leaves these really beautifully written, thoughtful comments. I'm at a point where every time we finish a stream.
So this, Heatherlicious, this is Mr. and Mrs. E. They are locals in Hendersonville, Tennessee, who have gone and supported Betty's court date. They are super pro Team Green. Yeah, they started their channel on Sebastian's case, and they're interesting.
I can't wait to see the Seashore Annie comment, because it's always it's an art what she does. And so I reached out to her and asked her, "Hey, do you mind if I just read some of your comment on the stream?" And she was great with that. So I'm not going to read all of it. It is lengthy what she writes, but anyway, these comments were about the stream we did on the most recent court hearing with Bullhorn Betty. So this is in regards to that, and this is maybe into the second paragraph. So from Seashore Annie, not only has Sebastian lost his voice, it now appears they are trying to silence his dear father's voice too via Betty. I have no doubt at all in my mind that Betty will fight this ruling, and she will fight to the bitter end, not just for herself, but for every man, woman, and child, for our rights, for our freedoms. Outside of jail, law-abiding citizens should not be surrounded by bars and traps in the free world, and yet they are popping up everywhere unlawfully. And we need people like Betty to fight to have them removed. This fight is for every child's future too. It is for all our futures. Dark days in history always return, and so consequently, they are overthrown. But to overthrow takes actual effort. I have been watching this creeping shadow get bigger and blacker over the last 30 years. We must not allow it to continue to block out the sun. When that happens, we all know the consequences. Some are now celebrating by taking part in a well-publicized rain dance. Have you ever witnessed a section of society sing and dance as they see the tank heading straight towards them at speed, yet still they sing and dance, unable to see the global catastrophe, and unable to see the consequences will affect them and their freedoms too, yet still they dance? Their memories are short. There is nothing to celebrate as Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a precious child, is still missing. To announce the rain dance so loudly across the globe and invite others to celebrate with you in this prolonged event, you must be certain of your timings. Sadly for them, the party will be short-lived, as they didn't research or even glance back at history to notice it is not rainy season yet. This is merely a small rain shower, not a deluge. Look, rainbows. I doubt they even understand how a rainbow is formed, yet they see this court case ruling as a victory. Lord help them, for they know not what they have done. To those celebrating, I suggest they step away from the screen, go outside, and look up to the sky.
Lord help them, for they know not what they have done. My favorite line of this whole thing, the irony.
Isn't it beautiful? The conditions aren't right for a party, and they never will be until Sebastian is brought home to his father's arms. I don't believe they ever enjoyed lessons. And yeah, it does go on, but that's just
it's beautiful.
It's all very, very well done. I wanted to go a little further into it, but there's another section where she says, "We all witnessed the light in the darkness in the
It's beautiful," she says.
Early hours of February 26, 2024. That date is etched in our minds and on our hearts. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers now stands as a beacon of light across the world. Sebastian's beacon is far brighter and more powerful than that of the person who scurried back towards the house that night carrying a dull form of light. Sebastian is a child, an innocent child. He represents every child on earth, especially children with autism and complex needs. I pray that his name will continue to spread across the globe and keep igniting flames in the heart of every parent. And I pray every new person who hears about the atrocities of this case join us in this fight for justice, this very special boy and his father Seth. Far too many children of every race vanish. We are a choir. Now sing louder and please pick up a pen and write letters. So anyway, there is more to that, but anytime you go on our comment section, you have to check out the Seashore Annie comments. Go back on old lives we've done. And anyway,
wow. And the crowd says, what was your guys' thoughts about that? Underwhelming? Was that some moving? Wow. Beautiful? Are these people okay? Who's cutting their oxygen off? Are you fuckers okay? Seriously, straight up, are you okay? What the shit?
Everything she writes is beautiful like that. I don't know what her profession is, but it
So
must
beautiful.
be with the written word, because it's always powerful that way.
I think it's J.K. Rowling.
That's what I was going to say.
This is her pen name. Yeah. So
Just kidding.
yeah. Anyway,
No,
so
but it's beautiful. Actually, it made me tear up, but that's not a shocker. Not a shocker if I'm tearing up.
two lives in a row. We got you there.
Well,
But anyway, so I thought that was very well said, kind of about the situation, in a very poetic kind of way.
In a poetic kind of way. Holy shit! You know where we're going here. This is
And so as you all know, we've been covering that part of the case. There's this RICO situation and Bullhorn Betty situation coming up. Bullhorn Betty's next court appearance would be November 20th, but she is going to try and push this forward toward appeal, which I think is a great idea, because I think for a number of reasons. And she is doing a GoFundMe. It took her a few days to set it up, because she wanted to make sure that everything was legal and done the proper way. With everything that goes on out here on YouTube, you have to make sure that it's all set up correctly. And so I don't ever ask for people to do donate money, things like that. It's not something we're comfortable doing. We don't, it's just not our way. I never ask you to buy memberships and stuff like that, just because it's just.
But for Betty, they'll make an exception.
It's hard for me. It's just not my kind of style. But this situation, I think, if you do have a few extra dollars this year to help contribute to this, I would appreciate that. I know Bullhorn Betty would appreciate it, and I'll give you a couple of reasons why I would like to do that. One is I do believe that this was an injustice. I don't think the ruling was fair in a number of different ways. There's a variety of ways that I don't think that this should have happened. It never should have gotten to that point anyway, but it did.
Parents of a missing child should not be protected from stalking, harassment, and the grandparents shouldn't be protected from some crazy woman jumping out in traffic after them. Okay. All right. That's an injustice. Yeah, sure.
And this is where we're at. And so I believe that she does have a chance to win on the appeal. When she goes to the appeal, she will be out of Sumner County. She'll be in Nashville, essentially, in Davidson County. And there are a variety of arguments that could be effective in getting this overturned. The appeals process is really kind of different than that hearing. They won't review the evidence. It'll be more on the technical side, which was what the whole point was from her attorney's argument going in, was that several things were not done properly. And I believe there might be a few others since. So I think she's got a fair chance at being able to overturn it. And if not, she would be very likely, if she goes back into the criminal court, I think there's a very good chance she might spend a significant amount of time in a jail on those 6 charges.
You don't say.
So we're going to share the link here. I do think this is a First Amendment also, which you all know that I believe strongly in that.
Oh, do you?
I believe she was silenced for her opinions more than being any kind of actual threat.
You support. Okay. So you were cheering on the RICO claims against Granny and Barbecue, saying how serious it was, and then you were buying into Nick offering a settlement. Oh, okay. And now you stand for the first. All right. Can you pick a fucking lane? Because you are all over hell. Well, we don't need to see any more Betty promotion. Let's go up here.
It feels like that we're more professional
we've got the
in a
arm
weird
bar
way.
thing. I know.
We've had the arm bars, we just didn't use them.
Yeah,
but
because we were sharing the one mic.
Yeah, but now that we figured out how to have a mic in the same room, you can also hear a stutter a lot easier too, which is weird. So when we our words get tripped up.
Okay, so allegedly, with Brittany says that it's fantastic. Our audio is so good, so that's good. To know.
That's good.
Yeah, so it was great. When you upgraded your mic, it's like, man, this is really good. So it matters, the quality matters. So
yeah, it's so good. You can hear her sleeping every night. So great, wonderful move.
Auntie will get jealous, and she'll have to get a mic too, right?
I've got a mic. It's just not. Mine's just not on a stand like that. Mine's kind of. It's on a stand,
the
but
stands are only like $20.
Yeah, I've got one. It's just not quite as fancy.
Oh, and Kelly, the OG asked if anyone had seen the press conference. I think we'll discuss that here just shortly. Since there was not a press conference today.
Right. So there's kind of like a little kind of various news items like that. So that we can just start with that. I know a lot of people were looking for that.
Oh, right. October 22nd was the day that they were supposed to have a press conference about this RICO, right? Oh, who could have forgot?
News conference this afternoon. But if you follow Nick on X, that's the best place really to keep up with him. Sometimes he doesn't post on YouTube or other places, but he always posts there. And according to Nick, there were some security issues, and then also a potential marching band or something that somebody was trying to organize. I'm not quite sure.
I don't
Security issues than a marching
know if
band.
that was a rumor or what was, you know.
Yeah, I looked in the comments on that, and some people were saying, "Oh, I think that was a rumor," or
Very
not.
likely,
I don't know what that was all about. But anyway, it looked like there might be some issue with trying to disrupt the press conference. So I guess that's on pause for now. That's hilarious, Tony. For Auntie's
Oh,
mic stand.
It's funny, Tony. You think we share with Auntie. So that's what's funny. No, of course. We will give that over to Aunt E so she can get a mic.
Yeah, we'll upgrade her stuff too.
Yes. We want her to sound like butter like we do.
Somebody said I sounded very crystal clear.
Well,
Not Tony Mathis in the chat sending super chats for a mic stand for them to be able to make sure that their bullshit's heard loud and clearly. I mean, couldn't be.
You do sound crystal clear.
Oh.
I don't know. It feels fancy. There's something fancy about this. I don't know why. It feels fancy.
So Karen says, Smiley, I'm assuming
Aw.
for Smiley's World, did a beautiful tribute to her mom today.
Oh,
Smiley's
my
mom passed
stars.
away recently. She is hurting. Please send some love.
Oh,
Thank you.
of course.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you for letting us know, Karen.
Yeah, let's
Let's take a quick prayer. You want to do a quick prayer for Sebastian and for Smiley's mom?
Yes,
And for
absolutely.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I think that's wonderful, whatever. But no, I'm frankly good. Let's see. Seth is in the chat. Seth is present for these exhibits to be read out too. Just a note that I wanted to show really quick. Nothing too exciting about that, but let's go to them explaining.
It's one of those things that gets you like 2,000 here or 2,500 there for her to get through the process. So us kind of jump starting that, and as as a community, that all helps her to kind of get through these first few phases that she's got to do. And then so thank you so much for doing that.
And welcome, K9. This is Jules, the
hi,
K9
Jules.
handler. Thank you so
Oh, not the entire group of plaintiffs in a chat at one time. Nope, gonna be okay. I mean, fuck a dear. Yeah, Kathy Ford. It's tragic. Anybody losing their parent for sure. I said that before too. It's unfortunate, the loss of her mother for sure. Okay, let's carry on.
so much for
Yeah.
joining. We appreciate you.
We're
Welcome.
We're going to probably be reading your evidence tonight. We're going to go through the exhibits, and we're going to do yours. Is that all okay? Still do the exhibits and everything?
We can still do whatever. Yeah, whatever you want. I know you want to show this WKRN. I'm
Yeah.
aware of that.
So-
I'm going to work on that next. And welcome to Jules and welcome to Sharon. I'll just
When
since we're
let me
getting-
know when you're
Best attorney of Delaware County.
ready on that, and I'm going to kind of just go through some updates
I bought his book.
on some other
Sure,
stuff.
Sure.
What she's going to pull up is going to be the WKRN news story that some of you may or may not have seen that came out tonight. So a local news station about this whole lawsuit and everything. But
Aw.
before that, yesterday,
Thank you, Jules. We appreciate you.
thank you so much, Jules. That's very kind of you.
Oh, and CJ's here. It always throws me when it's because he's really not evil at all.
Well, it's
Um,
supposed to be like Ville, like a Ville,
He's stupid as fuck, but okay.
I think, right? Like village.
Evil.
Like
I
or
don't know.
something.
I think he's a sweet person.
I heard him somewhere talk about the origin of the name. It's not supposed
He's a liar.
to be evil, like with one L. It has something to do with a city,
Evansville.
maybe something like that. I can't remember what it was. I heard it a while back.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm sure. it
But
will
yeah,
be.
so that's why. But everybody always thinks it's evil, CJ.
Evil Knievel,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
That's funny. He'll have to explain it to us sometime.
Okay, here. This is what it is. He says it's Everywhereville. So it's like
Everywhereville.
E for
And somebody sent
Everywhereville.
us a cash app, and I'm not supposed to say who it's from. That was very sweet.
Oh, well, thank you. You don't have
Oh, they're
Well,
pretty
only
good.
one person has our cash app, so if you can imagine who that might be. So thank you for that person who doesn't want to be named.
don't even know who that is. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll talk with
I'll tell you later.
you.
And then no, it's not Tony Mathis or Seth Rogers. Just to answer everybody's question, it's a member.
Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate you. So if you saw yesterday, Nick the Hat on I don't know, was that on? I'm not sure if that was on X or where he posted it. I saw it on
I think it
YouTube.
was actually YouTube,
Oh, it was on YouTube.
but I
Okay.
think he posted it on
what?
X, but it was a YouTube video.
What are we looking?
Nice.
Mental block.
Oh,
No.
do you want to go over Nick's video or
I
did
was
you?
just going to
truly
discuss it
no.
while you were pulling up the news thing.
Oh, I have to find the news thing. Hold on.
Right.
Okay.
So if you did see that yesterday, he did about a 5-minute video, and
Did you text it to me?
no, I didn't. But it's on. They have a YouTube channel.
Okay.
So if you do WKRN on YouTube, it'll come up. But anyway, he mentioned that he was going to.
Sorry.
He's going to be filing these kind of, or not he, but I guess at night, or the attorneys will be filing 10 more lawsuits in various states. And I'm not sure
Oh, 10 more lawsuits, you don't say. Where are they? Where are the other 10?
which other states it is. The only two he mentioned were, I think, California and Tennessee, outside of Pennsylvania. So potentially 7 other states besides that. So it looks like this is.
Sorry.
It looks like they're going to try to bring this whole argument all at once, or at least pretty soon. That appears to be.
But yet they couldn't even respond correctly. The responses got rejected and they haven't fixed them in a timely fashion. But they were going to have 10 going at once. Okay.
Plan there. I don't think we've heard really much from him today or anything else, or from Dog or anything like that. So that's kind of the latest as far as that investigative group goes. They're just kind of at the legal phase, it appears, of their plan. And do you have the video already?
I do have it. Give me 1 second.
Was there anything else about Nick's video that you wanted to? I assume you watched it, Auntie?
Oh yeah, I watched it a couple times actually because I just thought it was interesting that he talked about the other states and that they were, that it was. He mentioned it being civil but working toward federal. He did mention that as well. I thought that was interesting. But if you haven't seen it, I would recommend going and watching it because he does have a lot of information in it, even though it's just a quick little video.
Oh, Everywhereville.
Yeah. That's what it was. I knew he had explained it a month or two ago, and I couldn't remember.
I know, but I just read it evil, and I know he's not evil. He's a very kind person.
Yeah, so. I know he is, and But I've heard a couple people before. Oh, I don't know. He's got evil in his name. And I said, no, it's like a city, like Bill.
And Autumn Light 7109 BTW became a new member. Welcome, Autumn. We
Thank
appreciate you. Real quick.
God.
I'm just doing the fast version.
Can they land the plane?
Welcome to the Crime Dogs. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Autumn.
And let's see. Okay, I think I am ready when you are.
Yeah. This should be about 3 minutes or so.
Okay. Let me let's see. All right, let me know if you guys have any trouble hearing it, okay?
Our missing teenager are going back to court.
Dog, the bounty hunter, and Sebastian Rogers' father filed an injunction against 2 social media influencers in Pennsylvania. They claim the YouTuber and TikToker are obstructing the search for Sebastian Rogers. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry breaks down statements included in this lawsuit.
An 18-page injunction backed by a 323-page list of exhibits and testimonies was filed last Friday. The plaintiffs include Dog the Bounty Hunter, Sebastian Rogers' father, Seth, and the father's spokesperson, Tony Mathis, as well as YouTuber Andrew Griffin. The lawsuit alleges 2 influencers, a YouTuber and TikToker, created a, quote, coordinated campaign of cyber harassment, false allegations, and witness intimidation. The lawsuit ties back to the search for missing Sumner County teen Sebastian Rogers.
Oh, does it though? What a stupid thing to report on.
He was last seen in February at his family home in Hendersonville. Dog the Bounty Hunter joined the search for Sebastian in September and added $75,000 to the reward for information, now totaling $125,000. The plaintiffs claim the influencers encourage their subscribers to flood tip lines, and law enforcement with false reports have threatened Dog the Bounty Hunter and other searchers, allegedly slowing down critical travel and coordination for search efforts. A spokesperson for Sebastian's father said one of the influencers threatened to, quote, take him down, while Sebastian's dad wrote,
oh no, take them down.
Quote, I'm fighting against a coordinated group of individuals who seem more interested in destroying me than helping to find my boy. He went on to say, quote, if my son dies out there, they'll have blood on their hands.
That's probably not going to age well for them.
Lawsuit urges the influencers to stop any disparaging comments about the plaintiffs, remove any previous video content doing so, and ask their subscribers to follow their example. A press conference was scheduled for today in Pennsylvania, where the influencers live, to address the filed lawsuit. But according to At Night private intelligence agency, the conference was postponed due to, quote, reports of individuals arranging for a marching band to interrupt the conference, along with other suspicious messages.
Other suspicious messages. How many times have we heard that since September and At Night came
Letter included in the court documents, the lawyer for the YouTuber writes the allegations are, quote, baseless and without legal foundation. News 2 reached out to all parties involved and has not heard back. If you have any information to the whereabouts of Sebastian Rogers, you can find a list of numbers to call on our website at WKRN.com.
I'm going to take just 1 minute to explain
nobody
why
wants
your
to see that.
contribution
Okay.
right now is so important.
It's not.
Oh, wait. Did she just say nobody wants to see that? Oh, it couldn't be more of the political leaning group together, right? Yeah. Politics don't have a connecting factor for all of them.
Okay, sorry.
All right. So 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 that
And I know many of you are not Harris fans, but still think of the group, the people, the views. You get it.
that's making the news again. And
It tracks, right?
so that's
It tracks.
that's kind of the local news interpretation of that. And like we always say, this kind of thing getting out there, it affects public perception. And
It affects public perception, you don't
We have
say.
a super chat. Did you
Oh,
want to
sure.
acknowledge it?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I think it's Tammy says Seth has a 501c3 called Rogers Homestead. Wonder why he hasn't made that public. Do you find that a little weird? Well, me personally, no, I don't find that a little weird. When people are starting nonprofits, they often do not publicize them till they're ready to publicize them. And it's my understanding, I heard many months ago that Seth had a really beautiful idea with helping autistic children. So, that would be Seth would be the person to speak on that. But what I was told about it.
Miss Upper Thigh, politics has nothing to do with Sebastian going missing. Absolutely. Nothing to do. That's a whole separate. Sebastian being missing is a completely separate situation from the plaintiffs, the extremist belief systems, the cult type filings, the connections of all that. But politics does have a huge piece with the characters who have inserted themselves in this case and have done the absolute most. There is absolutely a lot to the political avenues, especially with Nick and the people around him.
But it sounded like a beautiful idea, and I hope that his 501c3 works out, and I hope he's able to do what he's dreaming of doing. So, do you agree?
Well, and,
Yeah,
and that's not uncommon for them not to tell.
So they knew about the 501c3 and are saying that it was Seth was claiming that he was going to do something with autistic children.
To publicize them when they're not quite ready to be publicized. I mean, there takes
Right.
it's a lot.
It's a long process.
It's a long process and a huge undertaking because, as you know, we've looked into that as well, and I've gotten plans and draft plans.
Yes,
for,
we have.
for one, just like very
similar.
And as you guys have seen in the exhibits, his signature line, he signs as himself and then uses his company name of Rogers Homestead of Family Values, even in the exhibits, bringing it into his contracts.
And we'd actually talked about it, but it is something that does take a long time, and it is not made public initially.
Right.
I did ours years ago, and we still haven't made it public because we haven't.
Oh no, Lindsay, it was a genuine. I think it was a genuine reaction too. It's just these group of people have that inherent, like they are all very like-minded individuals that have sucked themselves onto the green team, for sure. But I think it was a genuine reaction too.
Finish the filing process, so that's not strange at all.
Yeah.
So, to answer your question, and I am aware of what he's doing and if he is able to do what he said, it's going to be a beautiful thing for autistic children.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
It's a great idea.
We should not get too far ahead of him.
Let him announce all that if he wants to, but he's not ready to do that.
It's just not there yet. It's a
It's a
lot.
long process. I remember doing it for our PTO when I was in the PTO years ago, and it took a really long time. So I think it's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's great.
And when he's ready to speak on it, when
We're
it's
gonna
ready
move
to
forward.
A good number of them are going to be very
Hold on.
witnesses, and then sometimes as defendants, apparently.
And
there's 52 possible defendants right now, and I would imagine that a good number of them are going to be various influencers that were
and people we all know.
So now they're claiming there's going to be 52. They don't even know. 10 states, 50, 52. They don't know which hand's doing what.
And some we don't, and such or whatever. But we're going to try to cover it as fairly to everyone as we can, and so that's how we're going to try to approach it, and we're going to try not to. I know it's going to be difficult, but if you can, try to stay away from insults. Discuss the case, merits of the case, weaknesses, strengths, things like that. But let's just try to stay away from just disparaging remarks, pointless insults.
Well, I want to answer P's question. P, I am guilty of making the karate video. So I don't know how we got started talking about it.
That was a little afternoon project for
it got me giggling. I don't know. As soon as I heard that, I was like, that sounds like Ross saying. And actually, Josh from the lab pointed out that I might want to consider one with Jenna from Forrest Gump. So
That was something that was mentioned to me.
Oh,
That's
that's-
sensitive, but that was some.
Speeding them up.
that does. You could do like a 3.
Well,
maybe.
maybe.
That's a good one.
You know what?
Well, I'll leave it to you.
Well,
leave it to you.
And thank you, CJ. That's very sweet. He said that
Thank
you
you,
talked
CJ.
is like the bar cheers. I love it. Aw.
Yeah, I hope people feel like they can
Norm.
hang out and feel like you're not going to get a.
Yeah, we don't
you
want
know,
people to get
We
attacked.
want to feel
attacked
good
here.
place. Yeah, we want to feel good place.
And we want it to be a place where we can be open discussion, theorizing, all just based on facts and logic, and that's kind of the goal. And
Oh, let's see. Somebody Fibro and Fabulous says I haven't seen it yet. Well, if we get to 1,000 likes, I'll play it.
pull up YouTube and see if
We're only at 469 right now, so
yeah.
it'll be a while.
May not happen tonight. I don't know. Well, we got another hour or so to go here.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
All right, let's get
the baby-
going.
I like
Yeah,
the
let's
time for
get
me to get the
into it.
babies to bed. All right.
Just a couple of thoughts I have before we get into the exhibits. And the first,
CBI Crime says I get to be
I'm
Norm.
gonna
LOL.
slow
Porny.
him down.
funny.
Actually,
we could do. Let's
they
start
talk
with,
faster.
if you don't mind to work on this.
Sure.
Well,
What do you want me to do?
let's do exhibit 11,
Oh, I got to pull the
which is
exhibit.
Tony.
Hold on one second.
Yeah, but I've got a few other things I want to go through before we get to that.
You'll notice once again they pick right to the affidavits. They don't talk about the full exhibits. They don't show the full exhibits. They go right to the declarations of the plaintiffs, completely missing all of the other junk in there. All of them, every single one. You can't tell me that they didn't look at some of those and question those, but they are cherry picking because it's all being misrepresented.
So
Okay,
that'll give you
yeah,
some
that'll give
time.
me a minute to get everything.
So I one of the things I wanted to talk about is just kind of what's going on with this RICO thing right now, and it was sort of the attention grabber. It was the big headline for everybody, because it was kind of shocking, I think, to see that. You don't really see these RICO.
Explore Corps, they have a child that I'm not sure. I don't follow them that closely, but they have a loved one that was extremely ill, going through some major things. So I wish them the best on that.
kind of
What number is Tony?
he's 11.
Okay, thanks. Because
Um,
there's a lot.
oh yeah.
Absolutely, it was purposely.
You don't see RICO very often, and it's how it could apply to this and all of that. But there's been a lot of discussion about it. It's been all very interesting. I mentioned Hindsight earlier. That there's a video that she put on her channel that does a really great description of what RICO is and how it works and why, and how it can apply. And so I've been doing my own research and reading and all that kind of thing on this. And of course, none of us are attorneys. I heard Justin from Clutch and Pearls, on his other channel, his Hey Sweet Tea channel, and he said something like, everybody thinks they're a lawyer now. That's kind of what's been going on. But we, of course, we're not attorneys. We just best we can do is just read other attorneys and thoughts of them and see what their opinions are and that kind of thing. But with RICO, my understanding of it.
Speaking of attorneys, there's an attorney that's a YouTuber that I would love to get and hoping to get his attention to cover this from an attorney's perspective. His name's The Tilted Lawyer. He's a 20,000-ish member channel, and he does similar things to the law tubers, but he seems like it would be amazing if he would pick through this and see what he could make out of this whole thing. I'd love to hear their perspective.
Of course, it's enacted in 1970, and the idea of it is it's
Plus, he's really good to look at, and his voice is great. So there's that. Plus. Check.
really meant to protect the victims of these organized rings. And what it tries to do as a law is it tries to take the whole corrupt system out in one fell swoop, because otherwise you're just taking one little piece that's replaceable. So if you think like when maybe like a shop owner was being shaken down for protection money or something like that, and
Think of the examples he's going to give, and then what we've actually seen this filing is. I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, you guys know, at the end of the day, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. This is so ridiculous to try and this is such a waste of the court's time, and they know it. They're not stupid. They can't be this stupid. There's just no way.
if he didn't pay up, he'd get beat up or whatever. And sure, maybe he could press charges for assault or something along those lines and get the guy.
Misty Blue, he knows. He's probably in here. He knows. I think that one's good looking.
Put in jail, but that would happen. But then somebody else would just replace him, and the problem wouldn't go away because he wasn't really his.
If you guys don't know who I'm checking or who I'm telling, I'll drop his link for you guys. Hey, I'll drop his link for you guys. We need to get his attention to cover this from a lawyer's perspective. Hold on. I got you. I'll share. I'll share the eye candy. All right. This is the Tilted Lawyers link in the chat. There you go.
He was the victim not of a single individual. He was a victim of a group that could replace its members with ease, you know. And so the idea of the RICO is that once you can establish that there's these patterns of crimes happening within any kind of group, these laws are trying to take them all out and all down at one fell swoop. That's the idea.
And they aren't filable in every state. Only certain states allow the RICO Act RICO laws to be filed, which I found very interesting.
I don't, I'm not sure about that. I know that there are 7 states that have their own RICO laws. There are states where you can't file a RICO charge at all.
I don't think so.
Can I just say, off topic, I'm squirreling right here. But the fact that the numbers just dipped as soon as I dropped that link because you guys went over and clicked to see who I'm talking about makes me proud. You guys are crazy. I love it.
I think it has to be filed differently, but there are only 7 that have.
And his voice is good too. And he's okay. Come on now, ladies. We all know, and any men in the chat, just ignore. But to be decent looking, educated, not a fraudster like ones that claim that they detect deception. Again, he might be an attorney for all I know, but to mislead and, do all the things like it's fucking weird to me. And I will always see his little deception deck as 52 card pickup and stupid, fraudulent fucking shit you can find on Google. Anyways, he could be an attorney though. I have no freaking clue on deception detective, but this guy, he's not like that. His firm is very public, like he shows all of it.
The RICO, their own RICO laws of filing. Yes.
Yeah, and so I know Pennsylvania, of course, is one of them. Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Rhode Island, and 2 others I don't remember. But anyway, yeah. So they've got their own to make it easier to actually kind of bring those kind of charges. So that might be part of the reason that they started there in Pennsylvania.
I wanted to real quick.
Chico, just trust me on this one.
Ginger Bell gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Ginger Bell.
Thank you, Ginger Bell. We appreciate that.
You shows all of it.
If you're looking at this situation, let's say that we nothing's been proven. Everything's just alleged right now. So in a lot of ways, all of this is theoretical. They're going to either, if it actually goes to trial or goes to the courts, they're going to have to make their arguments, and we'll see what happens at that point. But let's just say, theoretically speaking, you've got let's say there is some kind of network of people kind of conspiring with each other to target certain individuals for whatever purposes they have. If you've got one YouTuber or something, or a cyberbully, whatever you want to call it, harassing someone. Well, if you press the charges, you get that, then another person just replaces them. So that's kind of the idea.
Where's the charges? Where's the charges here? Because no charges have been pressed. Where are we getting, Mr. E? Can you come back to earth?
You would remove the whole network of individuals all at once. That's kind of the theory I think that they're going with there. And there's a wide variety of crimes that are alleged, and we don't know how any of this is going to play out. This could go a lot of ways. I hope Nick the Hat was in our chat last time, and he had mentioned that it might be possible that one of the attorneys would come on ours live stream and do maybe Lesniak again. And I'd love to ask him questions about how this all works, because a lot of this is a mystery to me. I don't know. But let's just kind of take the big picture view. As of right now, we only really know for certain 2 creators that are facing this, and their response so far, from what I can tell, has been kind of more defiance. They're not looking to settle at this point. It looks like they're looking, at least from their statements the last few days,
more defiance. They're not looking to settle. Sir, again, if they had enough to make RICO allegations, there wouldn't be no offer of a settlement. That is a huge accusation, RICO and racketeering. It's not something you just settle. Do you even hear what you're saying?
That they're looking to fight it.
Well,
this may go to some type of hearing, and then from there, just will make their decision, and we'll see if they get that preliminary injunction or not.
Man.
So kind of big picture, what kind of impact does this all have? So, one would be if let's say at night, and those plaintiffs, if they all lose, essentially, and this gets kicked out of all 10 courts, and the judges don't see that side of it at all, well, then I think you could kind of guess that it actually might embolden those defendants to think that that they're lawful in everything that's been going on, and would embolden them to continue further. some have even kind of said that that they're going to actually ratchet some things up.
Facts matter, Mr. E, and what they filed, you should go back and pick it apart. Go back and actually look at it. I know you have it in you to be smarter than this. I know it's in there.
Or, it is possible they could settle. That may be going on now. That's what I'm not a lawyer, but I just reading things online. All of the advice from all, it seems like in situations like that with all the attorneys is try to settle first. If you can come to any kind of solution, do it, and that's for everybody, really. That's from plaintiffs and defendants. Try to find some middle ground. If you can make it happen, then you should be trying to do some kind of mediation. Try to work it out. And and generally with that's kind of the way all of life is.
No, plaintiffs that have no, you don't get to make the allegations that these people made. No.
The earlier you can negotiate a problem, the better. The further things go, the more invested people get, and you kind of lose leverage in negotiating. Like when you get that cease and desist letter, you have more leverage as the person that received it at that point than you do now, because now they've put in man hours on this preliminary injunction paperwork, 300 some odd pages of exhibits. Who knows how many hours of legal time that was.
Did they offer you one? Did they put one in writing, Barbecue? I know he did it publicly, like he said stuff out publicly, but did he send you one too? I'm assuming so, because if you have it written, that's crazy to me. It's absolutely fucking crazy to me that that's totally fine. If you have it, that's totally fine. If you don't mind sharing, absolutely. I'll put my email in here. I just can't even fucking believe that they, what the frick? It doesn't even make sense to me.
Now you're kind of starting to lose leverage, and negotiating is always about leverage. Now, so if you think you're going to win,
He's going to send me a revival.
Then you go for it, maybe. But everything's expensive. It's expensive on both parties, and if it actually goes to litigation, it could all go on a really long time.
Right. And
they're acknowledging, look at this. They're acknowledging the cost, the time, how serious this is. They're acknowledged, and now they're all silent. Nope. And they actually, runs with scissors. That's coming up in one of the timestamps I have marked too. They claim that they got, this is so fucking insane, you guys. I'm sorry. It might seem minor what we're looking at here, but if you've dug into these exhibits and the filing and stuff, all of this is so counterproductive. And to me, it shows how much they were pushing to make people believe something wasn't what it was. At the 1:31 mark, they say that Granny was sent to cease and desist, which never happened.
And I think I said that to you earlier. I said,
we're going to get there.
I would, I'm not an attorney, but I would think as an attorney, if you felt like that the client did not have the, bankroll to be able to cover it, that they would probably recommend they settle or negotiate a settlement of some sort.
Listen to this.
That's I don't know. I was just trying to logic it. I haven't spoken to an attorney or known an attorney, but that was just a thought I had.
Well,
Yeah.
I remember when that John Gotti trial. I mean, some people remember that, but that seemed to go on for weeks and weeks and weeks, and that was probably the biggest RICO case that our nation's ever had, was John Gotti and the Gambini crime family thing. It was huge, and it took weeks and weeks and weeks. And I mean, and that.
Think about what they are comparing this to for a second. Think about what she's latching onto and comparing this to.
It was a solid conviction, and that's how they got this, took this crime family down. But it did take a long time in the court system.
And TWY says, can it be fought? It sounds so giant, like there's no way to fight this. That would be up to the attorneys, I would say.
Nothing yet. It might
seems
take a minute.
It would definitely intimidate me if it were.
Yeah, I mean, if I thought I could come up with a reasonable way to negotiate out, I would negotiate out, I think, rather than go to trial. But everybody's got their
everybody
choice.
makes their own choices, right? And if they choose to fight it, then that's what they'll do.
Well, and some people are confusing that with.
Did I type it in wrong? Hold on, let me see. I think I typed my own email in here, right? I've got two things in my hand. I might have typed it in wrong. It's just nonsense on the web at gmail.com. It hasn't came through yet. I'll keep watching for it, barbecue.
What's going on with what we were saying with Betty earlier. So maybe you can explain what the difference in this is. Kelly says, I'm not understanding. Please, someone explain. In the recent filing with BHB is a part they asked that
Young Thug, right? Breaking Chains.
YouTube creators not be able to crowdsource. Why does she get to do that? And I guess that people don't realize that this is two completely separate things.
Well, I'll tell you why. What they're alleging is that there has been fraud through their fundraising, and so what they're asking, they're not.
No, you need to not use so many. You need to say
Pronouns.
Exactly. You're gonna.
Okay.
So what? Like you always tell me.
Yes. So what? Lesniak's attorneys, the plaintiffs at night, and not everyone, what they are alleging is that Barbecue Lady has engaged in some form of fraud through her crowdfunding because she was raising money for litigation that didn't exist. That's the nuts and bolts of the allegation. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just the allegation. So when they're getting this injunction is what they're asking for is they want to cease all what they view as illegal activity that has been going on and could go on in the future until this is all settled. So they're asking for relief. Like they're asking for, hey, we want to.
But again, they might not like it. It might not be something they like, but they cannot stop that from happening. They cannot. They have no bearing. At Night has no bearing on her preparing for litigation. Zero. Again, legal versus illegal. And that's not what the basis of the complaint even says.
Stop any more
Yes. Oh,
harassment. We want to stop any more. I don't even remember what the other items are in here, but
there's a lot.
Yeah, I can pull that up. But there's 8 or so
through.
different things that they're asking for in relief.
One big thing to distinguish is BHB is a plaintiff in this case. She is not a defendant. The defendants are the people that are being asked to not do the GoFundMes and things.
Yeah.
And BHB is actually doing a GoFundMe for her separate case here in Tennessee.
Right.
For her appeal.
Correct.
That's a completely separate thing. It just they're law cases, but they're completely separate.
Yeah, and I can see how.
But again, you don't get to do that. She is raising money for her. Oh yeah, this is gonna get rough.
People that aren't quite up on
Sure.
it day to day, it's very
confusing. I mean, let's be honest. It's really confusing for a lot of people. We've had to explain it to our own mom a couple of times.
Yes.
Right. So, and she follows it every day. She's on top of it. She's a TikToker. You know, she watches the TikTok.
So like some of the other things they're asking for are to stop defamation, harassment, dissemination of false information. Let's see, some other, or to encourage others to do so, basically.
Barbecue, it just came through. You're okay with me reading this out, Barbecue? Just making sure before I get into it. And I will absolutely read this out. This is wild. Okay. So I'm going to read her settlement agreement that was offered to her, like what they sent her from the offices. Oh my gosh. Is on. Okay. First question, Barbecue. The top of it is hold on. Am I seeing things wrong? No. His little freaking emblem is over the top of it, the words. Yeah, it really looks like that. Okay, that's it. This is so unprofessional. So settlement agreement. This settlement agreement is entered into as of blank day of blank 2024 by and between number one parties, At Night, Dog, Nick the Hat, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, and others involved in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, collectively referred to as the claimants. Respondent, Barbecue. Recitals. Whereas the claimants have alleged that the respondent has engaged in certain actions, including making racially inappropriate remarks, encouraging interference with an investigation, disseminating false information, disparaging the claimants regarding the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Whereas the respondent denies any liability or wrongdoing, but desires to settle and resolve any and all disputes with the claims amicably without further legal proceedings. Now, therefore, in consideration of the mutual covenants and agreements herein contained, the parties agree as follows. Immediate cessation of harmful conduct. The respondent agrees to immediately cease and desist from posting any defamatory, false or misleading statements regarding the claimants or the search for Sebastian Rogers on any platform, including but not limited to TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or any other social media channels, making any disparaging remarks or engaging in any form of harassment or defamation against the claimants, discouraging others to interfere or disrupt any ongoing investigations or search efforts related to Sebastian Rogers, making racially charged or defamatory remarks about individuals involved in this case, including Hong Zi and other associated parties, public retraction and an apology. Within 7 days of the execution of this agreement, the respondent shall post a public retraction and an apology on all her social media platforms, including but not limited to TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. The public statement shall include a clear retraction of any false or misleading claims regarding the search for Sebastian Rogers and any accusations against Dog Chapman, At Night Media, or other individuals involved. An acknowledgement of the harm caused by her previous statements and actions. A reaffirmation that the reward offered for information leading to the discovery of Sebastian Rogers is real and legitimate. From the FBI, up to $50,000. A public commitment to refrain from further interference, dissemination of false information, and disparaging commentary about this case moving forward. The content of the retraction and apology must be approved in writing by the claimants or their authorized representatives prior to publication. Non-interference and honesty agreement. Oh my God. What is this shit? Breaking chains, have you ever heard of anything like this? The respondent agrees to refrain from engaging in any direct or indirect actions that could interfere with the ongoing search efforts or investigations related to Sebastian Rogers. Refrain from inciting third parties to interfere with or disrupt those efforts, including making false reports to authorities or defaming the claimants. Ensure that any future commentary on this matter, if any, is truthful and does not contain lies, deceit, or misleading information. Acknowledge that while honest and fair commentary is allowed, any form of dishonesty, deceit, or disparagement towards the claimants is strictly prohibited. Confidentiality. Except for the public retraction and apology required under Section 4, the terms and existence of this agreement shall remain strictly confidential. The parties agree not to disclose any information regarding the terms of this agreement to any third party except as may be required by law to enforce this agreement. Any breach of this confidentiality clause by the respondent will constitute a material breach of this agreement. No admission of liability. This agreement in compliance with it shall not be construed as an admission of liability or wrongdoing by any party. Both parties expressly deny any liability or wrongful conduct. Release is this is just crazy. Upon full compliance with the terms of this agreement by the respondent, the claimants release and forever discharge of the respondent from any and all claims, demands, actions, causes of actions, and or liabilities of any kind arising out of or related to the matters addressed herein, except for any claims arising from future violations of this agreement. Enforcement and remedies. The respondent acknowledges that any breach of this agreement will result in irreparable harm to the claimants. In the event of a breach, the claimants reserve the right to seek immediate legal enforcement of this agreement, including but not limited to filing for an emergency injunction and pursuing all available legal remedies. The respondent shall be responsible for any legal fees and costs incurred by the claimants in enforcing this agreement. The claimants may seek any and all remedies available at law or in equity, including but not limited to injunctive relief, damages, and specific performance. Governing laws and jurisdiction. This agreement shall be governed by and construed in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Any disputes arising under this agreement shall be subject to the exclusive jurisdiction of the courts located in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Are you sure the courts can do anything? Because the county had to deputize the county before they could even serve somebody previously. This is so fucking weird. Entire agreement. This agreement constitutes the entire understanding between the parties concerning the subject matter hereof and supersedes all prior negotiations, agreements, and understandings, whether oral or written. No amendment or modification of this agreement shall be valid unless made in writing and signed by both parties. If any provision in this agreement is found to be invalid or unenforceable, the remaining provisions shall remain in full force and effect. Counterparts, this agreement may be executed in counterparts, each of which shall be deemed an original, but all of which together shall constitute one and the same instrument. Waiver, no waiver of any term or condition of this agreement shall be construed as a waiver of any other term or condition, nor shall any waiver be continuing waiver unless expressly stated in writing. Let me read that one right quick again. Number 15, waiver. No waiver of any term or condition of this agreement shall be construed as a waiver of any other term or condition, nor shall any waiver be continuing waiver unless expressly stated in writing. Representation by counsel. Each party acknowledges that they have had the opportunity to consult with independent legal counsel regarding this agreement, and they fully understand its terms and conditions. Voluntary agreement. The parties affirm that they are entering into this agreement voluntarily, knowingly, and without any duress or undue influence. Then it's got a bunch of signature lines, notary, but it's not over. At the very bottom, it says key points for the public retraction and apology. A clear retraction of any false or misleading claims regarding the search for Sebastian Rogers and any accusations against Dog Chapman, At Night Media LLC, and other individuals involved. Acknowledgement of the harm caused by her previous statements and actions. A reaffirmation that the reward offered for information leading to the discovery of Sebastian Rogers is real and legitimate. A public commitment to refrain from further interference, dissemination of false information, and disparaging commentary about this case moving forward. Note to respondent. The respondent is permitted to engage in honest and fair commentary regarding the matter, provided that such commentary is truthful and does not contain lies, deceit, or any form of disparagement towards the claimants. Any violation of this provision would be considered a material breach of this agreement. What the actual fuck? Hold on. This is I'm going to load this. I'll load this up and edit it out so you guys I can pull it on the screen the next time, because this is, thank you for sending that, barbecue. This is, I need to hit this play button for a minute because my head is spinning after this. How are you people, like, Mr. E, come on. Come on. You can't look at all this stuff, hear all this stuff, and be like, yep, this is the right thing to do.
The crowdsourcing, but that is because part of the issue is I think some fraud has been going on with that. So they want essentially they're asking them to not do that, because if they're engaging in fraud now, likely to continue engaging in fraud, and an injunction is trying to put us.
Whether you like it or not, she's allowed to fundraise for attorney's fees. You can't stop it. She changed and took all of the Sebastian stuff out of her GoFundMe. So again,
stop on any
you'll have to prove that
future potential illegal activity. So that what the judge, if this goes to a hearing, the judge is going to look at that and decide whether or not that has merit, and either allow them to continue to crowdfund or not. If he suspects that there might be some fraud there, then he'll probably order temporarily for that to not occur. They're supposed to do things like ask their audiences not to harass the plaintiffs, not to make contact, things of that nature. So that's kind of what they're asking for, and so
that is fun.
And then you can negotiate. You could try. I mean, you could get your attorney, contact them, and try to see if you can make a deal. If some of these things are unreasonable, there might be some wiggle room. I mean, that's just kind of how.
It's really up to the people involved in the case.
It's up
We're
to
just
them.
kind of reporting on it.
Yeah. So
Right.
that's their call.
She stated she needed a federal attorney because they sent an injunction in federal court.
They feel they have a great strong argument.
We have seen it. I've showed you guys numerous times. The injunction and the temporary restraining order that they were trying for and put with her cease and desist was federal court.
And can fight it and beat it. And
again, they filed this lawsuit in the Court of Common Pleas, but what they have in the exhibits is the other filing.
that's up to them. But just in general, I think most people kind of think if you can settle early and not have to spend all this money that you may or may not get back, then you could try to do that. But that's totally up to them.
Lady Tit for Tat says BBQ stated she needed the funds for a federal lawyer and that she was being silenced regarding the Sebastian case. She has since edited her GoFundMe description. I haven't read it. I read it the first time and I remember that.
Okay, so did I misstate that?
right.
So that she needed funds for a federal lawyer. Oh, and this is a state. Is that what it is? And it's a state.
It could become federal.
Yeah, it has a potential.
Yes.
Yeah. And
Look,
to our
your
mods, if
exhibit
we do
must
have people
be-
being unkind, I'm good with just going ahead and helping them on the way out. So feel free to do that. We are a respectful chat. We try to be respectful to all of the creators that come to visit us. We try to be respectful to all of our people in chat, and just be respectful to each other. If you can't be respectful, you can have a differing opinion. Just be respectful with it, and we'll be good. So otherwise,
so this is, let me go over here really quick, make sure. So this is the cease and desist, the top of it. I'm not going to pull it all up, but September 16th, they sent her the cease and desist. Let me scroll down so you guys can see what I'm talking about with the federal. So this is what, let me go over here. Here you go again. This was with the cease and desist in the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. And then it goes on to talk about how they want a federal, hold on. They're seeking, let me see where it says. Oh, right here. Let me make sure there's no name, or there is addresses on this one. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it off the screen. Okay. There you go. This court has jurisdiction over this action pursuant to 28 USC as the claims arise under federal law, including but not limited to. I mean, they were definitely playing games here. So
you need to go.
Yeah, and then one other. So I've been listening a little bit to their to the two defendants so far. It's kind of their defense, and one I've heard a good deal that I don't think is going to work for them is that they don't know each other very well, and that's really going to end up being kind of irrelevant because you wouldn't if they can establish, if they are successful in establishing that there is some kind of criminal group, kind of some kind of, it doesn't have to be highly organized. There's a lot of ways that it can be a small amount of money. It doesn't even have to be money. You can conspire in crime and have motives like hate or love or religion or status, clout.
Hate or love, hate crimes. Yes, I didn't know there was love crimes.
I mean, lots of things.
Have you guys ever heard of love crimes? Anybody in the chat ever heard of a love crime? I mean, loving somebody to death, I guess.
Can
but
be motivating.
What?
Than a criminal kind of conspiracy like that. You don't have to be making money, and you don't have to know everyone. You don't have to.
Have you guys ever gone back and watched yourselves trying to make this make sense? Like, have you guys gone back and watched yourselves trying to spin stories and make this land for your audience?
To be in contact with everybody,
Yeah,
or even be
crime of
aware
passion.
of all of the criminal actions of everyone within the group. That's something very few criminal organizations would work that way, where you know what everybody's doing. You just have to be shown to be like a part of it, and that it actually exists. And it's a heavy burden of proof, on that federal level, especially. It seems
It's a heavy burden of proof on the plaintiffs to prove it.
just from what I'm reading, that it takes a lot of work, a good deal of evidence, and it'll have to take a DA willing, I guess, to do it. I'm not sure all these mechanisms on how that occurs, but my understanding is that if the civil case, what could happen is that if the civil case actually happens, where there's hearings and everything, and they're presenting evidence and all of that, by the time you get to the end, what you've essentially done is you've gathered all the evidence and testimony and everything for whoever what if the federal agencies want to pick it up, or the DA wants to pick it up on on the state level, then they could, and they can look at that evidence and consider whether they think they can win or not. That's my understanding of how that could work. Lady Tit for Tat says, no, that statement was made when she got a C&D. Why would she need a federal lawyer for that? It was misleading, which is why they're asking her not to be able to fundraise that way
exactly.
anymore. Thank
Okay.
you, Lady Tit for Tat. Anyway, that's just my opinion on how that could work. Another thing I've heard a little bit is the kind of like whataboutism, with because especially with these things about like harassment and these kind of free speech kind of lines, like where does it border on harassing someone and
This isn't about free speech. What are these people missing? This isn't nothing about free speech.
and free speech protected kind of commentary and that kind of thing. And so you'll see a lot of, well, this person said this, and why is it okay for this person? And really, I mean, every time I go on YouTube, I think I see people defaming or
This isn't about free speech, Mr. E. They are claiming they are involved in a racketeering. Oh my God, RICO and racketeering. Here we go. These people just make me dumb. A RICO and racketeering claims, and they're claiming that the two defendants impeded an investigation into a missing child. Nothing about free speech.
harassing.
This is intentional misleading of your audience to believe that this is representative of something else.
I mean, there's lots of
Liar.
unlitigated crimes, in my opinion, that I see almost daily in comments and on Twitter and on videos, and people, in my opinion, say all kinds of reckless things out there. But the person that's defamed has to, at a point, make that decision. Has it crossed a line where I'm willing to go fight for this for a couple of years and spend tens of thousands of dollars or whatever the amount is, and maybe not win, and all of that. I mean, it's going to court's a headache. No one should really be excited about doing that. So just because people have chosen not to pursue those things in a court doesn't mean that you have to have the willingness. And in this case, you've got to have the attorneys willing to do it. I mean, this is a ton of work. I can't imagine. I can't imagine how many hours this was.
And Arctic Wolf Angel has let us know that she has a criminal justice degree, so she might be able to help us answer some of these questions that we're having trouble with. So that's
That'd be
great.
great.
Thank you.
Arctic Wolf, if I've said anything that's kind of out of that's really off at all, please let me know. I do not mind to be corrected if my understanding of something is not accurate.
Tiff said something interesting. She said it cannot be a casual connection to the defendants and the actions against the plaintiffs. It has to be a direct connection to a specific action causing harm or loss. There are no DAs. This case is civil.
Ha ha ha. It cannot be a casual connection to the defendants and the actions against the plaintiffs. It has to be a direct connection to a specific action.
This case is, yes.
Yes.
This is a civil.
This case is civil at this time.
Prove it. They're going to have to prove it.
That does not mean that it cannot be picked up by a DA, though.
And a DA can
Right.
can take it and go with it.
Yes.
That's our understanding, that it's one of the ways you can bring a RICO case to if it'll all depend on the evidence they've got and how convincing their arguments.
Breaking Chains, I wonder if they have spoke on that. I wonder if what they feel about Betty wishing everything terrible upon Katie. I wonder how they stand on that. They seem like upstanding citizens. I'm sure they were against that, and I'm sure they've spoken out against what Betty said about Katie. I can't imagine they wouldn't.
And if they think they could win,
right?
All these attorneys, they want to win, so they'll pick it up if they think it's good for their careers, things like that. Especially those federal prosecutors, they don't like to lose.
And welcome Muscles and Mascara. They just became she just became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. That's awesome. And then Lady Tit for Tat wanted to know if Dolly got named. He's not one of the current defendants. It is possible he's one of the does, correct?
There's at least 50.
Yeah.
I haven't heard him named, so not that I'm aware of.
He thinks he could be, but I know that he did have a live last night, and that was the topic of his live, and I believe he has started a GoFundMe for legal defense, but I'm not really sure.
Dolly starts a GoFundMe for legal defense, isn't named as a defendant, and now Nick has a wrench in his chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's possible that things have been filed or people have been served things that we're not aware of.
Yeah, exactly.
Beth, and you can't tell me that their team isn't in high gear. Like when you watch this in backwards, you can see time-wise of how they are all very coordinated and what they're skipping in the exhibits. None of them went through the exhibits. They went through the declarations just to manipulate their audience that they're being picked on. They were selective as hell, just in my opinion, to manipulate their audiences to believe that this is about something it isn't. And it's disgusting watching it in reverse.
I mean,
because there might be people might have been served and all kinds of things that we just don't know. So I'm not sure, but nothing that I've seen about Dolly at this point.
oh, that's funny. So, all right, sorry, I had to jump over here. Don S had emailed me an idea. Thank you, Don. Appreciate
do you
that. I can pull up that. I need to put the kids to bed, so I can pull that up and you can
Yeah.
read from my computer.
Yeah, we'll do that if that's okay.
I will tell you what I did do though. I did cut off the beginning because it
addresses?
has Tony's address on it, and I did not want to share that.
Sure.
So I think this is from the evidence file. Let's see. I'm gonna rename this real quick. Okay. So this is from the evidence file, and I'll pull that up for you guys and step away so that why is it not pulling up? I'm sorry, give me 1 second, please. Let's try again. I'm not sure why. It gets a little weird. Okay, I'm gonna try again. Actually, you know what? I'll do something different. You guys talk to chat for a second. Give me just
Well,
a second.
Shirley H, which is Mama Bear, said Mr. East Crimecast wasn't it the Foots that started this court BS in the first place. It's okay for them to shut people up, but yet it's not okay for this group of plaintiffs to shut people up. And I think that the whole point is it's just gotten out of hand, and it's become what appears to be a network of people doing encouraging and doing it. And yes, that they're the first ones to enter into the court into the court proceedings. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean they are kind of different. But it is, they both have you could take anyone to court, if you're willing to do it. I always thought it was a mistake on their part. But it won't shock me if there's more lawsuits, countersuits, things of that going back and forth for a while.
Yeah. Well, you're right on that. You're right on one thing, countersuits and law. Yep. You're right on that.
That won't surprise me one bit.
Well,
From all parties, because this is, because there may be people that want to countersue against them for defamation. I've heard that a few times.
I thought what Car Guy said was interesting. He said once they announce, all 50 people will see how fast the smaller make deals to testify against the leaders. So yeah, there could be some deals made, and people really don't want to be attributed to this group or faction, and we could see lots of deals being made in the future.
Yeah, I would guess you'll see lots of different types of reactions to it.
Yes.
Some people will walk away from it. Some people will fight it. I think you'll probably see a mixture of that, and I don't know what the right strategies are.
You'll have to have Aunt E watch chat for questions and things, and I'll
Okay.
pull this up on my screen so that you can read it. So it's big. I am not the number one up here is
Just avoid that.
well, it just basically says Tony Mathis under penalty of perjury, and it states his address, so we're just going to skip that part and let you and I'm going to go get the kids to bed, so I'll be right back.
And Sheila says, honestly, this makes me not want to subscribe to anyone's channel for fear of this. I can see that. I can see you really need to pick and choose who you follow and listen to. I can understand that sentiment. I cannot hear Mr. E.
That's all this was. This was, in my opinion, an intimidation technique that they used, and they used the creators. They did, Everett. They did. They absolutely did. Barbecue, I sent you the link to your email.
Anymore. You both are muted.
Oh, sorry. It's because I'm muted. And I will say too,
oh, this is
I
crazy.
think if you're kind, it doesn't really matter who you subscribe to or who you watch or who you're a member of or what you say in chat. As long as you're kind and you're not defamatory, I don't see how a subscriber could get into trouble. It's getting into trouble is saying things that aren't true, right?
This is crazy.
I mean, it's a lot of allegations, but I mean, you mean from from someone following?
Right. That's what she was saying.
Like
She doesn't want to follow anybody because of that. And I think as long as you're keeping your nose clean, it doesn't really matter who you follow.
Yes.
Right.
But but I get it. I get it. It's like you don't want to be associated with them. You don't want to follow them because you don't want to, you just don't even want to think about it. And I get that.
Okay. Sorry. I will step away. I'm not going to mute. So you guys go ahead.
Okay.
Well, I'm 26 minutes behind on bedtime.
Sure.
So.
I think
Barbecue is going to join us for a minute, you guys. Hey there.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. This is insane.
I'm really glad that you've put this together, and I know that it took a lot of time to do this, and it's not just one person, gathering this stuff, but it's definitely interesting to see it kind of all laid out.
Well, this to me, like me and you have had our disagreements, but the facts remain. This is a whole coordinated, in my opinion, was a scare technique that they tried to use to intimidate. I mean, and just going back and putting all the pieces together of watching how they tried to control the narrative by using other creators that aren't even involved in this filing and amp them up. And, oh, if you talk about it, you can go to jail. Like, it's unfair. The facts remain. Have we all
Yeah.
said things and done things out of passion? Yeah. Have we overstepped? Yeah. Things I disagree with. Like, but it still doesn't matter. This is as real life and as dangerous as it gets for victims and their families if this type of shit goes forward and At Night gets any credibility behind this.
Yeah, it's definitely something that, the main part of what they're saying, like, to kind of go back to, is that I illegally or whatever crowdsourced for attorney fees. And what I guess maybe might be a misunderstanding is, one, I didn't make the GoFundMe. Somebody made it on my behalf. And two, there's $565 that was collected through it. Three, it's not illegal to crowdsource. My attorney said, you're not going to stop crowdsourcing if that's what you choose to do. It's not illegal. Nobody can stop you. But I think that that's really what their attempt was, like, to scare, hey, we're going to take your payment apps. We're going to take your YouTubes and your super chats, which I don't even have that stuff. But, and now you're not even going to be able to defend yourself because you're not going to, we know you can't come up with, $20, $30, $40,000 for an attorney. But the more that time has passed with this, with them not turning in exhibits, with them not, when I say them, Sleazniak, he never filed proof of service from my attorney. He never filed proof of service from Granny's attorney. And that was literally what held this up for about 2 months in the court system. Cause we're all like, dude, what the hell's going on? Like, some competent judge has to put his eyes on this eventually. And so started digging a little bit more. Obviously, like, preliminary objections were a big bulk of this, to read everything and kind of do all of that. We spent, I say we, I spent $14,000 just on my preliminary objections.
That's insane. And that's, Betty said it the other day. That's the goal, is to financially destroy people. Like, she made it very clear. You said something about the GoFundMe, and like you said, it's not illegal. We're talking about legal versus illegal. If you just go over to GoFundMe, this is why I have a problem. If it's let's say their theory is it's because Sebastian's name was in it initially when it was made. Well, why aren't they doing this with all of these? Because here's one, a $5,000 goal by Tanya with Sebastian's name in it. Here's another one, $5,000. Like, do you see what I'm saying? If this is the case of the GoFundMe, which it's not, we know that.
And I'll say maybe it was misworded. Again, I didn't write it. I think someone was just trying to put the entire reasoning of why the attorney was needed. And it was because, we were covering this case and a bunch of crazies came in, and, nobody just has, 20, 30 grand sitting around for an attorney for whatever, And
Right.
so it was corrected, and the GoFundMe actually has also been paused I don't want to say months ago, but maybe like 6 or 8 weeks ago, I guess. It was updated, just because I don't want people thinking that anyone's scamming anybody. I know that Granny still has a chunk to raise for all of her stuff. They reported her GoFundMe in the beginning. I thought that was complete bullshit.
They absolutely did. As soon as she got it funded, they reported it to take it down, because that's exactly how this shit works. And it's disgusting, truly. you said something else I was going to touch on, and now I just went right over my head. These things just start to boggle my brain because
Yeah, for
most
sure.
people have not, well, and majority of people have just listened to what the creators are saying about them. So they have no idea what's actually inlaid in these exhibits and in the filings. Like, many people have not looked at this. If you go look at that agreement, I said this to Granny yesterday. I said, in that pro bono agreement between Seth and At Night Media, it states
Mhm.
that the agreement starts on September 5th and is set to commence 6 months later. So if their agreement and their contract ends at 6 months, which would be March, what are they going to do? That means At Night can leave them high and dry. And where does the legal representation of even Seth Rogers, any of those people go?
You know, I've been thinking about some things lately, and you know, to think, one, we've noticed that some people have disappeared off social media, and I
Yeah.
don't know if this is true or not, but you know, if, let's just say you, for an example, let's say you filed something against me
Okay.
and you didn't go to court, you just didn't show up, what's going to
Right.
happen? It's going to get thrown out.
Yep.
And so I don't know if there's any, like, outside of the anti-slap and the preliminary objections and whatnot, I don't know if there's any like repercussion that could happen to the attorney and those, you know, 9 plaintiffs that are listed, um, other than it just being thrown out. I mean, and I really think that with them not filing things in the way that they should be and not appropriately or on time, um, I really think that it was definitely intimidation and a scare tactic, in my opinion, and they didn't think that either we would be able to defend ourselves and that we would just roll over and then we would be like one of their little Muppets, like, yeah, they apologize. See, they did it wrong. See, look what they did to us. And just kind of like continuously loop us into this piece of paper where, you know, we're in fear of saying something wrong or somebody lying or fabricating evidence or something that would ultimately end us getting like sued again, you know?
Yeah. That agreement was just absolute insanity. But it was kind of almost, let's say somebody didn't have legal advice, or they did have somebody scared to the point where they were just like, I'm going to sign this and it's going to be done.
Yeah, or like Granny, $500. It'll be done by Monday and be gone by Tuesday or whatever they said to her.
Yeah.
And then if you think about it, let's just say they started naming 50 people. Okay, were they gonna ask everybody for $500?
Who knows? Who knows? Well, they claim that they've got, numerous lawyers. I was playing clips of that again, and they were saying, lawyers plural and all this stuff. But where's the 10 different states? What were they going to, I don't know. There's just I have so many questions. The further I dig into like the exhibits and pulling back layer by layer and what their teammates were saying and promoting this as, the more questions I have.
Well, you know, Hong and Nick, about, I don't know, maybe 12 days ago or so, maybe a couple, maybe 13 or 14, but about 2 weeks ago or so, they were putting out, well, basically I lost my cool on Twitter a couple times and I just removed myself and took like a week break to get the hell off of it and just clear my mind. But um before I got off there, I said, you know, you want to sit here and say that you're getting threats and that you're getting death threats and that Granny and myself and Steve and, you know, we need to denounce all these people from doing this, which we're not to blame. We're not responsible for public opinion and people's actions. Um, and I said, you know what? I said, if you have proof of me threatening somebody, because they said I threatened dog, and they said I incited people to call the parole office, and I incited false leads. None of that is true. But if you have proof of that, send it to my attorney. And they turned around and they started putting up these little black screen clips. And the one was maybe like 3 to 5 minutes long. I don't even know. And it was a bunch of different lives of things that were cut and snipped to form sentences. And I'm listening to it and I'm like, either way you look at it, nothing that I said in there was threatening. Like, I think the one thing that they kept going at was when I said, and I did say this, that it was my mission to take Tony Mathis down, not in a physical harming way. But then I clarified myself, and they even wrote this in there, that I said, and by taking him down, I mean that he shouldn't be a public spokesperson. So it wasn't even a threat. It's like, where's the accountability for all the fuck shit? You know, even going back to like Caleb Harris and things like that, and the things that have come out with Tony's actions and his actions on Twitter and these text, or not Twitter, I'm sorry, TikTok, and these text messages and this alleged $50 payment to Betty to go, you know, do this and that, which
Beat
I
up
don't,
the ballot box.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I'm not tech savvy. I don't edit things. I don't fabricate evidence or alleged evidence. This is all crazy to me. And just sitting back and looking at all those people, you know, I never knew Granny before this. Never sat in her chats, never went on a box on her live or anything. However, we have had conversations related to the lawsuit, and our attorneys have spoken, whatnot. But one of the things that was interesting that really stuck with me is, like, we have two single parents standing side by side in front of a judge down the road, and then you've got all these people over here on the other side. You've got Betty and Seth and Tony and Nick and Hong and Julia. I don't even know Julia, so I don't know why any of that shit's even. It's all crazy to me. But the fact that in the end, I don't know if you've seen any of the NDA share. There's like 14 pages of an NDA that kind of got leaked, and
Correct.
and one of the things was about. I don't know. I can't pull it up and
whose is it, or where is
it
it
was
public that I can?
no. I mean,
Okay.
I can.
No,
the
it's
one
fine.
the one part of it just says, like, it implies, like, hey, if you've received any payments or, you know, compensation, and it like literally implied that all these super chats that have been going on and on, with all these lives, that's their payment. That's these creators' payment, or these super chats. I do want to say one thing, because Revival the Islander, it says, I appreciate that Barbecue recorded her call with Tony. First of all, I live in the state of Pennsylvania, and it is illegal to record a phone call. Okay. However, that
right?
call was actually not recorded by me. I was live on TikTok on my iPad, and Tony called my phone at 1 a.m, and I did not mute myself. So that is what it is. And I explained that exactly how I just said it to you guys, to my attorney. I have the entire live in my Google Doc, and it is not wiretapping. It doesn't fall under wiretapping to be live on a public forum and have somebody call you on the phone.
Quick
So,
question. Did you know that Nick actually has said that after all of this stuff was put out, that you or your fans did not incite anything? Did you know that?
no, I'm not sure what you mean.
Let me show you really quick.
Oh, okay.
I had to go find it because I knew I just covered it the other day. Sorry, it'll be me reviewing me, but I'm going to show you this really quick because he was in BJ's. This, I think I say the date of this, like the 17th or something of September. I'll go look for the actual date.
Well, that was
And
the date they sent me the cease and desist and came into a live. Him
Yep.
and Lesniak came into one of my friends' lives that I was in the box, and they said, we need your email. And I said, for what? We have to send you something. I said, what do you need to send me? I don't even know you guys. We need to send you a cease and desist. I said, well, I haven't done anything. And Lesniak was like, well, then good. It shouldn't be hard to comply. I said, I'll wipe my fucking ass with it. And then, you know, they kind of laughed and hung up. But that was the same date.
this is the same week. And here he is. He says she incited people to threaten him and it postponed travel by a week or two. But hold on, what he actually says is he'll say, you're a liar, but hold on, let me find it. Let me pull this back. I can just transcript my own. Because
See, I don't even know how to do any of that.
This is how I survive on here. Okay, right here. Pull it back. Here's just this quick.
Big dog is not afraid. Big
No,
dog.
but if somebody is threatening you, you're gonna get your lawyer to put out letters to let them know that this isn't gonna happen.
We know she's not. No, she's not helping at all. It's not her. It's not her.
It's not her. Wait a minute.
He's saying it's not her, that it was.
Or your fans. Right there. He flat out says that's not you or your fans inciting this.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I'll
Granny.
grab
I figure what Granny has, I might not have, but what I have, she might not have. And even though we've never met each other, even like before this, I don't know. I could walk past her on the street and still never know who she is. But collectively, we're defendants together, and so, you know,
I can tell you. Oh, I
we've
know
got a
exactly.
lot.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll find you the clip. And I'll link it to you. I'll send it to your email because it is the Don't We All Just Want Sebastian Found live. Hold on. I've got so many things like tabs open. I'm like, I'm not sure where I'm at, but yeah, there's a lot of little things that were said, and they're like in these hidden like 5-6 hour live streams. So you don't quite like a lot of it we don't catch.
Mm-hmm.
So you catch
Unless
it,
you're watching
what the hell? Or
obsessively.
you go back because I didn't see a lot of these to begin with. I didn't know they existed, but I started looking at the time frame because the date of this is September 18th. Yeah, this is the original one. September 18th right here is, oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong layout. It's this live stream of Brittany's. And Brittany, this is when I believe that Nick saw her as, oh, well,
Gullible.
She's a perfect one, a useful idiot for our team. Because, yeah, it's at the 5 hour, 17 minute, 19 second mark of an 8 hour live stream. This is what I'm saying. They're embedded in an 8 hour live stream. But here's this in its full context.
Come on. I'm afraid. Get real.
So it says she incited people to threaten him, and it postponed travel by a week or two. So she incited people to threaten him? See, I don't watch her to know what she does. Wow.
Wow.
I don't either.
Now, if she threatened and incited that, that's a crime. But dog is not afraid to go searching. He's not afraid of anybody, but that right there is criminal.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Butterfly kisses. Thank you for your support. She says, Big dog is not afraid. Big dog.
But if somebody is threatening you, you're gonna get your lawyer to put out letters to let them know that this isn't gonna happen. It's not her. Wait a minute.
He's saying it's not her, that it was she incited hate against him that caused the delay. I get it. So he's not scared of barbecue lady. He is going. It took time away. And hey, if she's inside,
that made no sense. But that was another plaintiff saying that they're not afraid of you, and you didn't do it. There, you've got Nick on the screen saying that it wasn't you or your fans, and her saying, "Oh yeah, there's a lot of little ones like this. There's a lot of little things that contradict over that time frame. Something really significantly changed between, well, the 16th was when you got your cease and desist. The 17th is when they sent that one, or supposedly sent it to Clue. And then between that time frame and the 2nd of October, they had thrown Clue out of there and added Granny because of the Pennsylvania location. and added the RICO stuff, because that's not initially even like these claims weren't even initially in your guys's stuff. Like it's so weird. But
Yeah, they probably just figured we got 2 Pennsylvanians. Sleazniak can practice in Pennsylvania, and then we'll intimidate the rest of them, in my opinion.
I'm sure this has taken a hell of a toll on you too. I'm sure it's exhausting, just because no matter what, this is a huge, I've been saying that about Granny too. No matter what, I know you're self-employed, I think, or have like a barbecue business, by the way. I would love to learn how to smoke sometime.
I am self-employed, yeah.
I need a good like breakdown on a good meat smoker, or like this.
I could help you out with that.
I just got myself a new like Blackstone grill, and I've been tearing it up. My family owned 2 restaurants while I was growing up, so but smoking meat is not something I know how to do at all. Anywho, off topic, but there's just so, I don't even know where to go with this. Like, there's so many fucking things that they've done to you guys instead that don't make any sense. Like, what they're telling their audiences this is about is not even remotely what's claimed in the filing.
Yeah.
And it's exhausting defending yourself to some of this and being like, no, that's not actually what they're saying I did, though.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not saying that I walked into the true crime area knowing all the bells and whistles. I was really just pulled into this because, well, not pulled into it, but I came into this because I really had my heartstrings pulled, and I'm off during the winter, so like January through April. I'm off. I mean, I live in a winterous part of the United States, so I'm not out there smoking barbecue in 5 degrees for people, and I typically cater weddings, so most people don't get married in the cold months. But I was like, well, I've got the means to go, I have the time to go, and I have someone that's willing to go down there with me, and I think that if they're really trying to find this kid, we could just be 2 extra people hanging out flyers. We did search in the woods, and it just kind of spiraled from there when the one plaintiff and her co-host on TikTok decided to try to tell us, how to search and who to talk to on the internet. And it's like, nobody's going to tell me who to talk to. I'll listen and take your suggestions into consideration, but for you just to sit there and tell me what you think I should be doing when your ass ain't even on camera and your ass is sitting on a couch every night, with TikTok Tony till 2 a.m, like, I just, I don't care about them, but it just was lies after lies after lies that started. And it was like, oh, we're over here, correcting Barbecue Lady's misinformation. And I'm like, what misinformation did I put out? Because you haven't, and the person who said that didn't even put one exhibit in her post, in her declaration. Nothing. The receipt queen.
You two, like, we're talking about chasing crime. Did you know her previous to this
No.
Sebastian case?
Nope.
So you guys just found out about each other through the Sebastian case?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I don't know much about her at all, but it seems very like she was brought in my opinion, for a very personal narrative on you. Same with Tony. Like, it seems like Tony and her are more trying to bolster personal arguments against you. And again, I go, if she had all these claims, why didn't she independently do something about it instead of waiting? Was it because it was free, just like BJ?
I'm really not sure. I mean, I think that, Tony came on TikTok, I think, I want to say it was May 10th, but don't quote me. I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I think it was around then. And, he came on and was like, I'm coming on here to put the fires out, was what he said. And he had gone on their platform and was kind of talking, and And I really think like their eyes kind of lit up like, ooh, we've got the spokesperson over here. We're getting all the information. Come to our page. And it wasn't even like that. But then, like, for some reason, he ended up on our page on our live one night. And, you know, I really was kind of like, I'm kind of an observant person. I'll like listen to people's tone of voices and things like that. You know, listen, I can be cunty too. I get it. But like when I got off that live, when he was on there, I said, and you know, offline, I'm like, he's never coming on my platform ever again. Like there's just something that doesn't seem right. He doesn't seem genuine. Like it's just, you know how like you ever talk to a car salesman and you know they're trying to sell you the piece of shit car and they just got every line in the book of why this is the great car. That's what he reminds me of, in my
Well, he's
opinion.
a
Like just a
train
shitty car
salesman.
salesman. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's what he does for a living. He sells himself and sells product. Yeah, I mean, yeah, spot on.
Yeah, so that was kind of like my vibe, and then I feel like he was offended. He was offended that, and this is all my speculation. I'm not saying this to be factual. I'm just saying like I feel like he was offended that a group of girls didn't want him on the channel, you know, and we
Probably.
just kept going on our own separate ways. Like we've never said that Seth was guilty. We've never said that Katie and Chris were guilty. It's always been innocent until proven guilty. But I'm allowed to have my opinion on people's behaviors. I did meet Seth in person. I do have my own personal opinion about that encounter. And I have met Katie and Chris, and I do have my opinions, but I can't tell you guys whether one person, two people, or three people of those three people are innocent or guilty. You know what I mean? It's, but I think that they really tried to get as many people on this, like, not so Seth team, because, you know, they say, like, we're not a team. We don't have teams. We're Sebastian's team. But I could probably count back 5 or 6 times on public news interviews or YouTube lives where Seth references his team.
Oh yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
You know, and I just don't bow down. I'm not going to roll over. I'm not going to roll over and sign some bullshit you know, settlement saying I'm going to apologize for shit I didn't do, and I'm not going to come out and say that I know a reward is real or fake. I don't know if it's real or fake. All I heard was basically what they've said was that it was, you know, we've got this, then it's pledges. I'm not going to sit there and say like, hey, nonsense. You've come out and said you've got, you know, $50,000. I don't know that. I've never seen a bank note or a certified bank letter saying that like this is in an escrow or this is here. I'm only putting out what I can say, like, yeah, I trust the FBI and I trust that they've got a $50,000 reward, but I've never come out and said that theirs was fraudulent. And that's what I was accused of.
Well,
So,
the thing about it is too is we know the up to $50,000 from the FBI is legit. We have no, like you said, there is no indication in the $3,500 reward in the beginning of this that everybody was.
yeah, where's that?
That ended up being null and void too. So until there is actual, they wanted you to sign in that agreement though that you know the reward. How again? How could you? You have no proof of that. Like unless they were to share bank statements or something in a trust or something of that nature that's specifically for. But then you go back to Dog the Bounty Hunter. I can't remember exactly which one it was, but he states that the fans are basically going to be funding the reward.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't remember if it's the one with Coffindoffer. I can find it.
I think he said followers. I don't know if
Yeah.
he said fans, but I think he said
just
something
said
along
followers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something about like they were going to have to crowdsource it. In other words, I don't know his exact verbiage, but he mentions like, in essence, they're going to have to crowdsource this fund. And it's like, wait a second. But then you want her to settle and agree to that. And one thing somebody asked you, Am asked, you guys are not co-defendants. You guys are individuals, both with opposite representation. Well, two different attorneys that are working together to handle this matter all together, correct?
Correct.
Is that how it's seen? Okay. in the court of law.
Yeah,
I don't know
but
how that works.
our attorneys, I'm assuming, well, our attorneys have spoke, so I'm sure that collectively they've talked. They're on whatever page they need to be on,
Right.
you know. But um, right now, everything. When I say everything, the complaint, the original complaint, my preliminary objections, Granny's preliminary objections, my anti-slap, and her anti-slap or motion to dismiss is all sitting in the Delaware County pretrial unit, which is a group of lawyers that work for the courts. They are reviewing this right now. I think they're on week 3.5. And my attorney sent a preservation letter to them and also gave them a chance to get out. They had 28 days from last Thursday to withdraw their complaint. We can still sue them either way, and I'm moving forward with whatever I have to. I have 6 plaintiffs who have publicly stated on their channels, and I have proof of it. I have it in my possession, that I bullied someone to death. And that is a very bold accusation to say with no proof.
Oof. Oof.
The other part was in
That's the
in the
Pennsylvania.
filing. Yeah, in the filing it said factual background. I know that B Tim and Queen Bee were on theirs reviewing it one day, and it said factual background, and like the first sentence was like something of the sort of like participated or is or was or whatever, criminal, blah blah blah. And it's like one of the main things that falls under what defamation is accusing someone of a crime.
This part here. Oh, and just to be clear too, I should have been clearer in my verbiage. As far as working together, I meant just communicating as like two
Yeah, no,
independent entities. They're not
yeah,
working.
unfortunately we have to defend ourselves on every little
Yes.
word sometimes, it feels like. But Granny and I never met each other. We did not have any communications. We didn't have each other's phone numbers, emails. I had never been in a box on her live before. I had never been in her actual like chat of any of her lives. I really didn't know who she was, and I only really came on YouTube and watched maybe like 2 or 3 creators, and then it just kind of like got crazy and people started flooding out of the woodwork. But you know, I mean, I'll meet her one day in court.
I think it's important though, because you guys were 2 separate individuals that were drug into this, didn't know of each other. There wasn't this RICO racketeering organized anything. And you are being represented as 2 individual parties, and your attorneys are communicating very limited for the basis of what they need to do legally or anything like that. Like they know who each other are, but they're representing each of their clients individually, because there is no group organized bullshit. You're both being accused of independent things that you have to defend yourselves on. Like, I think that's
Right.
really important. I think it's important to separate out the fact that you're not being represented together. You didn't know each other. Like, that's important for people to know.
Yeah.
Here is the court document right here. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15-year-old missing child's last seen on February 25th, 2024 in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Despite extensive efforts, Sebastian remains missing, necessitating a coordinated and uninterrupted search. The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation. A few ill-intentioned individuals have sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. Then it goes on to Katie and Chris, but this part right here. Others are so-called content creators whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. Right.
There's one bold somewhere in either the filing or the complaint. It says factual background. It's actually like listed like that. I don't know which one it is. I'm sorry. There's so many pages.
Well, this though, it's still though, all of it, like
Yeah.
subverted critical resources, impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. Like all of this is problematic. It truly is a pain in, like it's a lot to pull back and look at. It's a lot. It's
Yeah, and people have said like, "Oh, do you remember blah blah blah?" And I'm like, "No, I don't. I don't remember reading. I mean, I read all 300 and some pages of their unfiled exhibits. Um, but I can't retain all that information. I mean, it's crazy."
yeah, this is okay. So there's 4 civil judges in Delco that sit on. The rest are criminal attorneys.
Oh, that's interesting. There's a lot of attorneys.
Yeah, I don't know. I got corrected and it says there are 4 civil judges in Delco that sit. The rest are criminal. Just to correct us once again, just in case we don't want to be spewing bullshit. No, it's a mess. And this whole thing here, I mean, this is where we're headed in this whole, I don't even know where I'm at on this one now. They claim that Granny was sent to cease and desist. She was never sent to cease and desist. The claims are just outrageous. And then what is in the complaint doesn't match the claims that they made publicly, and then the exhibits don't match or back up any of the claims that they made publicly or the complaint. It's like, throw it all away.
Well, there's multiple things that we can all just kind of glance at and see that's wrong. Like, Dog never wrote a signature page, and he also never made any like declaration or statement or anything. And why are the tacos in there? They're not even listed as a plaintiff, but now they've got a signature page. I don't know. The 10 filings were rejected. I really don't think that Lesniak wrote any of that stuff. That's just my opinion. I don't know if that's factual, but
his own word says that he has 1 secretary, 1 paralegal, and he knows basically, this is not quoted either, but he knows what goes out of his office. He is aware of what goes out of his office. That was in the interview that he gave with Mr. and Mrs. E. That is now on members only. But he claimed that he knows and is aware of what goes out of his office.
It's crazy.
So, it's weird to me.
One of my attorneys, when they were kind of looking through this recently, had brought up a case in Pennsylvania just last year that they referred to as kind of similar, not this particular situation, but where an attorney got disbarred and they were the attorney for the plaintiffs. And he said, "This reminds me of that." So,
yeah, I don't know why anybody would be willing to risk their career for this. I genuinely don't. I don't have any idea of what it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. It really will be interesting. I have confidence that your attorneys will handle whatever is needed to be handled, and it will be done appropriately. Thankfully, you guys got legal representation that is on top of it, but their intent was to drag it out for years, and they absolutely amped it up to the audiences that it was so serious. It was a huge deal. Things were going to, it was going to set a precedence on YouTube and so on and so forth. So,
yeah.
Crazy.
Just, I'm gonna hop down, but just moving forward, like I don't know Granny, but I have recognized that she does have a great support team, and anybody that has watched this all unfold, whether you know me or you don't know me, or you know Granny or you don't, this is probably one of the worst things that I've ever gone through in my entire life. I chuckle just because like you have to laugh a little bit through it, because there's been some dark days. It's like, you have this thing hanging over you, and these people like just attacking every which direction, which is kind of why I jumped off the internet for a week and a half, just to give myself a mental break. But I mean, this has been what we got: September, October, November, 4.5 months now, but it's been much longer than that. It's the stuff that we were experiencing on TikTok had never, since April, May. So, we're rolling into, 10, 11 months of this crap. And it's a lot. It really is a lot, and I'm really grateful to have good people that I can talk to. Um, I've had to seek out counseling services for myself, just to, I don't even really leave my house. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm on winter break. I don't have some days the strength to even get out of bed some days, and that's not a place that I'm used to being in, you know.
I'm sure I can imagine. Well, I can't imagine because I'm not in these shoes, thankfully. But the toll it has to take is extensive. It's a lot. And people dissecting every little bit of it. It's heavy. I can imagine to not know what's coming or going,
Yeah.
not
And,
know
and
what to
and
expect
I'm
with
not
these people.
perfect. Listen, I said fucked up shit? Absolutely. Have I owned up to what I've said? Yeah. But I'm also not gonna cower
But
down and roll over like an obedient dog for
saying
anybody.
fucked up shit, there's a line between saying fucked up shit and being accused of RICO and racketeering too.
Yeah.
And a coordinated effort with somebody that you have no interaction or no connection to. You and Granny to me are seen as completely individual, and it's just crazy to me how they even linked this shit together or attempted to is beyond me.
And one great thing though is my attorney and Granny's attorney have both defended RICO cases. So they're both familiar with what it is, and my attorney said this ain't RICO. So it's just going through the motions and getting through it. Hopefully, we've got competent attorneys in the court system that are reviewing this stuff, and the anti-slaps will be our saving grace to not drag this out for 2 years, because, well, I mean, if they dismiss it, I'll ride out 2 years on a countersuit, because I know that we've definitely got a defamation claim for sure.
Yeah. I hopefully whatever happens, I trust your attorneys. They will give you guys the best sound advice, and you paid enough for them. So
Yeah. And I see Granny in the chat. Stay strong, girl. But thank you so much. If
yeah,
you wouldn't
absolutely.
mind sending me two things,
You want
because
that
it's hard to
timestamp?
text. Pen said that they had something for me.
Okay,
You can
I'll
like
forward it
send
over.
it to, yeah. But
And then, do you want that timestamp of that video? I can do
yeah,
that too.
if you wouldn't mind, I appreciate it. And I'm sure Granny probably has it, but just to have it, I mean, you never
Just in
know.
case. Yeah. Just in case. That's always
So
good to have stuff in your back pocket.
yeah, but I
Have a great.
appreciate you covering this and laying it out and taking the time to do it, and the deliverance, and all that stuff is appreciated.
Absolutely. Well, the facts matter. Wrong is wrong, period. And it's not okay what is happening here. Like, this is not using a missing child's name. This is never going to be okay to go as real life on people as possible. It's not okay. So
Yeah. Can I just ask one favor of the chat?
sure.
Um,
They might do it. Who knows?
so if you have a Walmart or a Sam's Club, and I don't know if Costco has one, but if you have a Walmart or a Sam's Club near you, and you can print out 2 of the Amber Alert flyers, each Walmart and Sam's Club has a missing or Amber Alert board in their Walmart and Sam's Clubs. So if you're able to do that, just take it into the office and just ask them to put it up, because they're not up. But I think that would be, a lot of people in different various areas, a lot of people shop at Walmart and stuff like that. So that's just my little suggestion.
That's amazing. Yep.
So,
No
all
harm
right.
in
Well,
asking.
yeah, you take care. Thank you so much for having me up.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Do you guys want to finish that stream now? I want to get to the part where they say that Granny was sent to cease and desist, because I want to show this. And once again, for anybody coming in, because a lot of you just piled in here when barbecue came up, but I'm going to play this once again because, well, shit, I can. And I'm snarky like that. So here we go. Let's remind people of why we're here.
Still been in the chats talking trash about me, and I've never done anything to you. What did I do? Mine and your friendship didn't end because I hurt you, and you know that.
Hold on. I didn't go back far enough, and I didn't pull it on the screen yet. Look at me not knowing how to even multitask anymore. Hold on. Hold, please. Oh, now I'm just hitting buttons. You think I'm on a BJ?
A couple of things about me too, but so yes, there was another channel tonight. Her name is Earth, and she's having issues with Kathy P, which I want to say something. And when people were coming after my kids, I wanted people, as you would like to ask me the question, why I'm doing litigation basically, why am I doing it on the path that I'm doing it on? And basically, why am I taking part in this filing and not doing it on my own volition? Well, do you have several $1,000s to hire an attorney to file litigation? It's an opportunity pro bono that was offered to me. And I had someone putting my house out on their channel, Alex.
Incorrect. Incorrect. We just talked about that earlier. That wasn't what happened. But let's go back to this really quick. You talked about that publicly years ago. There's a public news article. What showed did not have your street sign, any of that information. And again, that's not the basis of what this complaint even alleges, but the free part we all heard loud and clear. Let's get to the part where they accuse Granny of being sent to cease and desist, which is factually incorrect.
As far if you're looking at it from just the perspective of being somebody that consumes or watches various media and such, the time to kind of would just, if you're being called to action, like to go and like I mean the most obvious one to me is where you're getting on the phone and you're calling parole officers to try to get an investigator in trouble on a false pretense about him being in Tennessee when he had never been in Tennessee.
First of all, he's not an investigator, sir. Nowhere even remotely close.
Like if someone's moving you to real life action, I think from an audience perspective, that's the area you should be cautious, is when you're going in that kind of direction. But just viewing and things like that, I don't think that there's any issue with that, or even being a subscriber. I think the creator would be responsible for their content at that point, would be my opinion.
And someone asked, and I wanted to know if you wanted to address it before you started. They just wanted to know what our opinion of the background of Nick the Hat. And you have addressed that in previous shows, but we haven't talked about it recently.
He sure has. If you need basically a fixer.
I don't know if you want to address it now or wait till later, but I just wanted to let her know we were going to try to answer that question.
Well, I did a pretty good amount of research on Nick when he came on the scene, because
sure did.
I didn't know anything about him, and I was, a lot of folks were kind of like alarm bells about this guy being a scammer or whatever, all that kind of stuff, but that's kind of what everybody always says. And so I was like, well, yeah, I want to see what this is all about. And so I spent some time kind of just going through his past, and he's actually kind of hard to research. But we did a whole live on some of the stuff we found, and
he did.
Basically, there's kind of three main phases to his background. He was kind of like a political operative. So if you think almost like a Roger Stone type, where those guys that kind of work in the background that get the dirt on the political opponents and stuff like that, that kind of work. That's the kind of stuff he was doing, and he was very good at that. He was able to get, and he worked for both Democrat and Republicans at times. He was able to make real change, bringing down various corrupt politicians, having them step down and that kind of thing.
Or setting them up with emails.
Both parties as well.
Make change.
Then he kind of went through this phase where he was more of a journalist type, working for like the National Enquirer and his own website and things of that nature. And was part of Jeff Bezos scandal. He was at the heart of that. He was one of the main people that if you remember that affair issue or whatever with the picture that happened years ago, that was Nick in the middle of that. So that was a big moment for his career, I would imagine. And then he started kind of getting more involved in this kind of like crisis management stuff. Like it seems like he's been doing that for about 5 or 6 years
Crisis management, huh?
for celebrities
What's the crisis
and
that
politicians.
he's managing? Because law enforcement is who's investigating the disappearance of Sebastian.
So if you think kind of like some scandal or huge situation happens, this is the kind of guy you call. So he's really had an eclectic, interesting career, but been pretty successful with it.
Oh,
one of the articles I
successful.
found was Sylvester Stallone had hired him at one point because there was some fake news being written about him, and brought Nick on.
It wasn't fake. It was determined to be allegations that had substance behind them, confirmed by the detectives and other people. But carry on.
Board to take care of that, and I guess whatever happened with that situation, whatever methods he used, Sylvester Stallone was happy enough with it that part of his deal with him was he gave him several exclusive magazine interviews and that kind of thing. And so you succeed and you get more work. And
Sly was how do I even say this? He was accused of some SA stuff in Vegas from years previous.
And that kind of thing. And then it started getting more into these criminal elements the last few years with like Cavalcante and others. And this is what his firm kind of does, is what they're doing now, is what they're doing for the Sebastian Rogers case.
What are they doing?
They're doing people at that point were like, well, this guy's just it's all a con. He doesn't exist. He doesn't have all these credentials. I was like, well, no, he's done some stuff. He's got a background. He's got a track record. So this wasn't just a big hoax. He was a real person with some massive accomplishments. So he was something to take seriously because I knew people were kind of laughing it off. And I was like, no, he's going to get things done. He pushes things to a certain the edge of the law. And back in 2019, he went beyond the law, which he's of course that's what most people knew about him, was that he that situation in Philadelphia where I think it was fake emails and things like this too. And he claims that he was protecting a source, and he's got his own side of the story and all of that. But anyway, so
he went to prison, sir.
That's kind of a little tangent on Nick. As far as
he's still on parole,
I could understand him, and I was looking into the agency. So he's a guy that gets things kind of done, right?
Oh.
And I've heard people refer to him kind of as a fixer,
Right.
and that's kind of accurate. Actually, that is sort of what he is. Whatever, there's not one. It's whatever technique he needs to use, he's going to get it solved. So he's applying. Right now, it appears that what they believe needs to be done is a little lawfare, and I don't know what the strategy is. I don't know what the methods are. I don't know.
Not that he's admitting that this is lawfare and he's basically a fixer.
What else is going on?
Things are going as well.
Where things are at. So let's get into the Tony evidence here. So this was his sworn statement regarding
the Tony evidence. Tony's declaration has now been referred to as evidence. Sure, say it ain't
the
so.
harassment and everything that he's received. Before I ever got involved in the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, life was simple. My wife and I lived a quiet life in Oklahoma, where we worked hard and kept to ourselves. We didn't ask for trouble, and we never thought that by trying to help a family find their missing son, we'd be dragged into something so ugly. It all changed on May 1st, 2024, the day I began representing Seth Rogers as his national spokesperson. What I thought was a straightforward act of kindness, helping a father search for his boy, turned into a nightmare. Ever since, we've been living under a dark cloud, facing attacks and accusations that seem to come from every corner. The harassment has been relentless, and it's hard to even recognize the life we used to know. It wasn't long before I realized that some people didn't want this case to be solved. Kate and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's mother and stepfather, seemed more interested in discrediting those of us who were trying to help than actually finding Sebastian. They cozied up to a bunch of online personalities, folks I didn't know existed until they started coming after me. I've been accused of all sorts of things, from being a racist to having a criminal past, and these rumors didn't just come out of nowhere. It felt like there was a coordinated effort.
Felt.
With the Proudfoot standing by while these creators did their dirty work. It's hard to believe that people who claim to care about a missing child could turn around and
What about the group chat of you trying to take people down that you were in, Tony?
support the very folks who were tearing down those who were trying to help. The harassment took an even darker turn when Barbecue Lady decided to make me her personal target. In a recorded video, she flat out said, "It is my effing mission to take Tony the F down." That wasn't just an offhand remark, it was a promise. And ever since she made it, she's done everything she can to drag my name through the mud. She spread lies about me, accusing me and my wife of infidelity, and even saying we're swingers. It's humiliating, and it's not just me she's trying to hurt, it's my entire family. The more I tried to focus on helping with this search, the more it seemed like these people were determined to make me suffer for it. These attacks aren't just random insults from a stranger online. They're part of a well-planned effort to discredit me and anyone else standing up for Sebastian. Barbecue Ladies admitted, "It's my effing mission, and it's been my little undercover mission. We are up to something. It wasn't just about shutting me up. It was about making sure I couldn't help. There was nothing accidental about it. This was organized, deliberate, and fueled by hate. The Proudfoots may not have been the ones shouting these things from the rooftops, but they stood by while the damage was done,
How can they control random adults?
aligning themselves with people who had no problem making up lies to ruin a man's life. It's hard to explain what it feels like to be on the receiving end of all this. I never wanted to be in the spotlight. I'm just
You don't want to be in the spotlight. You're the national spokesperson. Can anybody make that make sense?
a regular guy from Oklahoma who thought he could help a father find his missing son. But these people turned me into a target. They've dragged my name through the dirt and tried to ruin my marriage with vicious lies. The emotional toll has been heavy, and it's not just me who's felt it. My wife has been harassed, and our peace of mind has been shattered. These false accusations and nasty rumors have left us feeling exposed and afraid. It's been months of waking up every day to some new attack, some new effort to tear us down. The creators who have been leading these attacks are more than just a nuisance. They're accomplices in keeping the focus off of finding Sebastian.
Sorry, they're not accomplices because, yeah,
While the Proudfoots played the role of concerned parents, they allowed these creators to stir the pot and spread lies.
they allowed these creators. How do they have any control over what grown adults do?
It's hard not to see their silence as a form of approval. These creators act like they're just sharing their opinions, but they've taken it to a place where people's lives are being turned upside down. When they spread lies about me, they're not just hurting my reputation, they're hurting the search for a missing boy. And when people who claim to
Your reputation has nothing to do with the search that law enforcement is doing for Sebastian.
care about that boy work with these creators, it makes me wonder if they're really interested in finding him at all. I didn't ask for any of this. I'm just a man who tried to help. I thought I was doing the right thing, and now my life is
I'm writing this as a mother, not somebody engaged in fucking shit.
been turned inside out. These people have gone out of their way to make sure I pay a price for getting involved, and it's time for someone to put a stop to it. Your Honor, I'm asking for justice, not just for me, but for all of us who have been dragged through the mud by people who should know better. It's time to hold these creators accountable for the damage they've done and the lies they've spread. They didn't just hurt me, they hurt the search for Sebastian, and it's time they face the consequences for it. And so then it cites a bunch of laws and his signature and everything else. And the reason I want to do the statements, my opinion, just looking through everything, if I had to guess, I think the two most convincing pieces of evidence they're going to have are going to be these sworn affidavits by all of the plaintiffs, their stories, and then Barbecue Lady's quotes are really powerful because
This evidence is powerful, sure.
unless these are all out of context, and I've had
Unless these are all out of
a
context.
few people tell me that they're not. I don't know much about this person at all, but it looks like an outright admission that he's a target, to bringing him down to their mission, that she's working with others, that she's undercover, that there's like a hierarchy at times, and all of that is really just kind of what she's saying in her own words. And so I think the statements and those quotes that she has, unless they're out of context in some way or there's some way to explain them, I think those are going to be the two most troublesome things for the defense. That's just kind of my opinion on it. So that's why I wanted to go through some of those statements, and all of that is clearly true about Tony. He's been absolutely drugged through the mud. And false.
Alex had a question, and she wanted to know what was Granny sent a cease and desist before these allegations.
Yes, she
Oh,
was. I don't know the
This
date.
was all after
Where, mystery? Because she was not.
the cease and desist, right?
They got cease and desist, and then I don't know how many days went by, and then I guess they're determined. I mean, they didn't cease or desist that I could tell. It seemed like they were still correct.
Talking to your microphone.
Granny and Barbecue Lady, I assume, were both not really. They weren't negotiating or anything at that point.
No.
I would think that they had to have received the cease and desist in order to have the injunction filed. And,
No, ma'am. No. Granny did not get one. KCG, thank you for becoming a member. Gary, I missed you becoming a member too. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
not complied with it.
Yeah, they had to not comply in order for this step to be taken.
Right.
Oh.
And then did anybody acknowledge our new member, Lisa?
No, I've been reading for a little.
Music City Mom, thank you for renewing. Okay, let's bump it forward. I got a couple more timestamps, and I don't remember why they're marked, but sorry, this one drug on forever too. We'll finish a few of these, and then we'll get out. Oh, this one right here. This is why. It's from Captain Jules. My chain of command was called. My brigade commander. People called them and said I was claiming to be a TBI agent and wanting to go on private property. First of all, people doesn't suffice to Granny and barbecue. You're going to have to be able to prove who called.
We missed that. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know if I knew that either, actually, about the TBI agent thing.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's, well, I mean, it's kind of similar to what happened to Nick in a way. You know, people making false reports about people that are
Try to
trying
get them in trouble. Yeah.
And can you, again, attach that to the defendants? No, likely not.
Yeah, that are trying to assist and investigate.
I would go on a limb to say absolutely not. Okay. Let me bump it forward again. Oh, wait. No, here comes another comment.
And a common tactic.
And,
I think
that does show a pattern of trying to obstruct an investigation.
Yes, it does. And yeah.
It shows a pattern, really. You might want to just sit this one out there, Aunt E.
It's not the first time that kind of thing's happened. Was I finished with the hung part? Was that the end of that?
I think that was the last one.
Okay.
Tony wanted to made a comment here.
Speaking of weird random things that are said in chats with no proof, here comes Tony Mathis saying, and then there's this. We have received information that CP was overheard by a neighbor telling Sebastian that he hated him and wished he was dead. No proof of this allegation, but he went from chat to chat, amping people up at this time. Started in Justin's chat. Brittany ran with it. You know, all of them running around doing that.
So Tony Mathis says, and then there's this. We have received information that CP was overheard by a neighbor telling Sebastian that he hated him and wished he was dead.
Yeah, I saw that in Justin's the other night. I was pretty shocked by that.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's disturbing.
What's disturbing is there has yet to be any proof about that. Okay, let's go forward again. Oh, this is Marlena. I am begging anyone who has the affidavit and exhibit PDFs to not use the personal information to attack anyone. Please do not stoop to the level of these awful people. Be classy. Fuck out of here. Most of those exhibits were inlaid there to fuck with people, in my opinion. All right. Then they go over just the declarations because that's all that matters to them is the declarations. Let's go up here and see what we've got.
It was actually me behind the account, even though her followers had told her otherwise. Despite knowing this, she continued to host live streams accusing me of being involved with the account. During the Pascal show, Barbecue sent multiple super chats making defamatory claims about Seth and Tony. She also falsely told her thousands of followers that Seth and Tony were paying me to participate in the campaign. I have never received compensation in any form for raising awareness or assisting in Sebastian Rogers' case. Barbecue frequently twists the facts.
This is the final parts of Chasing Crimes.
Twist facts to construct misleading and false narratives to her followers, who then act on her misleading claims. In the second week of May, Barbecue held live streams accusing Seth of misusing GoFundMe and Cash App donations. Barbecue also bullied Seth, claiming that she had paid for their dinner when they met in Tennessee. Before this meeting, Barbecue had stated on her live stream that she planned to secretly record their interaction. I witnessed her making the statement during a live broadcast.
It's bullying Seth to claim that somebody paid for their dinner when they met in Tennessee. It says that 45 says Barbecue also bullied Seth, claiming that she paid for their dinner when they met in Tennessee.
On my own live stream,
that made it to a declaration.
I explained that it would be unethical to record someone without their knowledge. While she was in Tennessee, Barbecue continued to hold live streams claiming that I and Ocean, who regularly appears on my panel, were downgrading her efforts by only passing out 2 flyers. That night, Barbecue held a live stream that lasted until 3 a.m., harassing Ocean and calling her into the live to confront her. Ocean received a message from Barbecue asking why we were undermining her efforts. Ocean responded.
Breaking Chains, you have been taking me out today with your comments, but they're so spot on. It's ridiculous.
Stating that we had never made such comments and warned Miss Barbecue about listening to individuals who might be trying to create drama. Ocean also clarified to Barbecue that we had publicly praised her efforts in Tennessee. Ocean suggested that in the future, Barbecue should reach out directly to us if she had concerns, rather than taking grievances to social media.
Wait a second. So they don't want anybody doxxed, but they use her YouTube handle or her TikTok handle as Ocean, thinking that if this goes through to the court, that they're not going to have to disclose. They're just going to be able to get away with calling her Ocean. That's stupid.
Despite this, Barbecue went live shortly after and publicly summoned Ocean to reprimand her for allegedly downplaying her contributions. She encouraged her followers to tag Ocean in the live stream so she could reprimand her in front of a wider audience. After returning home, Barbecue...
Don't apologize, Breaking Chains. I bought Lesniak's book. That's how deep I am in this fucking rabbit hole. It should be here by 10 p.m. tonight. And then we're going to do a dramatic reading of how ridiculous it is, I'm sure.
She continued to hold live streams, falsely claiming that we were disparaging her efforts in Tennessee. She also criticized her meeting with Seth, describing him as weird and belittling the short amount of time they spent together. Barbecue denied that she had ever said she would secretly record Seth, calling it a lie. A week later, in another live stream, Barbecue claimed that Midwest, another creator who was not present in Tennessee, had overheard the entire conversation, referring to Midwest.
Oh, I know what you guys are talking about, Granny. How dare you look shame animals? How dare you shame people's ugly pets? I've got 5 fucking ugly cats, and my Jingle Ball cat that my daughter submitted to a calendar made it to the calendar, and he is December. He is the December model of the calendar, and it was before he was neutered. He's under the Christmas tree with all of his balls hanging out. So I have 5 of those ugly felines and 2 dogs. But how dare you? How dare you shame people's pets? You horrible, evil person. Fucking the internet only knows Kiki by his ass. And that's ugly. So shame away.
As a fly on the wall. During this time and continuing to the present, Barbecue has held numerous live streams where she has bullied me and made various false accusations. She has publicly discussed my recovery, falsely claiming that I am on meth, and has encouraged her
I'll show you guys the picture in a minute when we're done.
followers to harass me by making references to drug use. Barbecue has also accused me of seeking money and being desperate for funds because I thanked people who sent gifts during my live streams, even gifts as small as 1 cent. As a result, she began calling me chasing pennies, mocking my financial situation. Barbecue told her followers to flood my chat
Being called chasing pennies made it in here too. Oh my.
with comments about the chasing pennies narrative she was pushing. She continued to make harassing comments about my finances during her live streams. Barbecue also encouraged her followers to report my live streams so that they could be taken down. Additionally, she instructed her followers to report my videos, including content related to Caleb Harris and Sebastian Rogers' case. Barbecue began making degrading comments about my weight, telling me to get off the couch and calling me a couch potato.
Okay, I can't deal with this stuff. It's one after another. But all they did was pick out the declarations. They didn't go through any of the other stuff. Let's look at this really quick. And then we will be done for today. Thank God. It's just more bullshit.
That's all
She hurt my fifis. She said my dog was ugly. You know.
fairly accurate. They've got that video to play in front of a judge.
Wow.
It's gonna be in Pennsylvania, where you've got a right to your reputation, and I don't know.
And I kind of feel like,
And that's a good question. I believe they were written individually. Alex asked, did the plaintiffs write their own statements or were they compiled by the team?
I don't know.
we're not, yeah.
We assume that, they initial every statement.
Well, they're
so-
affidavits, so they have to do that with an attorney.
Right.
So, I just wanted you to address that.
Love Not War says, this stuff is beyond insane on the back of a missing young man. Extremely sad. I'm disappointed that this once peaceful channel is involved in all of this crap. I thought this was a Sebastian channel.
Oh.
I don't know that we're involved in it.
I don't. I mean, we're just
Reporting
covering.
on it.
Yeah.
And it sadly, it still relates to him.
No, you're falling in line, in my opinion, like you should. Like the good people, you should push in the narrative that they've handed you. They're keeping you in line, whether you like to see it or not. And you're falling for it. Because if you weren't, you would have looked through and picked apart all of this shit and seen what was right in front of you.
The lack of him being found because this is obstruction of the investigation.
No, until law enforcement charges somebody with obstruction, it is not an obstruction of an investigation. Law enforcement is the one running the investigation.
What is unpeaceful about covering a court case?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's what I was
We're just
saying.
reading the evidence that they're
I
going
was
to
saying
present.
to you what was it earlier today, that we can cover jaywalking if we want,
Well, if you don't, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If you don't understand how that this is impacting the investigation into Sebastian Rogers, right now, these are, of course, all allegations. We'll see what happens in court and what kind of evidence they have. I mean, they are presenting evidence.
Hurt fifis are not impeding an investigation into Sebastian. It's completely separate. The investigation for Sebastian is being conducted by Sumner County, the TBI, the FBI, the Secret Service. The crew you align with are LARPers. That will always be my opinion.
And so if you don't believe it, you can go look at the evidence yourself. Right?
Evidence.
It's all in there.
Evidence.
Lady Tit for Tat
Yeah.
says, I'm here for the Malete Bob.
Well, it's about time.
Are we
Yeah,
there?
We are
Did we
there.
hit it?
Yes, we are.
All right. And Josh is here. Welcome in, Josh. We're happy to
Hi,
see
Josh.
you. And without further ado,
He came in just for this.
yes,
Yeah.
you know he did. You know he did. And hey, Josh, if you're listening, I'm very much considering adding Janae in. So I need to make it a little longer anyway, since everybody seems to like it
Yeah,
so
we
much. Or
could-
maybe make
It could evolve.
it
The
can
meme
evolve. Exactly.
All right, so yeah, we're well over 1,000, aren't we, on the likes? So yeah, we did it.
Okay.
Well, thank you for everybody for doing
Yes,
that.
thank you guys so much.
We're gonna skip
Before we
that.
go, do you have Auntie? Do you have any thoughts about any of this that you saw tonight that you wanted to?
No, I
highlight?
think that like nothing else I could think of other than, it seems to have a really common theme throughout. And some people said, well, it seems juvenile and it seems like, people complaining, but I think it definitely ties together a theme and also
How?
an intent that once you hear each individual story, it kind of starts to hit home as to how intricate and coordinated this could possibly have been.
Oh, really?
Right. It goes from kind of like this insult thing, and then it starts to become like where like that chasing crime, where they're trying to take her channel down and stuff like that, where it starts to become.
Do you realize Tony had a group chat with other people he was aligned with, wanting to basically go after anybody that was mean to Seth?
Truly impactful. It escalates.
It does.
Is what seems to happen. Something else I wanted to mention. Nick mentioned this in his video yesterday, but he also talked about 20 total victims that they're working with. That eventually, I guess, we'll hear their stories.
Oh, yeah. So 20 more victims and 50 more defendants. And here we are months later and nothing.
And I don't know why I didn't click.
Sure. Good fear mongering
with me, but it's probably because it's not involving Granny or barbecue specifically. It would be other people in these other 9 states. And I have no idea who these other people are. I've not heard anything like this. There were potentially not only 50 other does that are out there, but also 10 other unknown.
That's when Nick was giving out his hotline number. If you too have been bullied, call the 1-800. Call Nick. We can help you look like a buffoon too, just like we have the other plaintiffs.
Victims or so at this point that we're unaware of.
And thank you, Golden Lily. Golden Lily says, praying for Sebastian, praying for justice.
Absolutely.
And someone also wanted to know again who the last creator was we were talking about.
Yeah, I'm done. Okay. I don't know why this timestamp is here, so let's just look at it before we leave. Oh, it's because of that. It's because Seth was in there as they were going through this. I won't give up on bringing Sebastian home, praying for Sebastian to stay strong until we can find him. So once again, you're seeing that the team, Justin is private or put his on members only, where he went over the exhibits. BJ went over the declarations too, just that she didn't, and she admits we went over that in the beginning too, that she didn't even know what was in these. I mean, it's just one cluster after another. I think we have seen that, and we saw that they obviously had them before anybody else. Well, when the team got them, they all got them because they had them printed out and ready to go, and had already looked through some of them the same day it was filed in court, before Lesniak made it as an announcement on Twitter. All of it. All of it. Granny, I can see why. I can absolutely see why. Does anybody have any questions on anything we covered today? Do you guys see what I am seeing about how this was definitely set up to sway public perception about what this filing really was, and how each of these players, Justin, the E's, all played a role, Brittany, the lab, they all played a role in making sure the public perception of what this filing was definitely not was actually included in the filing. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. There's more too. There's so much more. Like each layer you pull back has more and more and more. I encourage you to go watch Granny's from today. If you have not watched Granny's from today, she talks about and reads through the questions that were asked and sent to plaintiff. That's interesting. And then we played the clip of the plaintiff saying she basically doesn't have to do shit if she don't want to. I mean, not in those words, but kind of that. And then also Breaking Chains dropped a new video today too. If you have not watched that, please go check that out. They're always exceptional. I don't know. Every time I think about this, I just get more and more frustrated because it's such a misuse of the court system by the plaintiffs. Scare tactics, the fear mongering, the selectiveness of what they put out there to people. Everything was very coordinated. You can go date by date and see how it's built up. They were using the whole Betty being silenced and Seth, you're going to hear him roar and he's the one that's doing all this. And then bam, here they are again. Crazy. I'm going to leave you guys with this. I'm going to play this really quick for some of you that haven't seen it, which I think most, if you're in here, you've seen it, but it's a good reminder for people that might not have seen it, kind of what this group is like.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him. I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But, I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian. What they love is his pictures and the personality in those pictures and his innocence and his sweetness and kindness. But
yeah,
what we really, those of us that are around Seth, we love Seth and we're loving Seth and supporting him in finding Sebastian.
Yeah. Yeah. I can understand that completely.
There's a whole world searching for you, who love you, and will find you.
And know that you got an army behind you and your dad, and that we love you so very much.
Sebastian, I want to talk to you directly for a minute. You've gained an uncle through this. This is Uncle Tony talking to you. I want you to know, son, that you have an army of people. And when I say an army, I'm talking about a massive army of people looking for you. And the general of that army, which is your daddy, is probably the toughest guy I've ever met in my life. And he is not giving up. Your army is not giving up. We will continue searching for you, son, until we find you. And if it takes another day, another week, another month, another year, another 10 years, the people that are truly a part of your army and the general of your army, your daddy, are not going to give up. We can only hope that if you don't make it home by Christmas, that wherever you are, whoever has you, that they find it in their hearts to give you some sort of love that day that you can't get when you're not home. But just know this, we will not give up until we find you.
Granny, of course I do.
We love you, buddy.
This is mine. I can send it to you. Roll that Beetle Bean footage.
I can't tell him that I love Sebastian. It makes me sick to hear people say that never met him.
We love you, buddy.
I tell him all the time, I don't love Sebastian. I love you in looking for Sebastian. But the people that keep saying they love somebody they never met, that's window dressing. You love Sebastian. We know that.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm barely awake.
You know,
What'd you
Tony, you
say?
saying you don't like people that say that they love Sebastian. I have said that and I got attacked for that by a hate friend.
You should.
Here.
You shouldn't.
No,
be
no, I'm going
for
to
it.
say it's just, I shouldn't have said it that way. I should have said, I have a heart for Sebastian and my heart
Correct.
goes out for Sebastian.
Correct.
Maybe my choice of words were bad. So that hate creator Here you go. My choice of words were bad.
But I've corrected members of our own team when they talk about how much they love Sebastian.
Well, the things that don't age well, once again. I think my brain hurts after today. Another one of those that just like the further you pull this stuff away, the further you're like, what the hell is here? It's insanity. Complete insanity. Is there anything else we needed to touch on before I'm out of here tonight? I think we've covered everything that I wanted. Well, I've covered all the timestamps that I wanted to cover, thankfully. Thankfully, they're done. Because that was some miserable ass shit. Miserable. Hold on. I can play this really quick. Actually, let me give you one more like little I'll throw this in there at the end just because I'm an asshole and I like to wrap it up with a little pretty bow. Mm-hmm. I gotta find my timestamp again. Okay, here you go. Oh, some things that don't age well are my favorite. The things that don't age well. Here we go. This is October 19th, the day after the filing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chasing Crime, you can come up. Here, I'll drop the link. I just want to know if you can join us.
Okay.
Are you still here with us, Chasing Crime? You're more than welcome to join. I'll drop the link for you. Louise Hartley, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the Green Team, my love. There's some interesting things in here because I told you guys this last night, right? But I'm going to say it again for those of you that may have not been here. Just because I am included in this filing does not mean that I know everything within it, okay? I actually know very little. I only know pretty much my part, okay? So a lot of this stuff is new for me. I'm learning it right along with you guys. And I think the same for Justin and many of us, like just because we speak to people doesn't mean that we necessarily are in the know of everything. So I'm seeing some things that I've got questions about. I know you do too, Justin, because same person that texted me today texts you. And I'm trying to figure out what the heck is this about. Like in the filing.
I don't know what that means.
In the filing.
I mean, a plaintiff saying, I'm trying to figure out what the heck this is about. But I don't know a lot of what's in here. That wonderful things to say publicly, aren't they?
There's a part. It's not even in the exhibit. There's something in the exhibit I got a question about, but there's also something in. Should I even bring this up yet? Did y'all see where War Eagle posted Illuminati's document regarding?
I did.
Okay, in that document, it refers to her as Chris Proudfoot's relative. I don't know if y'all seen that.
And ma'am, she's not a part of the filing. She was added as an exhibit because she was sent to cease and desist supposedly on September 17th. And that was in the cease and desist. But that should be concerning, like I said before, because that's a blatant lie. And you're co-plaintiffs with people that are blatantly lying, such as that Aunt Burrito and Uncle Taco, and the list goes on. But we'll wrap it up there. I think that fits it perfectly and sums it all up. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. A lot of them have privated the videos and gone through that. Why? I don't know. This was going to be such a huge, huge situation, and none of them have came back to talking about it. I don't know. I have no idea. You're welcome. Thank you for sending me that agreement situation. That is some crazy shit. I didn't even know that that was the offer. Revival, did you get that answered? Have people read that out publicly? I'm assuming you guys have read it publicly on TikTok. Revival was asking. I don't know if that got answered or not. I've never seen that before, so I was like, that is crazy to me. Granny, keep your head up. You know that. You know that. You guys go check out, like I said, Granny read the questions that were sent off by her attorney, and then check out Breaking Chains did a new video. I'm going to go finish watching Breaking Chains video and probably stare at a wall for an hour because it always takes me a couple hours to recover from these lack of brain cell streams. It's crazy. Maybe once before. That's absolutely insane. Oh, Granny, there's so much in this one. Another one, like, it's crazy. It's crazy. All right, you guys, thank you once again for being here and putting up with me. I can't wait to see what this book, it should, like I said, it should be here tonight. Oh, I promised you guys I'd show you this. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I look like shit and I'm in my smoking jacket, but it's okay. I don't care. Let me show you the picture of Kiki. I told you guys I would show you the Kiki picture. Kenzie actually submitted it as a joke, thinking that it would never get picked. And sure as shit, they send back a video or like a link for the calendar and saying, oh, Kiki's in it. I'm like, oh, fuck. Great. Of course, that cat. Of course he is. All right, here we go. Where'd that go? Oh, shit. There. Why did I just send it that way? Okay. Here you go. No, stop doing that. That's the picture that made it for December of 2025. Jingle balls, jingle all the way. Oh. And for anybody wondering, it's called the Paw Print Cat Calendar from a site called the Paw Print. Don't ask me how she even got down this rabbit hole. You know, she trolls random things and thought she was being funny, and sure as shit, they send it back to her, and sure as shit, there's Kiki. December of 2025. He's calendar famous. Row, I'm getting out of here on that one. Good night, you guys. Thank you for all the support once again. I will see you guys very soon. Bye. Oh, by the way, tomorrow, breast cancer awareness fundraiser. We will be doing the breast cancer awareness fundraiser. So why be mean? Holy shit. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, everybody. I know, damn it, Donna. I know. I'm still here. I'm just hitting the back button, though, and getting out of here. Don't forget tomorrow. It'll probably be like 5 o'clock my time, which is like 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Maybe 4 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock your time. I don't know. We'll figure it out, and we'll be here for a couple hours. So I'll set it up, though, for 24 to 48 hours at least. But it'll be a fundraiser for breast cancer awareness right through YouTube. So see you guys very soon. Bye, y'all. And again, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated, you guys.